Good morning. We are live from Chambers. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to the nearest building exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order with an acknowledgement that we meet on the traditional lands of Treaty 6 territory and Métis Homeland, Métis Region 4, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these territories for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start the meeting with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And other councillors joining us. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Clerk, are there others on screen? I think
I see Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And Councillor Rutherford. No. Okay. Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson. Excellent.
Good morning.
Okay, and apologies if I missed anyone else. Welcome to the meeting. So, adoption of the agenda. I'll take a motion. Councillor Wright.
I move adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. And any changes, additions, deletions? Hearing none, call the vote, please. And I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Next is approval of the minutes of the October 8th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee. Councillor Wright.
I will move adoption of the October 8th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Any additions, changes, deletions? Hearing none, please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Excellent, please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Protocol items, I am not aware of any. I'll look to the clerk for confirmation. Clerk, is there any protocol items?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Next, select items for debate. Councillor Wright.
I will select items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4.
Excellent, thank you so much. That's all the items. So, clerk, do we still require a motion to then select those items?
Nope. So Councillor Wright has selected all items, so there's nothing to vote on to approve.
Excellent, and we don't need to vote on any reports not selected for debate either. Then we'll go to requests to speak. So we have quite a few speakers today, and I'll read them out now. And do you want me to confirm if they're here, or we'll do that before the item?
We can do that when we get to the item.
Okay, so I'll just read them out now then. So for 7.1, we have Lindsay Butterfield, Elise Shillington, Dave Turnbull, Kieran Moore, Mike Wing, Alex Jack, Kate McMorrin, Stephanie Drozda, Bonnie Moon, Heather McKenzie, Raquel Furrow, Jan Hardstaff, Elaine Solis, and David Ridley. For trees, for 7.2, we have Sandeep Agrawal, Greg King, Christine Kowalchuk, Elise Shillington, Josh Kirsch, Krista DeJager, Melissa Penny, Raquel Furrow, Warren Ollis, Eric Gormley, Jan Hardstaff, and Elaine Solis. For 7.3, we have Raquel Furrow, Jan Hardstaff, and Elaine Solis. For 7.4, we have Joel Clarkson and Jan Hardstaff. So that's the request to speak, so I'll take a motion. Councillor Wright.
I move the recommendation for public members to speak.
Okay, so we'll take a vote on that, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Okay.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. So we'll welcome those speakers today. There are no requests for time specific on the agenda. I'm not aware of any council inquiries. I'm not aware of any reports to be dealt with at a different meeting or requests to reschedule reports. I don't see any unfinished business, so we can begin with item 7.1. And I'll turn the floor over to administration for a presentation.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Climate Resilient Planning and Development Action Plan. My name is Kent Snyder. I am Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services. And with me today are Chandra Tamaris, Livia Ballone, Directors within Planning and Environment Services. Additionally, we have several members of administration in attendance who will assist in answering questions. As Edmonton continues to grow and face the increasing challenges of climate change, the decisions we make today about planning and development will have a profound and lasting impact on our city's future. At the October 16, 2023 City Council public hearing, a motion was passed that requested administration to provide a detailed plan for incorporating climate action into planning and development processes, in alignment with the Community Energy Transition Strategy and the Climate Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan. The motion asked for the plan to specifically address how to better integrate climate change adaptation and mitigation into the zoning bylaw, particularly concerning solar and electric vehicle readiness. The action plan before you outlines a series of concrete actions we can take to build a more resilient city, ensuring Edmonton remains livable, prosperous, and sustainable for generations to come. It's about proactively protecting our community, natural environment, and the economy in the face of changing climate. I will now turn the presentation to Chandra, who will highlight the challenges and opportunities that climate change presents in our community. Following that context setting, Livia will conclude with an overview of the action plan described in the report.
Next slide, please. Edmonton's climate is changing and temperatures are warming. Edmonton has already observed a warming trend over the past 100 years, warming at a rate about 1.7 degrees Celsius per century. When we look at that trend over the last 50 years, our warming is increasing at a rate of about 3.5 degrees Celsius per century. The final line on the graph represents 2023. Last year, the Edmonton area recorded its warmest May and December since records began in 1880, making 2023 the warmest year on record. Next slide, please. The impacts of climate change are already evident in Edmonton and Alberta. This year, Edmonton had 20 days with temperatures over 29 degrees Celsius or higher. We also had the warmest July on record in 2024, with a record number of days of temperatures of 33 degrees Celsius or higher. These warming temperatures have also contributed to over 1,000 active wildfires in the province for 2024. Smoke from wildfires in Alberta and beyond have led to the Edmonton region experiencing 21 days with a high-risk air quality index of 7 or higher. Next slide, please. The annual Corporate Strategic Risk Profile for 2025 identified 20 strategic risks for the City of Edmonton, focusing on trends from global studies. The Corporate Risk Report outlines that climate-related events and changing weather conditions have the potential to disrupt regular services and put additional strains on city assets and services. 25% of corporate strategic risks identified for 2025 are tied to climate change. Climate change is changing how we have to manage the city. In fact, these same global studies show that in the next 10 years, the top global risks facing the world are all environment and climate related. Next slide, please. Growing climate risks have clear implications for city resources, local economies, and our residents. If greenhouse gas emissions are not reduced, climate change could have a several billion-dollar a year impact on Edmonton's gross domestic product, largely due to estimated costs of damages to infrastructure and property from events such as hail and flooding, as well as impacts to service and production losses. With social factors or social costs factored in, the impacts can cost $8 billion as early as the 2040s and 18 billion as early as the 2070s. Climate change is also expected to have direct physical and mental health impacts, with an additional 22,000 health incidents a year as early as the 2040s from a variety of impacts. Next slide, please. This is a critical decade for climate action, and cities have an important role to play. Municipal government action matters. Municipalities are responsible for or can influence transportation systems, land use planning, waste management, and their methane control, public infrastructure, and green assets. Good municipal planning requires a proactive approach to building resilience for residents, infrastructure, natural systems, to complex problems like climate change. Municipal governments can also provide incentives, use their purchasing power to drive innovation, and have a significant impact through partnership and advocacy efforts, as well as leveraging their ability to convene groups and communities together. City Council declared a climate emergency in 2019, signaling the need to take urgent action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build a more sustainable future. Climate resilience is one of 4 goals in Connect Edmonton and is a foundational part of the city plan, with targets outlined in the Greener as We Grow Big City Move. Next slide, please. The city plan sets a target to limit total community-wide greenhouse gas emissions to 135 megatons. This means reducing emissions by 50% by 2030 and achieving net zero per person emissions by 2050. Edmonton is not on track to achieve the 2030 emissions reduction goal, and given the current reduction trajectory and investment levels, the community carbon budget is forecasted to be depleted in 2036. Edmonton's carbon bank account is almost empty. In 2022, through the Energy Transition Strategy Annual Update, administration identified that activating climate-resilient urban development is a corrective action that's necessary to get Edmonton on track with our climate targets. Next slide, please. The city's 2 climate strategies, the Community Energy Transition Strategy and the Climate Resilient Edmonton Adaptation Strategy, go further to define our climate targets and outline how we'll achieve them. Each of these documents identifies the significance of planning and development in building a resilient city in the face of a changing climate, with goals that Edmonton is planned, designed, and built to be a climate-resilient, carbon-neutral city. Next slide, please. The way our city is designed and built has a big impact on our greenhouse gas emissions. Transportation and buildings are the biggest contributors, making up a combined 69% of our community's emissions. The way a city is planned directly impacts how people live, work, and interact within it. Ultimately, the goal is to create a city that's not just livable, but is also thriving and resilient in the face of challenges like climate change. Planning and development is a significant opportunity area to lower emissions and increase resilience. Next slide, please. Communities are increasingly facing direct and indirect impacts of climate change, with many implications for the built environment, human health, economies, and natural systems. Reducing emissions is no longer enough. Integrating adaptation action within planning and development processes is critical to mitigating the impacts of climate change. Investment in adaptation and risk mitigation have also been shown to offset the costs of climate impacts, with studies showing that for every dollar invested in mitigation measures, approximately $6 are saved in future damages. Infrastructure and building losses stand as a clear example of the costs of climate change. As trends in extreme weather events have increased, so too have the trends in insured and uninsured losses. Municipalities and homeowners are increasingly exposed to the losses and the costs associated that can result from direct impacts and can have direct impacts to the affordability of home ownership. In Edmonton, we are seeing projected direct annual tangible and intangible costs of climate change growing to over $3 billion in the 2050s. Buildings, infrastructure, and natural areas costs make up approximately half of those costs.
Next slide, please.
The Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan has been prepared to build upon the city's existing climate change initiatives and serve as a foundation for continued climate resilient city building. Next slide, please. Based on the city plan growth projections, at least 400,000 additional housing units will need to be built to accommodate an additional 1 million people. The city plan's Big City Moves highlight the need for a shift in how Edmonton grows to sustain a healthy, urban, and climate resilient city. Decisions made today about how the city is planned, how new neighborhoods are built, and how existing neighborhoods are redeveloped will set the course for decades to come. Next slide, please. The objective of the action plan is to integrate climate adaptation and energy transition action throughout the city's land use planning and development continuum. To do this, we have outlined 15 critical actions that can be implemented in the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle to lay a strong foundation for ongoing climate resilience building. Next slide, please. The action plan is anchored around 4 themes: resilient neighborhoods, resilient buildings, resilient site and landscaping design, and resilient city building processes. Next slide. The 15 actions take diverse approaches to implement change. Changes to the zoning bylaw regulations will guide resilient development. Changes to the design and construction standards will better incorporate climate resilience into city infrastructure. Policy changes will be explored to bolster climate action through clear guidance to administration. Procedural changes will help build capacity and share information across the organization and with the public. And finally, incentives will help support Edmontonians through the transition. The Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan will require investments from the city, developers, and homeowners. While there will be upfront costs, these actions will lead to long-term savings in operating and retrofit costs. A life cycle approach to costing demonstrates that investing in climate resilience now will save money in the future by reducing the need for costly repairs and replacements. Ultimately, the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of implementing this plan. For example, the upfront cost of energy efficient and climate resilient features in new homes can be offset by long-term savings in utility costs and home repairs. The Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan aims to incentivize these features to support a just transition to a low-carbon future, where housing affordability remains a key consideration. Next slide. The groundwork for some of the actions have already begun, and others will begin soon. Action leads within administration will be responsible for implementing action items, and the Environment and Climate section will be responsible for overseeing, monitoring, and reporting back on the action plan. Internal and external engagement will continue for individual actions to develop their detailed scope and shape the final outcomes of each action. Next slide, please. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. At this time, we'll welcome our speakers. And if you're in person, I invite you to come down to the stage left here, I guess, with and the clerk will help you get seated. So speaker number 1, Lindsay Butterfield, are you here?
I am here. Yes, I'm online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Elise Shillington? Elise, are you here? Yeah, okay. Elise, you're number 2. Dave Turnbull, number 3. Kieran Moore. Kieran, number 4. Mike Wing.
Yeah, I'm online.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Number 6, Alex Jack. Alex? Is there an Alex Jack
All right, I'm here.
online? Yep.
Yes.
Great. Kate McMorrin. Kate? Oh, excellent, thanks. Stephanie Drozda.
Yes, here online.
Excellent. Bonnie Moon. Excellent. Welcome, Bonnie. Number 9. Heather McKenzie.
Hello, I'm here.
Online. Excellent. Raquel Farreau. Number 11. Number 12, Jan Hardstaff. Jan? Oh, hi, Jan. Number 12. Elaine Solas, number 13, and David Ridley, number 14. If you want to follow the clerk there too. Excellent. So I have a little blurb we always read before all speakers. So as you're getting seated, if you'll indulge me, for each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, and then turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone on your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to the muster point. So, with that, Lindsay Butterfield, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. I'm disappointed to not be there in person today, but glad to be part of this conversation. My name is Lindsay Butterfield, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Policy for Build Edmonton Metro. Build represents over 500 member companies across the entire spectrum of building and land development in the region. So unsurprisingly, we have been very interested in understanding the report in front of you today and the impacts on our industry. We want to recognize the City of Edmonton's leadership, first of all, in addressing climate change with the Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan. We support the intention to build a more sustainable and resilient future. As you heard, the action plan contains 15 different initiatives that are aimed at mitigating climate change during the land development process, starting with the contents of the plans before anything is built, and then ending with prescriptive elements in individual buildings. So this is a really broad approach. Because that approach is so sweeping and this action plan is merely the beginning of a more fulsome exploration of each of the 15 items, it's still kind of high level, which creates a bit of a lack of clarity about how each action will actually impact the day-to-day business of our members. And as you always hear from our industry, our number one ask is that there is certainty for requirements, for timelines, and for processes. So because we aren't there yet, it's difficult to provide, full support and confirmation from Build's perspective about whether some of these items are easy wins, whether they're big challenges, or perhaps even if they're bad ideas in the end. As I know everyone can appreciate, the planning and development continuum contains many steps with all kinds of technical studies, consultation and engagement, a number of stops at City Council for bylaw approvals, and a variety of permit approvals required once the use of the land is approved. So what that means is it takes many years to go from an investment in a piece of property to having a finished product where a resident works or lives. Adding regulatory or policy changes to the process can trip up development if there's not time to adapt and adjust. And so when looking at such a comprehensive package as this, we ask the city to look at timing and the incremental impacts so that we can keep costs in check and maintain affordability as well. And so I'll just give you an example of some of the other forces that our industry is dealing with. So as you know, Alberta just adopted a new building code in May of this year. Well, the next code is already going to be issued for review in early 2025 with an estimated implementation of a year or two after. So these changes to, increase efficiency and mitigate climate change and reduce greenhouse gases, they're coming rapidly, which is great. This is what we all need to be thinking about. However, those changes also require a great deal of training for the entire construction industry to adapt to their practices and to ensure that the necessary products to achieve the codes are available in the supply chain at the scale needed. So adding a number of additional local changes does serve to exacerbate the challenge in adaptation a little bit. And our industry is up for it, but we just want to make sure the change isn't sudden to allow for greater success of implementation. I want to close with just adding that Edmonton's newest neighborhoods are seeing some of the most efficient development patterns and construction techniques by far. The industry does acknowledge its role in tackling climate resilience, and we're ready to participate in measured progress toward ongoing improvement without untowardly increasing costs that are then passed on to end users. While tackling the action plan in front of you today won't impact some of those top emitters of greenhouse gases, so namely those linked to transportation or major manufacturing and industrial businesses, we do look forward to more conversation to iron out the details of these actions, because by collaborating on them and coming to common understanding, we can ensure that Edmonton's climate resilience takes place without imposing undue financial or logistical strain and creates better outcomes for all Edmontonians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elise Shillington.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. My name is Elise Shillington, and I'm here on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro as the chair of the New Communities and Growth Committee. I'm also a development manager at Cantiro. I'm here to support the objectives of the action plan in front of you today. As an industry, we've done a lot of work and have a lot more ahead of us to adapt our planning, processes, and systems to be more energy efficient and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is not easy work. It requires clear direction to shift an entire industry, as well as a lot of creativity and technological innovation. It also costs money, with a range of different considerations from energy efficient building materials to climate adaptive infrastructure. With a lot at stake for our industry, and more importantly for our customers, we have a lot of questions. The action plan is not meant to provide all the details for each action, but the generalities and high-level descriptions of some of the goals make the plan difficult to interpret at this stage. We have concerns about how the team and city administration will translate the 15 actions into tangible standards that builders and developers can follow. The end goals must be clear, but the process to get there has to be clearer, and impacts to each step need to be weighed for efficacy. There's also a possibility of introducing competing policy goals in some of the work outlined, which creates a lot of churn in city administration and slows down our ability to build, accommodate new people and jobs. One example is balancing density goals for more dwelling units per net residential hectare, as required by the EMRB, with competing goals of increasing permeability, expanding low-impact development opportunities, and increasing the amount of landscaping on sites. Competing policy goals such as this complicate approval processes and creates uncertainty for decision makers in administration and for applicants. Other outstanding concerns include the unclear potential direction which states climate goals will be incorporated through policy, regulatory, and other tools, or into terms of reference for statutory plans. These actions could end up with a wide variety of results. For this reason, we request that the items listed in the action plan be reviewed through committee prior to any implementation. This will ensure that if committee accepts this report for information today, that it is not treated as though all 15 actions have been given council approval, but rather that the next steps of exploring opportunities through collaboration can take place. It is also crucial that we balance climate goals with economic feasibility. Rising costs could affect housing affordability and project timelines. We recommend phased implementation and flexible timelines to allow the industry to adapt. This is very important from an investment perspective, given that development can take several years from beginning to approval and then the ability to start building. I also ask committee to consider the cumulative costs and impacts of introducing 15 new policy initiatives at once. Some are unlikely to be impactful to timelines and costs, but without understanding the comprehensive impact, it will be difficult to support such a significant policy package. I'm glad to see that we are collectively making progress toward Edmonton's climate goals and want to be a part of it. I look forward to the chance to ask all of my questions about the different initiatives and get them answered, and to share the perspective of the development industry. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Next is Dave Turnbull.
Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee and City Council. My name is Dave Turnbull. I'm the President and Lead Energy Advisor of Enerspec Energy Consulting. I also serve as the lead for Build Edmonton Metro's Energy Transition Working Group and have been involved in many discussions with the city's climate team about climate change and energy efficiency. I reviewed the Climate Resilient Planning and Development Action Plan with great interest. My experience in home construction and energy consulting leaves me with cautious optimism about the incentives or initiatives that are outlined. I say cautious because there is still only a high-level description of how some of the items will be approached or interpreted. For example, streamlining permit processes for green building is a great idea. We do not have a firm definition of what qualifies for that process. Committee members need to understand that there are long-term implications for builders and developers, and ultimately those impacts are passed on to residents. Something like adding conduit in a new home from the roof to the electrical panel in the basement for rooftop solar panels, for example, is a straightforward thing in a new home. However, it also requires more expense for roof truss design, electrical panels, and frankly, some home orientations and roof designs are just not conducive to solar. Similarly, requiring EV chargers in every home has cost impacts at the neighborhood level to provide the appropriate power supply. I'm also surprised that the city would select EVs as the winner, given the region has thrown so much support behind hydrogen as an energy solution for transportation, among other things. This proposed change to require EV chargers positions electricity as the only viable future energy source. Forcing residents to choose a consumer pathway is rarely successful, and the city's efforts need to be more flexible and allow for alternatives. I would also like to use some of my time to address the wildfire risks within the city and offer some of my experience working with the town of Jasper to assess building standards in the aftermath of the devastating wildfire there. While there is some wildfire risk here in Edmonton, it is minimal. There are ways to manage some of those risks further by limiting landscape in higher risk areas, for example, not allowing trees to grow over rooftops and underneath eaves. Otherwise, much of the risk is already managed through building code requirements and the materials and designs builders need to use where setbacks have made homes come closer together. Finally, something you've heard from me before and from others is that mandatory changes required by the city increase costs for housing. Without a clear understanding of those costs, it sometimes seems like the ideas move forward with the thought that it's only a small cost being added, which is minor and easily absorbed. I will caution you that adding straws to a camel's back at a certain point will eventually break the camel's back. I would like to see some analysis of the cumulative costs for all of these actions on the end consumer. To close, I would like to go back to where I started, cautiously optimistic. I do believe that we need to pay attention to the impacts we are having on the climate and the energy choices we make. We need the approach to these problems to be incremental and with an understanding of the challenges in tackling the problem. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective. I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next is Kieran Moore.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kieran, and I'm here on behalf of Climate Justice Edmonton and our summer campaign, The Right to Be Cool. My apartment gets the evening sun. During the summer, even with blackout curtains, the temperature rises over days and weeks until it becomes unbearable. In recent summers, this has made it difficult to sleep, work, cook, and enjoy my life. This last year, it almost gave me heat stroke. I started a new medication that affected my body's ability to regulate temperature, and I spent our heat waves in a confused and overheated haze. Just before the temperature broke and nights cooled, I realized that this was a real, serious problem. I'm not someone who's unaware of the dangers of heat sickness. I've been trained in first aid and have known the symptoms to watch for over half my life, which is longer than you expect. I know that it's a major medical emergency, and I was working on this campaign at the time, but the heat still stuck up on me. You don't have to look too hard to find similar stories, which is why we believe heat needs to be considered more fully in the action plan the committee is receiving today. Heat is an increasingly deadly effect of climate change, but it's invisible and we tend to associate it with holidays and relaxing. It only becomes frightening once it's already caused catastrophic damage, like the over 600 deaths in the 2021 BC heat dome, 98% of them inside their own homes, most without AC or fans. And even when heat isn't fatal, it disrupts sleep, worsens mental health, and increases aggression. This past spring, CJE launched a preliminary survey to understand the experiences of Edmonton tenants with the unnatural heat waves and smoke we've been experiencing, and to help shape our vision of what a heat-safe Edmonton could look like. We had 120 responses, and I'll summarize some of the results, but we've also provided a written report for councillors to review. Do we have the slides? If so, next slide. If not, I will summarize. Uncomfortable heat was both pervasive and a source of fear in tenants' lives. 90% of respondents worried for their safety or the safety of their loved ones inside their own homes during heat events. 30% said that throughout the summer this heat was inescapable, and another 40% experienced excess heat for weeks at a time. This heat was accompanied by some level of health impact for 60% of respondents, from fatigue and headaches to multiple hospitalizations and worsening of chronic health conditions. Even more reported issues with sleep, cooking, and concentration, basic things that we need to be happy and engaged people. Many landlords are doing shockingly little to keep buildings livable, and we have rules for how cold rentals must be, but we haven't historically had to think about heat like this. When asked what methods of cooling were provided to our respondents as tenants, the top response, at just over 70%, was the basic ability to open their windows, which seems far too low. Only 30% had any sort of provided window covering to keep their rental homes from warming, and 20% reported no methods of cooling whatsoever. Needless to say, the vast majority of respondents thought their landlords didn't do enough to keep their homes safe. Tenants have little power to change these things themselves. The options can be expensive, forbidden by leases, or pointless when tenants know their rental is only a temporary home. Even simple options, like opening windows, are difficult when smoke makes the cooler air outside dangerous and unpleasant, and almost all of the respondents commented on this. It cannot be put on tenants, who are struggling in this increasingly tight economy, to fix the inadequacies of someone else's investment portfolio. We know that Edmonton is not built for this weather. There are many important steps brought forward in the action plan to change how we build for the future, and we commend you on that. But at the same time, we must ensure what currently exists is livable now. Councillors, I know that you want a city that is safe for all Edmontonians just as much as I do, where homes can be places of safety and comfort and joy. I know that you want to avoid the devastating loss of life that happened in BC. I know that you want to build a city of the future where all Edmontonians can thrive. Heat is dangerous for all of us, but it doesn't affect all of us equally. The issues of poverty, housing equity, disability justice, and safety in an unnaturally heated world are deeply intertwined. That's why Climate Justice Edmonton is calling on you, councillors, to create a maximum temperature bylaw for rental units. We are calling on you, councillors, to create free, easily accessible public cooling spaces. We are calling on you to include heat in your action plan. We are calling on you to do everything within your power to protect vulnerable Edmontonians from dangerous heat, because many of us can't afford to protect ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Wing.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the... Oh, sorry. Has the timer started? It's blinking up there.
Oh, we'll reset it. You have 5 minutes.
Okay,
Please,
perfect.
please
Thank
begin.
you so much. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee and City Council. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Mike Wing, and I'm here with my friend Alex Jack, and we're here on behalf of the Health Advocacy Federation. We're here to talk to you today about extreme heat and disability.
All right, so let's go to the next slide, please.
I'm sorry, Alex. Our protocol is we can only have one speaker at a time. So if Mike can do the first 5 minutes and then you do the second 5 minutes.
So I actually requested a couple of times by email that we present together.
I'm sorry, that's not allowed.
Okay. Then I will probably just do the full presentation on my own.
Yeah, we can always come back and ask you questions after. I
All right.
apologize if that wasn't
Or
clear.
how about Mike? So you present your slides first, and then I'll present mine.
Okay.
Will that work?
Okay, that works. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So if we can go to the third slide, please. Yeah, this one. Oh, sorry. Actually, can we go one more slide? Thank you. Another big issue that. Sorry. Our next point is on housing inequity and housing justice. For many people on income support or age, they can't afford air conditioning, and they can't afford increased power bill, and are forced to live in substandard housing that is old and doesn't meet current standards. This is definitely true for me, as I live in a building that was built in the 1980s. Therefore, there are no air conditioners installed in the apartment. I've lived there for a decade, and I've really noticed, especially over the last 2 years, that it's gotten hotter and hotter during the summer in my apartment. And even this last year, it was 30 degrees in the apartment without the heat on for a week straight. And that was with 2 fans going as well. If we can go up 2 slides, please. Yeah. No, sorry, back one. I apologize. Thank you. When we talk about extreme heat and a maximum temperature bylaw, it's important that we talk about tenants' rights. Tenants should be able to use portable air conditioners, which many apartments won't allow. As well, tenants need to be safe and comfortable. That means having things like portable air conditioners or window air conditioners. Landlords must be held accountable for implementation of the maximum temperature bylaw, and it must apply to all rental housing. It must also protect tenants from rental eviction, which means we can't have landlords implementing the rule, evicting the tenant during renovations, and then raising the rent of the apartment after the renovation. And if we can go to the last slide, please. Yeah. Oh, sorry, back one. I apologize. Thank you. We will now discuss some long-term positive outcomes of the maximum temperature bylaw. First, it will drastically reduce EMS costs and strain. I'm sure we don't have to tell you that the EMS system is incredibly strained at the moment, where we have people who can't even get access to an ambulance or to other medical services because of it. As well, housing for renters would be safer, which leads to lower costs overall. We truly hope you will consider passing this bylaw, and we want to thank you for allowing us to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Now, if we can go to Alex. And Alex, do you want to give the slide instruction as well?
Sure thing.
You
So,
have
hey,
5 minutes.
folks, my name's Alex Jack, and I'm a proud member of the Self Advocacy Federation. So, if we can go to the first slide or the second slide, that would be great. All right. So, the point we're touching on here is heat related illness as a result of not having proper AC or air circulation within housing units. And so many folks with disabilities are predisposed to becoming ill from the heat because many of us live with health conditions that makes us sensitive to extreme temperature. For example, I use a wheelchair for mobility and I live with a chronic illness that impacts my body's ability to regulate temperature. And so recently I was in my disabled friend's subsidized apartment complex, and I ended up fainting because of the extreme heat and the lack of air circulation in the place. And I had to be brought to the hospital in an ambulance as a result. And my case is an example of many cases that happen each day due to extreme temperatures. And so another consequence of extreme heat is the poor air quality, which can also make folks ill, especially those with pre-existing conditions such as asthma. And the increased frequency and severity of forest fires contribute greatly to the poor air quality. All right, so let's go to, I just need to open up, let's go 2 slides. Oh, actually back one. Perfect, thank you. All right. And so another big issue when it comes to high temperatures is the negative effects that it has on mental health. And so being in the extreme heat can lead to folks to have a lack of motivation and end up becoming depressed. And as a result, like they're not engaging in their daily activities, like especially when it comes to work. So there's a great loss of productivity there. And also they're ending up needing to rely on the healthcare system more often to help them manage their mental health. And we know how costly that is and how strained that system already is. And so another thing is that the extreme heat leads to increased irritability and like instability with mental health. And so folks are more likely to engage in aggressive and potentially risky behaviors that can result in them getting injured and then further putting strain on the healthcare system. And for folks with disabilities who have service and support animals, there's an increased risk of heat related illness to those animals. And that goes without saying how stressful it can be when the creatures that we have strong emotional bonds to are ill. And as well, so vet bills are incredibly high. And since most folks with disabilities live in poverty, we aren't able to pay the vet bills and we're forced to go without the essential support that we need from our service animals. So take, for example, a person who has a visual impairment and relies on a service animal to get them out and about into the community. They're forced to remain at home and in the extreme heat. Okay. So, can we go to the last slide, please? All right. So my point on this slide is all right. So, because people will be cooler in their homes, that's going to lead to them being more productive, especially at work. And the community will be healthier, which will lead to reduced costs in healthcare because less folks will be seeking out healthcare for the discussed heat related illnesses, the injuries due to risky behavior, and other healthcare related costs because of the extreme heat. All right. Thank you so much for having me and allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Alex and Mike. We will now go to Kate.
Good morning, councillors. I am also here to speak on behalf of Climate Justice Edmonton and our Right to Be Cool campaign. We have all had the displeasure of experiencing ever hotter and smokier summers, but as our survey respondents and friends from the Self-Advocacy Federation can attest, for some there is no escaping this. From air conditioners to purifiers to blackout curtains, the costs of heat and air filtration adaptations can be burdensome or even unaffordable to many low-income Edmontonians, many of whom are renters and many of whom, such as seniors and people with disabilities, are likely to experience these conditions even more acutely. Surviving the summer, or even just existing comfortably, should not be a cost-dependent outcome. The Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan has identified many creative and proactive opportunities for the city to strengthen and integrate climate resilience, especially pertaining to future developments. Many of these are great, and we are glad to see that this is an issue our city cares about. But when we look at the priorities identified for climate adaptation especially, all we can think is, what about now? Edmontonians are facing intense discomfort, illness, and even death due to climate change now, and it will only get worse. Rising temperatures and increasingly intense smoke are scary enough out there, particularly for our unhoused neighbors with little to no escape from the elements. But these effects are also invading our homes too, and disproportionately harming Edmontonians living in rental housing who, due to power dynamics with landlords and high costs to utilities and cooling adaptations, are far too likely to experience these effects in full force. Over a third of Edmontonians are renters, 23% of which are experiencing core housing need. We simply can't wait for a climate risk index, for example, to show us that addressing heat-related threats to health and life for renters will be an essential intervention that we need urgently. We cannot afford to wait to gather more information. We need to address this now. Next slide, please. Thank you. We are here today to speak on an urgent issue of climate resilience. After gathering testimonials from nearly 120 Edmontonian renters, we formed the following demands. First, that the city must develop and implement a maximum temperature bylaw for all rental housing by the summer of 2025, which is enforceable and holds landlords accountable for implementation, applies to all rental housing at all densities and includes market and social housing, and includes clauses to protect tenants from retrofit-related rent increases and evictions. Second, that the city must invest to expand public cooling spaces in every neighborhood, prioritizing heat islands, make all public spaces free to access during extreme heat and smoke, and streamline and clarify Edmonton's extreme heat communications. Third, that the City of Edmonton must launch a public inquiry on the impacts of heat and smoke on health, illness, and death, and with the results, develop a strategy for zero deaths caused by extreme weather, including cold, heat, and smoke. And fourth, that the City of Edmonton must support a universal heat pump program. We call upon you to advance these to Council and administration with the urgency that this issue demands. We know that in some ways this is pushing the boundary on city jurisdiction, but we also know that we live under a provincial government that does not care about climate change, justice, or equity. We know that time and time again, the province is more than happy to force cities to reckon with the consequences of bad provincial policies and negligence. And we know that when the province leaves us behind, the city must fight for us. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. Council and administration have demonstrated their capability in finding bold and creative solutions to improve the lives of Edmontonians, and in many ways, you're already working to address some of these issues. But we cannot afford to wait years for these protections to materialize. We are faced with an urgent and jurisdictionally complicated problem that presents us with a choice. We can scapegoat the province, put our hands up, and walk away from any responsibility to Edmonton renters struggling through ever-worsening summers, or we can get our hands dirty and find bold, innovative solutions that secure the safety of thousands. So, councillors, what will it be? Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next is Stephanie Drozda. Stephanie?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, members of council. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time this morning. I'm Stephanie Drozda, Program Specialist with Alberta EcoTrust Foundation and the Climate Innovation Fund. Alberta EcoTrust deploys funding, programming, and low-carbon financing through the Climate Innovation Fund to the Edmonton community to assist the city in achieving its climate goals. We are supportive of the approach that has been taken with the Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan, as it is one that focuses on tangible action along with a short-term, well-defined timeline for implementation. The holistic approach to integrate climate action across the entire planning and development continuum is also commendable, as it is imperative that we act now to implement emissions reductions across all sectors. Each new community or building that is not built to a higher energy and climate resilient standard has the potential to cost us down the road. As the programs and processes that will enable these actions are built out, there are a few considerations we wanted to highlight. Under Action 13, Foster Awareness of Climate Resilient Development through Public Education Outreach, we are encouraged to see the approach of supporting community-focused groups and industry partners in their climate action efforts. We've been able to work closely with the city through our Climate Innovation Fund, and have had city support for our Climate Innovation Grant Program to support community-led projects, and significant funding and support to provide energy efficiency upgrades for lower-income households through our Home Upgrades Program, and develop the Emissions Neutral Buildings Information Exchange, or NBIX, an industry-led collaborative platform to share knowledge and support sustainable building and renovation practices across Alberta. Working with organizations such as ours can amplify the investments made by the city by leveraging other funding sources and building the capacity of organizations across the ecosystem. Having an agency like the Emissions Neutral Buildings Information Exchange that is not government, not industry, nor academia provides an important fourth place to convene complex conversations and house critical information and resources. The current offerings of NBICS in particular support Action 1, streamlining the permitting process for climate resilient development. To support industry readiness, we are working with Build Alberta to provide training that will help builders and trades build more efficiently. We are also working on training along with the City of Calgary for safety codes officers to ensure inspection officials will be equipped to address more efficient building practices. This training is available for free thanks to our funders, including the City of Edmonton. We would also encourage the city to build off of the existing resources and programs that have been implemented to advance education, awareness, and outreach. Examples include the existing Change for Climate program, the emerging work of our NBICS program, and expanding the retrofit coaching available through the Residential Clean Energy Improvement Program to be available to any homeowners wanting to pursue energy retrofits. A lot of resource development has already been done and is also underway that can be built upon rather than starting from scratch. Likewise, relating to Action 14, pursuing opportunities to leverage incentives for climate resilient development, there are existing city incentive programs like the Corner Store Interior Grant that could have minimum energy efficiency requirements for eligible improvements like HVAC systems, doors, windows, etc. Expanding existing programs to include future energy efficiency and climate resilient requirements would provide a quick win with minimal program development needed. As an example, the City of Calgary recently integrated an energy efficiency grant into their office to residential conversion program. This addition to the base program allowed proponents to pursue deeper emissions reductions, which in turn increased access to low-cost, low-carbon financing, like that which is offered through our Climate Innovation Fund. The efficient criteria created an entry point for Alberta EcoTrust to provide nearly $1 million to Astra Group through an equity investment, allowing Astra to target 25% below business as usual emissions reductions, as well as better manage the embodied carbon footprint of the renovation. Alberta EcoTrust is also pleased to be offering solutions that will add additional support to developing the retrofit market through our Retrofit Accelerator program for the multifamily and commercial sectors. We have coaching services available that can be leveraged by participants in the city's Commercial Clean Energy Improvement Program, but are also focusing on originating and aggregating retrofit opportunities to facilitate access to a variety of funding and financing options. As new grants and incentives are explored, we would encourage the city to prioritize those that have been traditionally unable to benefit from energy efficiency programs, like lower-income households, multi-unit building owners, and community groups. Alignment with and the ability to leverage programs from other jurisdictions like federal rebates should also be considered. As always, we at Alberta EcoTrust are delighted to support the city in its climate goals and look forward to continuing to work alongside the city, our communities, and industry to realize our low carbon future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bonnie Moon. Bonnie, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm Bonnie Moon. I'm a resident of Windsor Park, and I'm speaking in my personal capacity today. I do not live in the area I'm going to be describing to you shortly. And I'm addressing one issue, which is Action 3 of the plan, and that calls for the creation of regulations so that buildings can be designed to facilitate solar voltaic systems in the future. So they'll be solar ready when the time has come. They'll be built and designed for that. I emphasize the word solar. Action 3 will not result in the installation of solar systems if the sun is blocked to those buildings. And this is a fundamental concern of residents in Windsor Park in a certain area right now. They have the equivalent of a 5-story equivalent building to the south, a 10-story building to the southwest, a 6-story building being built to the south, to the immediate west, and a proposed rezoning to allow a high rise of up to 25 stories with a 6-story podium to the southeast. Their sunlight of the residents in that area has been very limited by these large and growingly high buildings, and it's expected it'll get worse. There is one home in that area outfitted with solar panels a couple of years ago, and the use of those panels for energy generation is now questionable. Blockage will not only affect private residences. It's reasonable to assume that apartment building developers will wonder if a larger, taller building will be built to their east, west, or south and block access to their sun. It also affects landscaping. Sun-loving trees and shrubs may be lost if they're forced to live in perpetual shade. This concern was articulated during the public engagement of the plan, and comments were made at pages 67, 96, 107, and 108 of the What We Heard portion of that plan. A question was asked, how will, quote, right to light, unquote, be incorporated into this action with a growing city? Citizens appearing at this council and making submissions to city administration have also raised sun blockage. They say this development I'm opposing is going to cast my house in shadow and yard in shadow. And they're told by city admin and council, you have no right to the sun. They're surprised by this. And they think they've come with a valid, persuasive point and find it's wholly irrelevant. I've not found anything in the city website that tells citizens they have no right to sunlight. A publication called Solar Energy encourages the installation of solar panels and offers rebates and says Edmonton is one of the sunniest cities in Canada. It doesn't say no citizen of Edmonton has the right to access Edmonton sunlight. I respectfully suggest that this issue be referred to your legal department for research and analysis. There is provincial legislation, specifically the Law of Property Act, subsection 69, sub 4, which says, quote, no right to the access and use of light or any other easement, right in gross or profit or prandra, is acquired by a person by prescription, and no such right is deemed to have been so acquired. Obviously, the city will have to talk with the province, perhaps in conjunction with other municipalities. I would suggest bylaw can also be considered, as with Millet, did the town of Millet, and consider other solutions by other municipalities in Canada and across the world. I know I'm out of time, but I would like to suggest that if the city can't do anything, every publication about solar panels, encouraging or requiring them, should say that citizens don't have the right to sunlight in Edmonton. In summary, Action 3 sounds good, but it will not be effective if there's no access to the sun. There will be solar-ready buildings, and that will be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next is Heather McKenzie. Heather?
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to chat today. So just for those who aren't aware, Solar Alberta is a nonprofit society that serves both community and industry alike. We have over 246 individuals who are members, as well as over 163 solar and solar-related businesses and nonprofits. I want to begin today by expressing my appreciation to Council and Admin for moving on priority permitting, as well as solar and EV-ready building initiatives. These are super important components of your plan, and I'm glad to see they're moving forward. I also want to thank everybody for integrating us into their extensive consultation process that has been undertaken to date. And I say extensive, there are a lot of excellent folks around the room, great diversity in the consultation process. I also want to state that a solar-ready bylaw should include the following principles that were not outlined today, as the report you have is very broad. There are 5 key principles that we'd like to see. First of all, limiting north-facing roofs. That should have no cost to builders. Eliminating unnecessary gables, or as we call them, spurious peaks. That should actually save builders money to get rid of unnecessary gables or peaks. The third is to install a smooth conduit from the main electrical room to the roof. And in a large multifamily building, you'd want about 3 of those. That should have very minimal cost upfront to builders. And then, of course, the fourth is grouping roof obstructions, such as vents. Again, grouping should have minimal cost. You're putting them there anyways, just put them together. And the fifth point that we're advocating for is to place those grouped roof obstructions along any northeast, northwest, or north portions of the roof rather than on the south, the east, or west, which have really great solar potential. Again, should have minimal cost. Although these adjustments would cost little to no money for builders, and in the case of eliminating unnecessary gables, would actually save builders money, these changes would cumulatively mean thousands and thousands of dollars in savings for Edmonton residents. Our primary concern is that I've heard is that the bylaw that you folks are going to look at regarding solar ready actually won't be heading back to you until August next year at the earliest. That timeline was really alarming for me to hear. Given how many delays are customary for council reports, it sounds to me like the bylaw won't actually be considered until after the next municipal election. This is extremely alarming considering that this council has been requesting action such as this for the entirety of its current term of office. So that's a really big delay, and sounds like folks might be trying to wait you guys out. I don't want to speculate too much there, but that's the impression it gives. Admin has already done considerable research and consultation on solar ready bylaws. There are solar ready bylaws all around North America. There should be no need for this extensive delay. It should be entirely possible to move forward on a solar ready bylaw in a few months at most, especially considering that the government of Alberta has actually ruled out a number of options that you could consider for solar ready aspects. You're not even allowed to talk about the electrical components. So as such, the options that the city can explore are really very constrained and quite limited to the 5 that I've mentioned. Our ask is that the City of Edmonton accelerate the solar ready bylaw process and ensure that this bylaw is enacted by this council in 2025 and not left for the next crew to have to pick up and learn about where you've left off. The time to act is now, and we are in a climate and affordability emergency. Solar ready bylaw will actually address both of those issues in a meaningful way. So let's not delay. Let's move this along much quicker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Next speaker is Raquel Furrow.
Yeah, this report shows excellent work, and I hope it all goes forward as fast as possible, especially the solar and EV readiness. And I share Heather's alarm that it could take so much time. I'm really here today to speak to 7.2, but since I'm here and have the opportunity, I just had some questions regarding items 4 and 11. And so on 11, the natural areas item, I'm just still realizing that I'm unclear and want to ask a question in case it's unclear to anyone else on council. Does the work on 11 preclude work to acquire natural areas earlier in the planning process, earlier than the neighborhood structure plan? I worry that if we wait for the NSP phase, the land may already be cost prohibitive, and I had thought NA was considered at a citywide level and according to the natural area strategic connection strategy. So are we talking about lands that have already been planned for purchase but we haven't yet found the money to acquire them? And yeah, I'm just a bit confused on number 11. And I do like the idea that they want to build that natural areas reserve fund. That's super important. On the natural areas reserve fund, I would also like to offer ERVCC or Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalitions that we would like to work with administration and the relevant departments to be part of that conversation, because we also would like to build the Natural Areas Reserve Fund. So any ways we can support grant writing or fund development, any way we can help with partnerships, ideas, or how to build up that NA fund. If they are looking at maybe having some sort of third party, we'd like to be part of that conversation. So if you could ask administration to invite us to meet with the team tasked with that work, we'd love to. And then on item 4, it's speaking to landscaping on private property. And I am here advocating for trees on private property, and I just wonder if that's if city council you narrowly, you were 6-6 on a vote for a private tree bylaw over a year ago. The mayor wasn't there that day, so the vote lost, but there seemed to be quite a bit of appetite. And if there was appetite for looking at a private tree bylaw, I wonder if this is a place to do so under item 4. Could somebody on council ask administration if this is a place, or if it's better considered under item 7.2, as I'm assuming? Because it just seems to me that if today you approve item 7.3, you'll already have much of the administrative infrastructure in place to operationalize a private tree bylaw. So it seems today is a good time to discuss it, and I'm assuming if council had appetite, it would come best under 7.2, but that is a question I have. I know in other large municipalities that landscaping compliance and fee collection are done by the same group that look at compliance for private tree bylaws. So I'm hoping today you'll approve the motion that administration is bringing forward under 7.3. So I just think that also makes room for better room for a private tree bylaw, and could that be discussed under item 4 now, or maybe better under 7.2? Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jan Hartstaff.
I have some slides. Could you please bring them up? Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm wearing a few hats for the Scona District Community Council, Residential Info Working Group, and the Park Allen Community League. Next slide, please. So why do we need a climate resilience planning and development framework? I know it's an action plan, but we really needed a framework. In addition to adding more housing through densification, we need to ensure that future development is climate resilient and adapted to climate change. This mitigates significant risk of not achieving these objectives. The World Green Building Council said you cannot afford not to be part of the sustainability movement from an ethical financial risk mitigation of future proofing's perspective. Next slide, please. So here's how development and climate change are directly related. U of A researchers, Dr. Agarwal and others, explored spatiotemporal changes of the urban heat island effect between 1999 and 2021. This case study of Edmonton found a 15% reduction in vegetative cover that was the direct result of increased development imperviousness. Next slide, please. This map shows that from 1999 to 2010, the land surface temperature did not change much and ranged from 30 to 34 degrees Celsius. But by 2015, which is the picture on the bottom left, temperatures began to increase. And by 2021, when Edmonton experienced a severe heat event that buckled sidewalks and cracked the LRT supports under the Valley Line LRT, land surface temperature exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. The council needs to respond to this red flag of warning. Next slide, please. This map illustrates the change in surface heat island effect, the difference between urban and rural temperature. The first thing to note is that the average rural temperature was only 25.5 degrees in 1999, but by 2021 was 29.5. Urban heat island effect was 2 to 6 degrees more than the 25.5 degrees Celsius in 1999. But by 2021, the urban heat island effect was 6 to 12 degrees more than 29.5. That is a huge increase in urban heat island effect. There were speakers that spoke earlier about equity and heat-related illnesses, and we need to make sure that zoning does not block airflow for window venting, and to make sure we have tree canopy for people who don't have air conditioners. The report, Agarwal's report, concluded that increasing tree canopy to 20% in neighborhoods could reduce the urban heat island effect by a third. Next slide, please. So I participated in the engagement, and I was successful in really encouraging that this action be added. And unfortunately, I don't like the word pursue resilient landscaping, because landscaping is defined in the Oxford Dictionary as making a garden more attractive, and the zoning bylaw definition uses the words like ornamental plantings and decorative and architectural elements. This creates a misconception that landscaping is optional or that it only adds curb appeal. But it should be considered part of the building project. It is absolutely critical to achieving nature-based solutions that provide functional green infrastructure on the site, and this contributes towards the green infrastructure for the city as a whole. This action needs to also be applied to both private and public property to ensure it benefits the site, building, neighborhood, and city processes. Right now, it's identified as only benefiting the site. So, next slide, please. Attachment 8 of the Environment and Climate Review, which was part of the zoning bylaw report number 6 in June of 2020, stated things like, this is a critical time for environmental and climate action, and urban-formed decisions are environmental and climate decisions. And here we are. It's, you know, more than, well, I mean, I think it's about a year and a half or months later, and we are kind of, we're talking about a climate resilience planning and development action plan that's very high level. That attachment 8 said that there would be green development standards, and we still don't have them. We need a framework that provides strategy and actions that are guided by policy. Next slide, please. On page 7 of this report, administration's provided 3 additional recommendations for future action. I strongly encourage you to consider them because more work is needed. More work's needed in the review of the zoning bylaw and landscape regulations, and I hope to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Solis.
Good morning. I'm speaking today for the Scona District Community Council, and picking up where Jen left off, I'd like to say that for Action 4 in the Climate Resilience Action Plan, that we would like it to, excuse me, address public as well as private property, and it needs to be strengthened. Our suggested revision is implement nature-based solutions and green infrastructure to provide climate resilience on private and public property. Some of the elements of what would need to be put in place on private property would of course strengthen the landscaping regulations, but we need the same soil depth on private property as the city uses on public property when they plant trees. The 1 foot or 300 millimeter soil depth, and the topsoil should be high quality, very spongy, be able to absorb water, and what it would do in the long run, and it's not that much more costly to put in good soil quality, is to, it would sustain that the plantings to maturity and contribute to the overall tree canopy and the benefits of what trees can do to mitigate climate. We need to incentivize low impact development. That is a way of capturing more rainwater on site, so it isn't all doesn't all run off into the storm sewer system, and it reduces the impact on the city's storm sewer infrastructure if the water is retained on site, and then of course more drinking water doesn't have to be used to maintain landscaping. There are incentives in the zoning bylaw to retain mature trees on a property during development, but there's no requirement to protect them, and so protecting them would be important because they might not survive without that, and we'd like the planting requirements to include more the species that are more survivable in our climate and what the climate to come, and that will grow to maturity and really contribute to the tree canopy, the larger species. And of course, maintaining sufficient sunlight to support those the plantings, as you heard something about that before. So those are the things that those are the elements that would be needed to really bring this action to life on private property. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you. And David Ridley.
Thank you, Councillor Jans, and to your fellow councillors this morning. The Edmonton Heritage Council has taken note of this action plan, in particular the potential in the plan's actions that can lead to what we refer to as a heritage and cultural dividend that also addresses the preserve goal in city plan. Our hope is that the action plan will address the potential that's in existing building stock of all kinds through its adaptive reuse, deep retrofits, as well as how we account for embodied carbon in demolishing and the carbon costs of new building. This is relevant to structures currently on the municipal heritage inventory, as well as those that could be added, but it's not limited to these. We note that other Canadian municipalities have an approach to demolition that requires recycling and deconstruction approaches that may also help in this in consideration of this action plan. While the data is showing the benefits of addressing these approaches in this is emerging in different jurisdictions, we do not, to our knowledge, have enough Edmonton-specific research and data to illuminate this in the region and what the consequence would be. So the research is needed. And potentially then would also support the social and cultural benefits of preservation, as well as the economic benefits of the higher value jobs and trades development that's needed in reuse and adaptation work, as well as, of course, the places that are created for housing and urban enjoyment in this work. When we say, and this is a bit of a trope within the heritage circles, the greenest building is the one already standing, that rings true intuitively, but we do need more local and situational detail of what makes reuse and adaptation a better approach, and look at doing this in more situations than are currently in play, and in comparison to demolition and rebuild. Making reuse and adaptation more of the new normal in existing buildings needs to come above the waterline in this action plan, with public, industry, and community partners participating. And the last thing I'll say is in the process of the Heritage Places strategy work, which is getting underway, this will certainly arise, but needs to be connected and embedded in this work and plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to go to questions of the speakers. I invite my colleagues to sign up on the board if they have any. And maybe Councillor Knack, if you want to go first.
I think they were great presentations. I just have questions that I'm going to ask administration on behalf of our speakers. So I actually don't have any questions for our speakers right now. Thank you.
Okay, pardon me. Councillor Wright?
Yes, if I could maybe perhaps ask Heather McKenzie from Solar Alberta. There was concerns raised by one of the other speakers about having the building solar ready when people would not have access to light. Can you speak to, or access to the sunlight? Can you speak to that at all, if that's a concern from your perspective?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Wright. So the right to light is what that's called, and no, Solar Alberta does not support that position. We see that advocacy position as actually slowing down the expansion of solar in most instances, because what it does is it pits people against each other. So you'll have infill advocates who are largely green folks, coming up against solar advocates, and you just have this green on green tension. And so Solar Alberta works really hard to overcome green on green tension. And as such, we are not opposed to the city's movement towards infill. We're really happy that you're trying to protect that farmland. We're happy you're trying to protect wetland. We are not opponents to wetland and farmland and all those natural spaces that you're working hard to protect. And so we are really happy to advocate for solar in ways that actually don't just pit us against each other. So we're trying to collaborate with other environmentalists instead of working at odds. And so we see that right to light argument as largely sort of a bit of a red herring in the sense that it really just obstructs movement in the direction of greening our city. So we are not in support of that. We're really happy to see that there's movement on a solar ready bylaw. We'd like that to apply to all buildings. And I think actually if you start making exceptions and trying to carve out little pieces here and there, what you're going to find is that you'll spend a lot of administrative time and money on dealing with exceptions. And so it's better to have an inclusive bylaw instead of carving out a whole bunch of little exceptions. So that's our position at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if, actually, maybe Ms. Solas. You were talking about nature-based solutions.
Yes.
I mean, in one of the actions, it does talk about the opportunities to increase the landscaping, including the low impact development, topsoil depth. So that's already in action 4. I'm just wondering, what more do you want beyond that?
It's a matter of emphasis. It doesn't, it just needs to be strengthened and actually carried through into bylaw. We haven't seen the bylaw changes yet. It's just advocating for that and to ensure there's the way landscaping is done isn't through the let's make it pretty lens, but more through, I mean, of course it would be pretty, but through the let's make this functional on the site so we get the climate benefit from it.
Okay, just sort of the focus more.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. May you take the chair and go to Councillor Stevenson?
I may take the chair. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate all the presentations today and everyone coming down. As Councillor Knack mentioned, certainly have a number of questions for our administration based on the speakers. But I just want to follow up perhaps with Speaker Shillington. Really appreciated some of the commentary around, devil is in the details. We need to see more information. And I think your point around process was a really important one. I'm just wondering if there are some good precedents of recent changes or recent initiatives that you think are a good template for this team to be aware of in terms of how the city can work effectively with industry to introduce changes.
That's a great question. I think, obviously a much kind of larger scope of work, but the zoning bylaw renewal was a great example of how we worked together, and the product that we ended up with has been really, really great, I believe, for both parties. So I think it's taking the level of these actions that are very, very broad and in a lot of ways don't provide us with any real sense of how it will look on the ground. Having the opportunity to go through those details, work really collaboratively with the city, and have those at committee or even council before they're implemented, just gives us those checks and balances to ensure we really understand how the implementation is going to look before it's implemented, so we can plan and be prepared for what's coming.
Great. No, I think that's excellent. I mean, in my mind, this is intended to be a high-level action plan at this point, and sort of having those details fill in as we go along, but appreciate hearing from you in terms of what the important steps are throughout that process to get to the final outcomes. And then just to Speaker Turnbull, just to pull on your expertise for a moment, we heard, this very significant challenge with extreme heat and how it's impacting residents. Do the new building codes introduce any air conditioning requirements? Is that part of any of the tiers that are coming in?
Actually, in the building code, it's absolutely mute on air conditioning systems. However, as we adopt the tiered codes, there is a requirement under the building code that a new home does not have a higher heating load than a reference house. What it's going to do, and when I was listening to my neighbor to the left here, what it's going to do is it's going to make our windows a lot different. Currently, and I would say up until about the mid-20-teens, the philosophy on sustainable building was always to get as much solar heat gain as you could. Unfortunately, that came at the expense of a lot of solar overheating. I live in one of those homes. So the new building code, when we get into the tiered systems, it activates a clause that says that you cannot have a higher heat load than what your reference house is, and the reference house has windows with very, very little solar heat gain.
Interesting. And so just so when we say a higher heat load, i.e. you can't have
cooling load,
more,
sorry.
oh, cooling load.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That makes more sense. Perfect. So you could still have more glazing than the reference house, but you would need, let's say, better insulation, for example, or air conditioning.
You would almost need blackout windows. Just because the solar heat gain coefficient for a reference house, and if we use the solar heat gain coefficient as roughly a percentage of radiant heat that'll get through, it's probably an easier way to understand it. So the reference house has windows in it that about 26% of the light energy gets through the window. Currently, if we go back historically, we've wanted stuff in the 50s and 60%. So we're reducing that through the building code by half.
Okay, and so overall, those regulations are coming in that will help address and mitigate extreme heat in new homes and new development. It would also apply to retrofits as well?
I think it would depend on the extent of the retrofit. Minor window replacements do not require a permit and therefore not are governed under the building code.
Right.
Major renovations are governed under the building code, and then you would be required to meet those requirements.
Okay, really helpful. Thank you for that information.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Hearing no further questions of our speakers, I thank all of you for joining. If you want to take your seat back in the chambers, we now will move to questions of administration. So, Councillor Knack, you have the floor.
I didn't select it, but Councillor Wright is welcome to start as the selector.
Yep, please do.
Okay, thank you. So I will just, I guess, reiterate the questions from Raquel Farreau in regards to the natural area acquisition and the reserve fund. Is that administration's plan then to work with other organizations?
Yes, Councillor. It's a significant challenge in front of us, and so both strategies that this plan references talk about using as many partners interested in doing the same thing as we are. So, absolutely, we're interested in collaborating with all kinds of folks, including our conservation friends.
Okay, I shall look to see if the question was answered. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, and yeah, understanding that this is just sort of a broad plan. I also just wanted to double check with you in regards to Heather McKenzie's request for to sort of expedite the process on the bylaw. Is that at all possible? Or what's impeding it from happening sooner?
In working with the zoning bylaw team, they needed to do some additional research. We also wanted to engage with Edmontonians and the industry, and so we needed a bit more time next year before we present to Urban Planning Committee.
Okay, and then as it stands right now, that's August, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and that would be a bylaw then coming before Urban Planning Committee, or?
We would present a draft bylaw to Urban Planning Committee, so with all of our markups and what's being proposed. Then we would proceed to public hearing after that.
Okay, and timeline on that?
Q4 2024. 2025, sorry.
So that could be September? No, October, November, December, so it would be up to next council.
Yes, that's
correct. Is there any way to expedite that?
There, potentially, Councillor, there would be, but there would be trade-offs in terms of engagement with the community, and through this process, they have indicated they would like to participate in developing what these regulations could look like, but it could be advanced, but there would be trade-offs.
Okay, trade-offs with other work underway, or?
With other work underway, which wouldn't be significant, but more in terms of community participation. We would fast track these and limit engagement. And what committee heard from speakers was desire to be involved in what these general plan looks like in terms of the details. What are the cost sensitivities with what is being proposed? But if those trade-offs are foregone, it could be fast-tracked.
Okay, one against the other. Okay, so I guess I have the chair because Councillor Chance has left, so I will now turn it over. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So just on that question about timing, I think generally speaking, the approach has been over the years where you bring it to committee first with the draft and then come to a public hearing. Maybe the question would be, if through the engagement process you're determining there is sort of more general agreement, or there's a difference of opinion, but essentially council just has to make a call, can we sort of skip the committee step, which would still allow you to do all of the engagement, but maybe just have the final check-in with council as the actual public hearing? Because I think that whole process does add up time.
That's correct, Councillor Knack. We could directly go to public hearing. And we have done that on previous text amendments.
And that's what I think might be of value. Maybe not for every item in this. I appreciate some might require a bit more engagement and might require that. And so I guess the question to you is, through your next steps, are you able to help sort of make that differentiation between ones that you think are more universally supported versus ones that you might want to have that council check-in first?
Yes, we can do that.
Perfect. I think that's the best way to sort of tackle some of these. And, I think we have some pretty important guiding documents, but I've heard that sort of desire to check in from time to time. But I'd rather not sacrifice the engagement part, but just maybe the committee check-in part as a way. So, okay. Do we have someone from legal today? Sorry, I'm not in person. I don't know who's there from legal today.
Yeah, there's a couple of us, Councillor.
Excellent. There's many legal folks today. So I did want to ask the question because I have heard that presentation a few times from the folks from Climate Justice Edmonton and the other presenters about the maximum bylaw, heat bylaw. My understanding is that from what I learned before, but I wanted to check with you, it's not that we're trying to sort of scapegoat the private province, is that my understanding is we legally don't have a mechanism to do what is being asked of us. Is that a correct understanding? Like we don't have a way to create a bylaw that would have a maximum temperature for rental accommodations, or do we? I had heard we didn't.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's Peter Clark with Legal Services here. What I can say is that the Public Health Act already has a housing regulation to that statute, where that regulation prescribes that occupied housing needs to be in a safe condition, and already prescribes minimum heating standards, and the responsible minister can set minimum heating standards throughout the course of the year. What those standards do not set at this time would be, to my knowledge, would be minimum cooling requirements.
Correct.
So the province seems to be in the best place through the Public Health Act and that regulation to adjust those standards.
So I just want to ask it more directly then. Like, because I'm not sure what a municipal bylaw could be to actually do what's being asked of us. Is there a legal setting aside the time to develop what that bylaw would be, or any cost factors or anything like that? Is there a legal way to actually advance something like that municipally, or is because of how it falls under health standards, it would only be able to be enacted by the province? Because I think it's other municipalities have more legal authority. I don't believe we do.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, it's Peter Clark again. I think to confirm whether or not we could in fact enact that bylaw, there would have to be further legal research. That's the best commentary I can give at this time.
Okay.
And I think just Jesse
No, go ahead.
in here. And I think we would want to be careful too, just about building codes and so on and so forth. So I think that's something that would need further research. But right now, at this point, what we can tell you is that this is something that is regulated through sort of provincial legislation at this point, and it does sit well with what the province is already doing in terms of heating requirements, and so it does sort of sit in the purview of the province much better than it does the municipality. Whether it's strictly illegal for us to do would require some more specifics and some more research.
Okay, because I mean, I like the concept. I don't know how it would be enforceable from a municipal perspective, and so maybe I can just follow up with you offline separately about that, and see what that would look like for the research piece. I might have some more questions, so I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the work that went into this, and appreciate the speakers sharing their perspectives today. Maybe I'll just start with, I'll go down the actions. So I'll start with the first one, just around streamlining the permitting process for climate resilient development. I think that's really exciting, and lots of opportunity there. Recognizing we're still at a fairly high level at this point. We don't have sort of the granularity or level of detail that some of our speakers were asking some questions about. Are you able to share, I guess, even just at a high level general concept of where we would hope to go with that type of approach for creating a streamlined process? Like, I'm imagining, like, you know, kind of a menu or checklist. Like, what are our options in that regard?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So in doing some research on this type of program, we've actually been working closely with Calgary, who has a green permitting program in place. Their program has a number of pathways which applicants can target to qualify for this green building priority stream. That includes higher energy code tiers, high performance standards such as a passive house or a zero carbon standard. So at the moment, our target would be a minimum of 2 tiers beyond the adopted energy tier. But again, working with Calgary to get an understanding of what's worked for them, what kind of applications they've seen coming through, and learning from their experience.
How long has Calgary's been in place?
I believe it's been in place for about 2 years now,
Okay.
so 2023 and 2024. So we do actually have their application numbers.
Okay, great. So there's sort of some good cross-pollination and learnings that we can take away from other municipalities. That's great to hear. And then on EV readiness, so I saw, I had a concern flagged for me, and I just want to be crystal clear about this, recognizing that Edmonton doesn't have any parking requirements. So this would only apply in cases where someone is pursuing parking stalls, correct? It's not like we'd be requiring this regardless?
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarity. And then I also wanted to ask about just capacity for the power grid. I know this is sometimes flagged for me in new neighborhoods in particular. And yeah, is the intention to address this through, I think, Action 7 to look at utility infrastructure in new neighborhoods to make sure that is actually supportive of the intention around EV readiness?
So, Councillor, the EPCOR is our utility provider within the city. So they set the service level provision, and it's their infrastructure, and they look to transform the grid to support Edmontonians' future needs. And they have done a lot of study on what the future needs are, and I believe announcements will be shortly forthcoming that they are increasing their service level to new areas or requirement. Currently, it's at 100 amp, and I believe that they're moving to 200 amp. Sometime next year, there'll be information from them forthcoming, and they'll communicate how that gets implemented. But yes, our utility provider has been very active in ensuring that the grid transformation occurs and our needs are met. And so their transformation or the change isn't needed for these EV requirements, but it does complement what this is, absolutely.
Okay, that's excellent to know that that work is forthcoming. For solar ready requirements, just reflecting on what we heard from one of our speakers around the 5 principles that could or should be included as part of solar ready requirements. So are those the types of principles and considerations that we'll be taking back as we work through this?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, excellent. And maybe just a follow up to that, I guess the speed or pace of getting to a solar ready requirement, is that something that we see as relatively low hanging fruit?
Are you talking about the project as a whole with Solar Ready? So we would need to work with the zoning bylaw team around what engagement can we do within that timeline. There needs to be research. And then again, do we go to Urban Planning Committee and then to public hearing?
Right. Okay. I probably won't have time for another, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may take the chair, this is excellent work. Really appreciate it. I just want to go to administration quickly, and I'm not sure who. While I hear Councillor Knack loud and clear that this is it appears AHS is the one holding the temperature controls for heating and cooling. Is there any lever we have around business bylaw that we could regulate landlords in terms of saying there should be a max temperature of X?
Councillor, so in terms of the business bylaw, there's a couple of, I guess we'll call them hurdles for that. One, we don't have business license or require business licensing for all landlords. It's only for those that have 4 units and above. So there isn't a equitable across the board approach through the business license bylaw. Also, the enforcement and compliance of any such regulation would be extremely difficult and complex and likely not meeting the requirements of the action that is wanted. It's difficult for business license compliance to enter premises and look at some of those aspects, including heat, or have those powers to require that at that one specific time and moment. So the business license bylaw isn't the solution for that.
Right. We've just experienced the coldest summer for the rest of our lives. It's only going to get hotter. Are we aware of any other jurisdiction that is doing something around max temp, globally or locally?
Not necessarily through the business license bylaw, but I'll look to the team as well, just in terms of other jurisdictions that are doing this.
We have done a bit of research on this topic in British Columbia, the province. They have implemented this through their building code. And then a lot of the other examples are from the United States, and again, either through the building code, public health acts, or housing regulations. And so I saw a lot of it happening kind of at the higher level jurisdiction, so not at the municipality level, but through provinces or states.
Interesting. Okay, so it's and are they targeting it from a max temp lens, an air quality lens? There's a number of things I think that we should be advocating for in enhanced renters' rights here.
Yes, through this action plan itself, we can explore incentives through Action 14 to see where we can support retrofits that mitigate the impacts of extreme heat. Of course, the landscaping action around planting more trees in natural areas, and the climate risk index can also help us identify communities that are more at risk. And so we know this is a hot topic because Edmonton is getting hotter and it's impacting Edmontonians. So we will find opportunities through this action plan to keep this top of mind.
So for people who are passionate about this topic around max temperature, what's the next step, or where's the next checkpoint, or how would we hear more about this?
I think the next step is to work with our legal services and just doing some more research on this and just really clarifying jurisdiction about, you know, a maximum bylaw for this. And then we can, we have a project website for this action plan. We'll be providing updates and opportunities for engagement. And so if there are those that want to engage on this topic, we encourage them to contact us through our website.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate this work, but one thing that's missing for me is is a bit of the context. So I know our carbon budget is coming out in November 2nd or 3rd, but if we, it feels to me like I'm concerned about the microplastics in my, you know, in my diet while I'm still smoking 7 packs a day, and the 7 packs a day is still auto dependency in this metaphor. And I'm worried, like, even if we max everything in this zoning bylaw, what do we anticipate would be the carbon savings here? I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, just trying to get a context of like we had that report from the that one duplex is equivalent to saving 986 mature trees a year. Like, so what's the impact of some of these carbon measures?
Very simply, I guess, we have not yet decoupled greenhouse gas emissions from growth. So until that happens, we'll continue having an increase in our GHG, unless on the other side, the existing side, we're reducing significantly.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, are you with us?
Of course I am.
Oh, thank you.
The question, just want to say thank you so much and for all the reports, and that is lots of work, and we can see and from what provided here. My first question is for those 15 action plans here, 15 actions. So in the report and then specific for the financial implication. So we already have the approved funding in the budget cycle 2023-2026 to implement those actions. So that is what I read from reports.
That's correct. When we created the plan, we wanted to make sure that we could implement these actions within the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle.
So we do have financial funding and in place to support implementation for these 15 actions.
That's correct.
So if we received this as information, which it means, and then the implication already in the place, and then there is no larger accumulated cost required and to the council, but we just receive information and the implementation will be continued. Is that my understanding correct?
That's correct.
So then do we have a larger checking points and for council to know and where the implementation will be and how we measure the progress or success or any other sense?
So some of the implementation of the actions will require us to either go back to Urban Planning Committee or to public hearing. We do have a project website that will provide updates on where these actions are, and we could possibly do a yearly memo on providing to council an update on the action items.
If that is the case, is there any situation could happen and then for the accumulated cost to be required? So I just want to heard some like your insight, because I've heard public speakers talk about the implication financially and accumulated cost increase. And do you have any insights or comments on that?
So, Councillor, that is an absolute real and significant issue that we are definitely paying attention to. Affordability for Edmontonians is critical, and we do not want to lose that. We have a project that already is underway that is not part of this climate, but it's a part of all of the city policy and changes and standard changes, and what does that do to affordability? So all of these items here will hopefully, the intention will be informed by some of that work that is currently being built. Because we do agree, we want to know the cumulative impact to Edmontonians and affordability. In that cumulative impact, we also are going to be looking at not just the initial cost of affordability, but the life cycle cost of living in that home as well.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And another point is about the concern we heard from public speakers regarding the more, because this is broad plan, and then so more details, more reviews. And do we have plan already in place and to gather this type of feedback and to really look into the implication on the development industry as well? And because this impact could be two sides, and one side on our society individuals, we already heard today from our speakers. Another side is for how our development industry implication on them and to meet some requirements for the changes. So do you have that specific plan and how to address those concerns, or to make more action plan is more acceptable and for the development industry as well?
So each action does require further scoping, and part of that scoping is looking at alternatives, research, and part of that will be looking at detailed cost estimates. And so the Environment and Climate Resilience section will be kind of overseeing and monitoring the implementation of this action plan, and part of that is keeping track of the cumulative costs to implement this plan.
Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, did you get a first round?
No.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you very much. Really appreciate the work coming forward, and I think the actions are really excellent. I'm going to go pretty rapid fire, just hopefully to limit myself to 5 minutes. With the floodplain update, just wanted to ensure that you're taking into account EPCOR's flood mitigation work. I believe they've done some modeling which changes the floodplain profile slightly.
We are aware of the mapping that they have done, and so we will look at that as part of this work.
Perfect. With Action 7, one thing that occurs to me, and this ties into item 7.2 as well, but would that potentially look at requiring treed medians for wider roads?
Yes, this will include looking at the landscaping volume and trees on medians.
Perfect. With Action 8, could you provide some more examples? I was a little unclear on what that could potentially encompass.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. So as we were working through this, in particular as we looked at items like the terms of reference update, we identified the need for stronger policy or regulation to support changes that we may be looking for in the terms of reference. So this action is really to identify, as we're working through this action plan, are there additional policy or regulatory tools that can support the successful implementation of these actions?
Okay, so they would be sort of supportive and iterative throughout the process. We may not know all of them now, but we would discover them as we go along. Okay, great. Just turning to some of the questions that came up from speakers. So Ms. Ballone, having been very closely involved in the zoning bylaw renewal process, it sounds you've heard that was a positive experience. Is that something that you would look to replicate in terms of that industry engagement?
That's correct.
Perfect. This is one, but I'm thinking about this discussion around maximum heat. I know some jurisdictions have introduced requirements for dual aspect units, so that every unit in multifamily in any building does have some cross ventilation. I think that's obviously a bigger body of work and implications. But is that something that can maybe be considered as these conversations move forward?
We would need to look at that further and just see if there's any overlap with the Safety
Building
Codes
code.
Act and the Building Code yet.
Okay, right, because we wouldn't be able to regulate it if it had, if it was covered in those, but if those building code is silent on it, it is something potentially that could be explored.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Perfect. Wanted to ask the question around solar readiness, including some of the roof alignment suggestions that came from Solar Alberta. Would that be incorporated into that action?
That's correct. We need to look into that.
Excellent. This question around acquiring natural areas earlier in the development process is an interesting one. Do we have mechanisms for that? I'm trying to think too, maybe in the future growth area as well, if that's something that can be contemplated, or are there just complexities in terms of MR designation?
That's actually part of this action item, is really pursuing those opportunities to see if we have any tools to identify, prioritize, and acquire, perhaps with funding, high-functioning natural areas in advance of the neighborhood level planning. So that is part of this action item.
Okay, excellent. Thanks for that clarity. And then just briefly, the wording of resilient landscaping versus nature-based, is that an operative difference? Would there still be a focus on looking at that nature-based approach, or is there something that's intended to be a bit different with resilient?
Yeah, it was discussed around nature-based solutions, which I think is a much more holistic look at conserving, protecting, acquiring natural areas that have benefits to the environment, but also to people. And so with our action item around landscaping, it was really particular to landscaping on private property, but it could include low impacted development, green roofs. And so, landscaping was one of the top items we heard through zoning bylaw renewal. And we knew we needed to focus that on now, but perhaps natural or nature-based solutions could be looked at as part of action plan number 2.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So just wanted to close the loop. There's a question from one of the speakers around just how does adaptive reuse fit into this conversation when it comes to retaining existing buildings. Just thoughts on that, or if there is sort of a natural fit within the actions?
Absolutely. So that is something that we looked into. It didn't end up being a individual action per se, but I think that it fits really nicely into our education piece. So really starting to share more information and encourage folks to think about that adaptive reuse when looking at demolition or retrofits.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then in the environment and climate review section, there was mention of opportunities for future work and contemplation of establishing a plan and time frame for the next budget cycle, just to ensure that this work can continue on. I guess I know we're a little far out from that conversation, but is the intention to eventually come forward with additional budget asks so that the work can continue? Is that what I'm reading into there?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, and it also mentioned that a number of items were not addressed in this action plan that could be addressed in future. Are there major sort of standout items or actions that we weren't able to incorporate that we would have liked to, that could be for future work?
Yes, we had a large list, and so getting to 15 took a lot of engagement and prioritization based on a number of factors. The items that didn't make it either didn't score highly in our evaluation matrix, or there were municipal limitations in terms of what our jurisdiction allows for. Other limitations include the time frame. So we're trying to work within this budget cycle, and we wanted to ensure that the actions that we selected to really lay the foundation for future work could be achieved in this budget cycle.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense. But I appreciate you sort of flagging that longer term conversation that we'll eventually have to have. And then for the options for resilient landscaping practices on private property, thinking about like native species, drought-resistant species, naturalization. Where would that be housed? Would that be something we'd intend to incorporate as part of amendments to the zoning bylaw, or are there other?
So the plan is, in collaboration with the two branches, we would hire 1 or 2 people to help lead this work, housed under Environment and Climate Resilience team. But the intent is to be very holistic in this, from zoning bylaw to education to incentives, to see how we can improve compliance as well.
Okay, excellent. Okay, just a second here. Yeah, and then maybe just a larger question. We know that transportation and buildings, of course, are two of the biggest contributors to emissions. And kind of going back to one of Councillor Janz's earlier comments, when I think about buildings, we can think about buildings from sort of a macro land use perspective and how we're arranging buildings on that scale. But then also, I think today we're really talking about sort of individual buildings and how do we ensure that those individual buildings are as efficient and climate resilient as they can be? How do we make sure that those two buckets, if you will, are talking to one another? Because I'm thinking about larger conversations like substantial completion, or just city plan in general. How do we make sure that work is connected?
So I think would suggest that the action about our terms of reference, the new neighborhood design, action number 9, provides a key critical link from the macro down to the building sites. And so we think of city plan, and then we think of the next level of neighborhood planning and this terms of reference that this action is really looking at. That can definitely influence how a neighborhood, folks move around in a neighborhood with low carbon trips, how the buildings can be sited, and how natural areas can be protected, and nature-based solutions within some of our drainage systems. So there's a lot of opportunity to make that connection through that action. And we have a number of folks across the department and across the organization that are committed and coordinated on this work to make sure that we're all moving in a fashion that is complementary, and we all have the end goal, the same end goal.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that answer.
Thank you, and if I could just take the chair as sort of a roundup here. So, I hear Councillor Nat's point about going straight to public hearing on some of the bylaw items. I'm very interested in seeing the solar item expedited. What is the soonest we could do that?
I'm not sure yet. We'd have to scope out the work. We could try to get something to public hearing by the summer break of next year.
Yeah, I think some of this stuff is fairly plug and play, and I'd like to see that move quickly. I just was hoping to get clarity on action 11 about the tree stands, and the question guest Furrow asked about is this preventative acquisitions or is it retroactive acquisitions, and how we're dealing with that piece.
So the goal with that action is really to explore all of our opportunities. We don't want to miss out on proactive capturing an acquisition of those areas, but also looking at how can we better preserve those areas at the neighborhood planning stage as well.
Okay, so both end. Yep, excellent. And the question about action 4 about landscaping on private property, and then the question of public property. Am I to infer that's because this is specifically about a zoning bylaw for private property? And how does there was a couple guests who suggested the addition of public into that, and I'm just wondering what the conversation there. Is that handled somewhere else, or
Yes, so under Action 7, incorporate climate resilient standards into the city's design and construction standards. So there is a landscaping volume within that on public land that we will be we'll be incorporating those climate resilience standards into. So it's covered under Action 7.
So my lot, Action 4, the green space in my neighborhood, Action
Yeah, that's correct.
7, 11, etc. Okay. Going back to incentives, Councillor Salvador asked about EPCOR electricity, but we're talking about the LID and the new water bylaw, or the new PBR and everything else. Do we anticipate that we're going to, like, is the incentive going to be more financial because if I understand the PBR, there's going to be a not generous, but a fair monetary incentive to do LID on your own property, do rain barrels, do all these other pieces, contemplate absorption. Are we catching up with where the financial incentive is going to be, or are we exceeding that, or what? Like
I believe EPCOR has some financial incentives for some of those programs, but we will be looking at through Action 14 to see if we can leverage future incentives for climate resilient development.
Okay, so it's this conversation's ongoing on both parts.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, I'm ready to speak to it. Oh, okay. Councillor Salvador, one more question.
Sorry, very quickly. I just forgot to ask for Action 9. One of the bullet points, so when we're talking about the approach for incorporating climate resilience in the terms of reference for new neighborhoods, the second bullet talks about not only making changes to the terms of reference for new neighborhood plans, but also substantial amendments to existing plans in effect, which I found really, really interesting. And I guess I wanted to ask, process-wise, I would assume there's some urgency to those types of changes as they're already in effect. How and when will we hear about those amendments? What is the process for making those types of amendments for existing plans?
We still need to further scope out this action plan, so we could return with some information to council on that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be, like I said, and maybe, am I right in my assumption that there would be some urgency there if the plans are already in effect? We want to make sure that we're making those changes as soon as possible so that we don't get too far down the line.
I think there's two approaches here. When we have amendments come in, when there's amendments to plans, we would need to determine if they're substantial enough to incorporate climate resilience policies within that plan. It would be a different project to look at the current plans, statutory plans we have, and see what amendments would need to be done. I think we would need to scope that out further.
Yeah, that's the intention, is that if there is a substantial amendment being proposed to an already approved plan, there's always a decision point of what new policy that has been brought forward since that plan received its original approval should be incorporated. And so if it's substantial enough, often then the new policy, and if there's ability, gets migrated into that new plan. So that's the decision point, but we definitely are sensitive to new communities and neighborhoods take sometimes a decade to build out or longer. And decisions made in phase one put a bit of a legacy and a very strong guide rail of what you can do in future phases. And so there's a recognition of new policy has implications and just being sensitive to what those implications could mean.
Okay, great. I'll likely take some of those offline and ask some more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, councillors wishing to speak to the report. So I suppose I should move the recommendation. Clerk, can I confirm is it receipt of information?
Receive for information and to keep attachment 3 private pursuant to section 27.
I will move receipt of information and that we keep attachment 3 private pursuant to section 27. Okay. Councillor Knack, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jan. So not a lot to say about this. I wanted to first say thanks for all the work that went into this. I think it is an important body of work. We had a lot of questions today that I think are going to get answered throughout the process as we've discussed today. And so I think it is just worth reinforcing that point because I hear some of the speakers about what that uncertainty does. And at the same time, this report was never going to answer those questions. That was never the purpose of why we were here today. The idea very much was, here's the action plan. With each of these actions, we have more work to do. We have engagement to do. For those ones that are more consensus based and generally have strong support across the board, we've heard they can bring those right to the public hearing, which I think is the right approach. For those where there might be some tension or conflicting views, that's where a report coming back to committee would make the most sense and give councillor or the committee at the time a chance to dig into those. So what I think in my case, I mean, even with all of the speakers that we heard today, I heard some nuance potential changes. And again, instead of amending each specific action, I've heard loud and clear that there's an opportunity to go work on those things as part of the next step. So I also didn't necessarily see the need to go in and make any changes to those actions, noting that we'll have that point. And I think that's it. I just, I do want to, a couple of us were already tagged by one of the industry groups in a post where they've talked about, hey, there's this potential around costs, and I really appreciate, I think it was Mr. Schneider who talked about, when we analyze those costs, we have to analyze it in a comprehensive way. It has to be done with both the impact to the cost of a home. We have to do the life cycle analysis, as we've heard. And then also we have to analyze the cost of inaction on climate change too, right? I mean, this is something we talk about over and over again. Forgive me for repeating this example, but I always like to stress it as a perfect example for this, which is that it's 2019 now when council approved a $1.6-ish billion flood mitigation program. Not the most fun expenditure to ever approve, because in part it's one, from a quote unquote politician's perspective, you're not really going to get any ribbon cuttings of a new stormwater pond. That's not very exciting. And really nobody's going to give you credit because things didn't flood. But that's not the point of this. But I do think we need to remember that due to inaction, we incurred a $1.6 billion cost to address very real issues that were impacting our city. And so not actioning this sets future people in our seat up for a similar conversation if there isn't ongoing work. So when we're analyzing those costs, we have to analyze all of those costs, because if we actually took that 1.6 billion and then spread it out over the cost of everyone who pays property taxes and utility fees, what is the cost that we have all incurred due to the lack of action? So that's I'm excited to know that's the type of work that has to happen, because I think sometimes we can get caught up on just the immediate cost right before you, instead of factoring in the life cycle piece, which I've heard is going to happen. So thanks for the work. I heard some questions around the tree bylaw piece. We'll obviously chat about that in the next item, so that's why I didn't ask about it now. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Very, very briefly, just wanted to take a moment to extend my thanks to the team for this great work. It's exciting to see this coming together. And I also want to take a moment to thank all of our speakers this morning. Different perspectives, different focuses potentially, but I think what I heard was a strong consensus around the critical nature of this work and the importance of ensuring that it happens. This is a time where we need to be accelerating these efforts. I mean, it's past the time we need to be accelerating these efforts, but I think today really spoke to the willingness of all parties to come together, share their expertise, share their insights, and come up with solutions. So very much looking forward to the work ahead and to future checkpoints. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'll just very briefly to this as well to express my gratitude and thanks to administration and all the community members, industry members who came out to speak today and who've been part of this ongoing conversation. Recognize this work is still at a very high level and that more details are going to be coming forward as it advances. But overall, I'm very, very excited by the actions that are included in the plan. I think that it is clearly in line with the energy transition strategy, city plan, our adaptation strategy, and overall is a really good example of being able to explore and leverage municipal tools that are within our control to take action on climate change. Particularly, there are many actions I'm excited about, but 7 and 9 really stand out to me, and I think those have the power to be really transformative policy levers. We know that land use, transportation, and buildings, as I mentioned before, are massive contributors to emissions and to climate change. And when we look at the tools we do have, planning and development is a foundational tool that we need to be looking at to reduce our overall carbon footprint. As we heard very early on from administration, and as we all know, we're not on track to meet our climate goals and to reach our targets. And it's only through these types of actions that we can start to turn that dial. As Councillor Stevenson mentioned, it's not just a matter of continuing this work in a steady fashion. It's about accelerating this work as well. So once again, I deeply appreciate the work that's gone into this. Looking forward to future conversations, and thank you to administration. I know this work it's challenging and it's hard, but I appreciate your ability to sort of see discrete and tangible actions that we can take today that are obviously going to overall move us in a better direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can speak to it quickly, again, I want to echo my gratitude to the administration and community members who helped pull this together. And thank you to all of those who spoke during the public hearing process about the zoning bylaw and for, applying political pressure on this topic. We know that Edmontonians, by and large, are passionate about the climate, they're passionate about clean air and water. We know that we need to curb urban sprawl. We know that we need to build in and out. In and up, rather, not just out. We know that the effects of climate change, including rapidly rising temperatures, severe wildfires, declining air quality, flooding, are many and very frightening. From both an environmental and a financial standpoint, it is prudent to legalize more urban density, especially multifamily apartment buildings, in dense urban areas instead of just single-family homes or suburban townhouse complexes. By supporting homes that increase urban density, we can improve our local communities, reduce or eliminate commutes by vehicle, and create friendlier lifestyle options that are proven to be better for our natural environment. Simply put, more density means fewer cars on the road. Currently, most Canadians live in large suburbs, which necessitates owning and driving personal vehicles. For most people, getting to work, school, the doctor, the grocery store, all require driving. Every drive to the store, no matter how short, creates more carbon emissions in our atmosphere. Compare this to pedestrian-friendly mid-sized mid-city neighborhoods, where amenities are within walking distance, climate-friendly transit options are easily accessible, people have choices. Those who live in those kinds of areas rely less on vehicle travel. They can have more active lifestyles, they can have more choices, and they have a much, much smaller carbon footprint. Research from Natural Resources Canada found that kilometers traveled by vehicle are approximately 3 times higher for suburban neighborhoods or suburban households compared to households close to the city center. More research has cited that suburban households have as much as 4 times higher environmental impact than those homes in urban dense areas. So I'm thankful through the zoning bylaw we are heading in the right direction. We are building a denser city overall. Large swaths of farmland and wetlands can hopefully be protected in the future, which don't just don't just play a role in reducing carbon, but also protect ecosystems. So we're moving in the right direction. We're building up. We're providing more housing choices. We're providing more transportation choices. But there's still much more to do. And I think that in the kinds of neighborhoods that we're building, these steps that are outlined today in the action plan are going to play a really important role in making sure that we're not just building density, but good density, and making sure that local neighborhoods can be just as livable and welcoming, and playing a role in terms of our carbon budget and our climate goals, as other measures that we're taking in terms of transportation choices. So it's important to just keep this in context that urban density may reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 48%. That's almost half because of travel, and 35%, a third, because of residential energy. So we're moving in the right direction, and I think it's important not to be distracted by small red herrings, that many of these steps are incredibly inexpensive, and that I think it's a false dichotomy to pit housing affordability versus climate action. We know that in the last decade in suburban neighborhoods, there were over $11 billion in home sales. That's an enormous amount of money, and even at a conservative 10% profit, that's over $1 billion in profit over the last decade. So the idea that by just requiring solar readiness or an extra tree or something else in landscaping is somehow going to make houses unaffordable is completely out of whack, especially when you look at interest rates and many of the other drivers playing towards housing affordability. So it's important to protect residents, not just current residents, but also future residents, so they don't have to go in and do the retrofits themselves later at a much, much higher cost. So there's a reason we require cars to have turn signals and airbags and everything else before they leave the factory. Same thing, we should be expecting the best in the homes in the neighborhoods that we are building in Edmonton. So I will vote in favor of the motion with great excitement. Thank you. So I'll call the question.
Do I get to close?
Pardon me, do you? Yes, of course, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, just very briefly. And as my colleagues have said, thank you for all of your work in bringing this all together, and working and active engagement with the stakeholders, I think. And I do appreciate the fact that we can expedite some of these items that are that low-hanging fruit. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Wright. We'll call the question.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I'm going to suggest we recess for lunch now and reconvene at 1:30 on item 7.2. Thank you. Everyone, are we live on the web? Awesome. So I'll call the meeting back to order with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Mayor Sohi's absent. So great. We are going to be reconvening with item, and welcome to any other councillors not in the meeting. I can't see you on the screen right now. But we're going to be reconvening with item 7.2, and I believe administration has a presentation to begin.
Thank you. Would you like us to
please
jump right into it?
Yep, please.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Travis Pollock, the Branch Manager of Development Services, and with me today is Mark Beer, Director of Infrastructure Operations in the Parks and Road Services branch, Trevor Illingworth from the Zoning Bylaw team, and Darby Kinney, the project lead for this report. We also have a cross-departmental team joining us in person and virtually to answer any questions you may have. This alluding to the fact that this is a multi-department effort to bring this work forward. We are here to provide an overview of the work that we have done to date to meet our targets for growing Edmonton's tree canopy. In addition, we will highlight opportunities for future work on private property that can further advance these goals and ensure continued progress in growing our urban forest. Next slide, please. Edmonton's urban forest provides many environmental, ecological, economic, and social benefits, such as improving air quality, enhancing biodiversity, and reducing urban heat. These outcomes contribute directly to the long-term livability of the city and make Edmonton a healthier and more resilient place to live. While a robust urban forest is crucial to all these outcomes, it is essential to balance the efforts to grow and retain Edmonton's urban forest with development and density objectives, as both are necessary to achieving broader climate resiliency goals. Next slide, please. This report addresses two motions that were made in response to past reports. Motion 1 was made in response to the May 16, 2023 Urban Planning Committee report, which explored options for tree protection on private property. This motion requested that administration provide a roadmap of all the work underway to expand, maintain, and retain trees on public and private property. Motion 2 came out of the October 2023 zoning bylaw renewal public hearing, and it directs administration to explore opportunities to retain trees on private property, including but not limited to enhancing tree retention incentives in the zoning bylaw. This report and presentation weaves the two together, providing an overview of current work that the city is doing to meet our canopy targets and outlining opportunities for future work that could be explored further with respect to trees on private property. This work does not contemplate a private tree bylaw, as that has already been explored, did not move forward, and administration's best advice continues to be that with our limited resources, greater results can be achieved through meeting required private tree planting, education and incentive programs, and advancing public tree planting and maintenance. Next slide.
Okay. The strategic direction and targets for Edmonton's urban forest are set by two key documents. The city plan includes a target to plant 2 million new urban trees by the time Edmonton's population reaches 2 million people. The urban forest management plan sets a target of 20% urban forest canopy cover by 2071. Planting 2 million net new urban trees is a city project already underway and supported by federal funding. The project started in 2021 with a baseline of 0 new trees planted, and the target of 2 million new trees planted is expected to be reached in 2030 under these project parameters. As of 2019, our canopy coverage was at approximately 13%. A subsequent review using LiDAR technology and aerial imaging is scheduled for 2025. Achieving the targets outlined in the city plan and the urban forest asset management plan will require adding trees and naturalization throughout Edmonton's parks, public realm, and on private property. Modeling suggests that to reach 20% urban forest canopy cover by 2071, 2 million net new urban trees would need to be planted by 2030. Administration is on track to meet this target within the current project parameters. Next slide. A wide range of programs, projects, and initiatives are already underway to meet Edmonton's canopy targets. These efforts span a variety of focus areas and represent an integrated effort to grow Edmonton's urban forest. Administration is focused on the direct management and care of our urban forest through city-led planting initiatives. This includes the Greener as We Grow initiative, which will enable the planting of over 2 million trees and shrubs by 2030. Several education and stewardship programs exist and empower residents, community groups, and businesses to contribute to the growth of Edmonton's forest canopy, including on private property. Programs such as Root for Trees, Grow Together program, and the Tree Donation program are instrumental in involving the community and planting and caring for trees and making urban forestry a shared responsibility. In addition, we have an existing landscape securities program which ensures that the minimum landscaping requirements outlined in the zoning bylaw are met. This program applies to all non-residential development, multi-unit housing, and cluster housing. There is ongoing work to achieve better landscaping outcomes through this process. This work is outlined in UPE 2420, Landscape Security Process Change. Opportunities to expand the urban forest are also being explored through key bodies of work such as the Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan. This work will include a review of landscaping requirements on private property, including tree requirements. A review of the city's design and construction standards is also underway in collaboration with the development industry and utility providers. This work is exploring strategies to expand Edmonton's urban canopy as new neighborhoods are developed. Attachment 1 of this report provides a deeper dive into all the current programs, projects, and initiatives.
Next slide, please. Administration has identified opportunities for future work to continue the advancement of the city's tree canopy goals on private property. These opportunities were informed by preliminary engagement with internal and external stakeholders, as well as exploratory research conducted in partnership with the University of Alberta, which included a jurisdictional scan of other Canadian municipalities. A key focus of this work was a preliminary identification of opportunities with the highest potential to achieve our canopy goals. While additional analysis would be required to fully understand the benefits, risks, and costs of opportunities for future work, Attachment 2 outlines options for future programs, projects, and initiatives on private land which the Urban Planning Committee may choose to direct administration to explore further. Based on a preliminary analysis, 2 options have been identified as having the greatest potential impact to achieve the city's tree canopy goals, including improving landscaping compliance rates for small-scale residential development, enhanced education and stewardship programs, and additional educational resources. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw currently contains incentives to preserve mature trees, which were enhanced through zoning bylaw renewal. As directed, administration explored additional zoning bylaw incentives. While incentives can generally promote the retention of mature trees during development, the analysis and feedback received suggest that the potential effectiveness of available options to expand this incentive may be limited. To meet our urban forestry and sustainability goals, it's essential to ensure that the new trees already mandated by the zoning bylaw are consistently planted. This requires improving compliance with landscaping requirements, particularly for small-scale residential developments where compliance mechanisms are currently lacking. A new program would support greater compliance with zoning bylaw landscaping requirements, contributing to the growth and maintenance of the urban forest. Expansion of the program would require operational programming and funding to address the need for inspections, compliance, and landscape security administration, and development of the program would require stakeholder engagement. That said, such a program would be expected to yield substantial benefits. Next slide, please. Administration already provides a range of education and stewardship programs that encourage Edmontonians to participate in the growth and preservation of the urban forest. There's a strong demand for many of the city's education and stewardship initiatives that support tree planting on public property. Insight survey results reveal that 44% of respondents are interested in receiving more information from the city on how to plant and maintain trees. Opportunities could include expanding the reach and content of existing programs and developing new education, stewardship, incentives, and grant programs to support planting in partnership with nonprofits, industry, universities, and other research. Preliminary research suggests that education and outreach are key to increasing tree retention and planting, promoting better maintenance practices, and supporting the overall health and growth of the urban forest. Next slide, please. As discussed, Edmonton's urban forest provides benefits, and these outcomes contribute directly to the long-term livability of the city and make Edmonton a healthier and more resilient place to live. A wide range of programs, projects, and initiatives on both private and public land are currently underway, which are leading us to Edmonton's tree canopy targets and towards a city that is greener as we grow. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will go to speakers from the public. I'll just look to the clerk. I believe we have an additional speaker to add. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. We have one additional speaker to approve, and will.
Could I look to you for the name for that?
Yeah, absolutely. We will just get it up on the screen for you.
So that'll require a vote of the committee. So I'll move that we allow a Jay Carre.
Jane Kerr, I believe.
Jane Kerr to speak as well. Is there any questions on that? Debate on that? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Excellent. That is carried unanimously. We'll add guest Jane to the bottom of the list then, if possible. So I'll call out everyone's name, and if possible, if you could say if you are here, if you're remote, just to say hello. And if you're in person, I'll ask you to come down to the front where the clerk will help you find seating. So first guest, Dr. Sandeep Agrawal.
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent, thank you. Greg King. Christine Kowalchuk.
Hello?
Sorry. One more time, Greg. Is there a Greg King here in person? Oh, thought I heard something. Sorry, no. Good afternoon, Christine.
Yeah. Yep. Hi, and I see Greg King is online as well.
Oh, hi. Sorry about that. Okay, great. Elise Shillington. Elise is here. Please come on down. Josh Kirsch. Josh, welcome. Krista DeJager.
Hello.
Melissa Penny.
Hello.
Excellent. Raquel Fro. Welcome. Warren Ollis. Warren, welcome. Eric Gormley. Eric, come on down. Jan Hardstaff. Yep, welcome. Elaine Solis. Yep. Come on down. And then guest Jane. Come on down as well. Excellent. Okay, so as we're getting everyone seated, I'll just, again, I have to read out the fine print. So, welcome everyone. For each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to the muster point. That being said, I invite Dr. Agrawal to, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Sandeep Agrawal. I'm a professor in the School of Urban and Regional Planning and serve as Associate Dean of Graduate Studies at the University of Alberta. I'm here to express my support in principle for the city administration's report regarding trees. I won't reiterate the contents of the report, but I want to highlight that trees play a significant role in improving air quality, boosting biodiversity, lowering urban heat effect. So I will advocate for the City Council and the committee to reconsider adopting a private tree bylaw similar to the one for public trees, as well as engage in promoting and educating Edmontonians about the significance of trees. I'll present 3 points. These are based on my team's research and experience. First, in Edmonton, approximately 60% of the trees, which is clearly over half, are located on private properties based on our calculations. And these trees often go unmonitored and can be at risk of removal or neglect. We estimate the canopy cover in Edmonton is around 13%, and there are districts and neighborhoods where we have very, very few trees. So certainly there's much more work to be done, and the city has an ambitious plan to increase tree planting and coverage. Secondly, my team at the University of Alberta modeled the impact of trees in both residential and industrial areas in Edmonton. We discovered that tree canopy cover resulted in a notable drop in temperature and a reduction of the urban heat island effect. Increasing vegetation cover by up to 20% could reduce neighborhood urban heat island intensity by about 30%. Also, increasing vegetation cover in neighborhood areas by up to 30% could reduce the urban heat island intensity by nearly 40%. So I can see, as you can see, as the tree coverage goes up, we expect further cooling of the surface temperature. My third point is based on some of the examples from Toronto. And prior to my time here at the University of Alberta, I was a professor in Toronto and participated in development permit appeals process for about 7 years. So just few facts. In Toronto, 55 to 60% of the land is privately owned, and 60% of the trees are on private properties. These figures are very similar to Edmonton. Toronto's tree canopy cover currently is about 28.4% and is consistently increasing over the years. Given that a large portion of trees are on private land, Toronto has prioritized engaging private property owners. The City of Toronto has launched grants and incentive programs to promote tree planting and care on private lands, aiming to plant more than 120,000 trees in the coming years. In Toronto, every development permit, regardless of the size, requires a tree permit to ensure trees are protected during construction. Many neighboring municipalities like Vaughan, Mississauga, Markham, Richmond Hill, Brampton follow similar policies. So again, I would urge Council to see if there are any useful elements from these practices from the Toronto area. Currently, our team at the UFA is analyzing tree canopy cover in Edmonton using satellite imagery, LiDAR data to estimate ecosystem services benefits through a number of tools. And this is again to identify the areas that need more planting of trees to support city's goal to plant 2 million trees by 2035. Just the last thing I would say, City Council has shown commitment to prioritizing climate and environmental issues. So I encourage the Council to maintain its leadership by promoting tree planting through incentives for private property owners to preserve and plant trees, as well as by regulating tree conservation on private properties through a new bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Greg King.
Hello. Is that working?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Dr. Greg King. I'm a professor of environmental science at the University of Alberta. I'm located at the Augustana campus in Camrose. And I'm working with Dr. Bob Summers and research assistant Ajem Erol. And we've been working with the City of Edmonton, engaged through the Open Spaces group, to reflect and look at strategies that can be used to encourage private tree canopy. Can I get a next slide, please? So this research project involved three major components. The first was background research. This is academic literature review, but also gray literature review, looking at municipalities' plans, reports, and websites, but also extending to reports from non-governmental organizations and other organizations that are involved in most cities across Canada to plant trees and to engage on planting on private property. We then looked at an evaluation of those approaches and strategies to look at impacts versus efforts associated with those. Finally, I took all this information and I'm in the process of conducting semi-structured interviews with multiple Canadian municipalities. We've conducted about 15 of these across the country, and these cover a range of municipalities, including ones that have a private tree bylaw and ones that do not, and talking to them about how they engage with people and what efforts they're using to grow their private urban forest. Oops. Next slide, please. This is the general framework that we used when we looked at possible approaches. We looked at planting requirements and opportunities, financial incentives, education and outreach, and tree protection. These can be broadly defined as both stick and carrot ways to grow our private urban forest, and there's a range of different approaches that are used. Next category, please, or next slide, please. So, looking at the largest impacts for effort, I am going to present 4 different areas here. I don't think this should come across as one or the other, but rather an all and different ways to get the most impact for an amount of effort. The first biggest one that was already mentioned several times is education. The City of Edmonton needs to be continuously communicating the benefits of private trees while acknowledging and pushing beyond aesthetic preferences. Across the academic literature, this is the #1 thing that drives private tree decisions, removals, maintenance, care, is aesthetics. We should not say that that's bad, but we should acknowledge that and say aesthetics and. We also need to move beyond risk. Many homeowners are evaluating and making decisions on trees based on risk. That needs to be incorporated. In terms of education, there should be a key focus placed on tree care. Many people like to plant trees, but don't think about the long-term needs of ensuring that those trees will reach maturity when all of these benefits will accrue. The City of Edmonton does a great job of planting on public lands. We need to harness that energy from planting on public lands and more clearly link it to private opportunities. Across the country, many cities are doing the same thing and having tree celebration days and tree planting events. And the assumption is that is carrying forward to private lands. But in reality, very few people are evaluating whether this is actually happening. I think there are opportunities for workshops and hands-on learning and making sure we're targeting different audiences. Next slide, please. Next is participation engagement. Across the country, a well-structured tree giveaway or sale can successfully increase trees on private lands. I believe City of Edmonton, through Root for Trees, is well established to expand to a private tree sale. Importantly is to track and ensure that we find if those trees are actually being put in the ground and are surviving. The City of Edmonton could also develop grants that are focused on supporting community-level planting and engagement. Next slide, please. Enforcement and regulations are obviously part of this. I think you'll hear later this afternoon on landscaping requirements and compliance and thinking about trade-offs for development that increase mature tree retention. These are all very important. However, a focus needs to be on protecting both space for these trees to grow and for protecting soil volumes for these trees to grow. With the current approach to residential development, oftentimes these are afterthoughts, and that creates a limitation on our trees. Next slide, please. Finally, we need ongoing and up-to-date monitoring. You heard that 2025, we're going to fly LiDAR in City of Edmonton. That's great, but we need to make sure that's ongoing and consistent. I would encourage us to shift away from stems to canopy. So thinking not about number of trees, but how much canopy is provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Christine Kowalchuk. Christine?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition urges you to return today's tree protection report to administration for 3 changes. Next slide, please. 1, for a more appropriate canopy goal to be proposed. 2, for private bylaw information to be added, considering that today's report is responding to 2 motions, including that administration explore opportunities on private land to continue the advancement of achieving the city's tree canopy goals, including and not limited to enhanced tree retention incentivization. The lack of exploration of a private tree bylaw in the report is a serious omission. And 3, for Indigenous engagement to occur. Trees are extremely valuable to our city. Next slide, please. As the Urban Forest Management Plan states, Edmonton's trees represent an irreplaceable asset. And unlike other municipal infrastructure, trees increase in value over time. The urban forest makes a quantifiable contribution to the long-term livability of our city. Next slide, please. Trees offer all kinds of benefits to our city. I won't go through this list again because we've heard it a number of times, but it's important for us to recognize the good and that trees do for us, the value they provide to our cities, and that mature trees do exponentially more work in all these areas than small trees. Yet mature trees on private land, over half of our city's trees, according to Professor Agarwal, currently have no protection and they are rapidly coming down. This needs to change. Next slide, please. It's because of the great value of trees that cities everywhere are aiming to increase their canopy cover. This, as today's report rightly notes, is the important measure, not simply number of trees planted. Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and Victoria all currently have at least 25% canopy and are aiming for 40% by 2050. In contrast, Edmonton's current canopy is only 13%, and our goal of 20% by 2071 is woefully inadequate. Furthermore, we are losing, not gaining canopy. Our current 13% is down slightly from previous data collection. And as the next LiDAR data will not be complete until next year, there's a good chance that we have less than 13% canopy today. The lack of a private tree bylaw means our urban forest is in jeopardy. Next slide, please. We need to firstly increase our urban canopy goal so that it is appropriate. The current goal shortchanges and even endangers generations of Edmontonians to come. Researchers have found that urban canopies provide most benefit once they are at least 40%. So first and foremost, let's make this our goal and let's improve the time frame, just as so many other cities across Canada have done. Next slide, please. Then please ask administration to determine how we can reach this appropriate goal. Many of the tools listed in today's report are necessary. Things like planting new trees, developing better climate resilient landscaping regulations, and increasing retention of natural areas and tree stands. Yes to these tools. However, they are needed in addition to protecting existing trees through a private tree bylaw. As the report notes, to achieve even the 20% target will require creation of an additional 2,900 hectares of new canopy on private land. We will never achieve this metric through new planting and incentives alone. Next slide, please. All those cities with strong canopy goals, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, Victoria, have private tree bylaws, as do dozens of other cities across the country, and we need one here too. Cities with private tree bylaws are happy with them. A 2020 University of Waterloo study noted that all municipalities with private tree bylaws stated that they were the most effective tool for protecting trees on private property. While today's report simply states that Council did not vote for a private tree bylaw in 2023, recall how close we came to achieving that bylaw then. The vote was a tie, with the mayor absent. With the mayor voting this time, hopefully we would finally achieve this bylaw to protect our city's trees. Next slide, please. As the mayor stated as part of his campaign platform, I believe preserving, restoring, and enhancing our natural environment is essential to build the Edmonton we want. The natural environments in our city are not just beautiful, they are essential to our health, well-being, and competitive advantage, and we must take action to prevent them. Next slide, please. Edmontonians want such a bylaw. Urban Forestry's April 2020 report states that between 52 and 70% of respondents agreed that they support a bylaw to protect trees on private property. Results would likely show even greater numbers of people in favor if there had been Indigenous engagement on this issue, which did not happen. The city's Indigenous framework states that its first commitment is to respect UNDRIP, which emphasizes the need for free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples on issues that impact them. A loss of trees in Amiskwaciy-Waskahegan impacts Indigenous people. And how do we know that incorporating traditional ecological knowledge would not find a need to protect the trees in the first place? Next slide, please. Missed that one. And next slide, please. Private tree bylaws do not conflict with density. The cities in Canada with private tree bylaws are all dense and densifying cities. Trees benefit developers too. Edmonton needs a better canopy goal, a private tree bylaw, and Indigenous engagement on this issue now. Thank you.
Christine. Excellent. Guess Shillington. Elise?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Reflection in the glass. I didn't see you. Thank you. You have the floor.
Hello again, members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Elise Shillington, and I'm here as chair of Build Edmonton Metro's New Communities and Growth Committee. I'm also Development Manager for Kentiro, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the report regarding trees on public and private property. Our members highly value Edmonton's urban forest, and we are strong supporters of seeing healthy trees integrated into the communities we help shape. Trees enhance neighborhoods, foster community pride, and contribute greatly to livability, a vision we share wholeheartedly with the city. The initiatives in today's report include several promising options for growing Edmonton's canopy, from programs like Root for Trees and partnerships to introduce drought-resistant species represent initiatives we are excited to support. As developers, we'd like to see increased flexibility in setback variances, particularly for infill projects. This would allow site planning to prioritize mature trees, aligning with our goal to retain existing trees wherever possible and minimize tree waste from site preparation. Additionally, expanding the current zoning bylaw waiver for trees to include a waiver for shrubs on small lots where a tree is protected could help retain mature plantings that provide greenery without requiring unnecessary removal. We are committed to tree growth, but we do have concerns about tree waste resulting from the rigorous inspection standards currently in place. Unfortunately, too many trees are removed each year due to minor defects, which can be a disheartening outcome when many of these trees could otherwise contribute positively to the urban forest. My colleague Warren Allis, who will speak later, will speak to more of these issues specifically. But we feel it's a huge missed opportunity to see so many trees removed and turned into mulch instead of allowing them to thrive. Working with administration on some solutions has begun, and we hope there will be a change to this practice. Our members are committed to Edmonton's green objectives, but we believe adding new zoning bylaw requirements may not be the only path to canopy expansion. Instead, we would support measures like increased investment in natural areas or enhanced capital investments that naturalize existing green spaces in established neighborhoods. We know that it's challenging right now to think about setting aside additional capital dollars, but these investments provide benefits to all Edmontonians for the long term. Along with naturalization or city planting, it's also crucial that concept planning of park spaces identifies uses adequately so that retained trees or newly planted trees are not removed to make way for trails, sports fields, or other amenities. When policies work at odds with each other, leading to the removal of trees that were supposed to be in place, everybody feels frustrated and we question the time and effort expended. In closing, I want to be clear that our members are fully aligned with Edmonton's goals for a healthy and expansive urban forest. We hope to work closely with the City of Edmonton to find a balanced approach, one that minimizes tree waste, enhances the green canopy, and promotes the longevity of Edmonton's trees. Thank you for the consideration of our perspective. Build Edmonton Metro remains committed to shaping a green, vibrant Edmonton where people and businesses choose to live, invest, and thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we're just going to pause for a sec to welcome a few guests to Chambers from Minchow School. Please put your hands together and welcome the grade 6 students with Miss LaVenture. So welcome everyone. They are from Ward Spomatapi, which your city councillor is. Who knows her name? That's right, Councillor Joanne Wright. Yeah. So Councillor Joanne Wright is the city councillor for your ward, and we'd like to welcome you and invite you if you'd like to stay. We are talking about trees in Edmonton and how we can grow more of them and make sure they're healthy and happy and could give us all shade and absorb our water, and so that when you are great-grandparents, your great-grandchildren will be able to play under these wonderful, wonderful trees. So you're welcome to stay and listen. Our next speaker is Josh Kirsch in person. Josh, welcome.
Yes, hello, thank you. I do have a slide. Yeah, we can see that put up. All right, good afternoon. My name is Josh Kirsch, and I'm giving my presentation in support of private tree protection. Next slide, please. So before I start, I thought I'd give a little bit of information about myself. I'm a grade 11 high school student who is a heritage tree enthusiast. I created a heritage tree map for our city with over 250 big, old, unique, cool trees on it. And these are trees that I thought would be interesting to someone with minimal tree knowledge. So I have a screenshot of it up on the board there, you can see. Every single dot and icon is a cool tree in our city, basically. Next slide, please. All right, so why am I here? My goal is to show a youth's perspective on this issue and to advocate for others my age. I also want to show how amazing our urban forest is and why it needs protected. And I want to give local examples for our points. Next slide, please. So lots of the trees in our city are actually well over 100 years old, and they were planted by our earliest residents. So these are trees that have spent decades growing to become the size that they are. Our city also has lots of unique trees. So these are trees that maybe have grown in a different way than their species normally would, or are just really cool to look at. These mature trees also often act as habitat locations for our wildlife. So this is crucial for biodiversity in our city. So looking at these benefits, I think it's important to protect what's already here instead of justifying these trees' removal by planting younger trees in their place. On the next few slides, I have some examples of some urban heritage trees. Next slide, please. So this here is the Windsor Park willow. As you can see, it is absolutely massive, and it takes up a massive part of the yard and makes it what it is. It's very old for our city, and it's really special because of that. And as you can see, the property would not be the same without it. Next slide, please. This here is the Glenora silver maple. It is very unique for its species, as silver maples usually grow in one trunk and spread out towards the top. But as you can see, this one here has multiple trunks at the base and kind of spreads out as it grows up. So I think it should be protected because of that. Next slide, please. So why should we protect these mature trees? Protecting trees will allow both today's youth as well as the next generation to enjoy them and learn from them long into the future. As I talked about in the last few slides, trees contribute a ton to how communities look and feel by adding life to the property and area. And again, these large mature trees have already spent decades to grow to the size that they are, so I think we should protect them while they're still here. On the following slide, I have an example of how a bylaw could have been beneficial in the past. Next slide, please. So I found this empty lot one day while driving with my mom, and I thought it was really cool how there were so many mature trees on it, as well as how many mature ponderosa pines were on it. It is quite unusual to see a number of ponderosa pines in one area in our city, or mature ponderosa pines in our city, so it was really cool to see so many together. On top of that, you can see in the middle photo there that one of them has multiple trunks starting from the bottom, which is really, really rare for that species. Next slide, please. So I recently revisited this property, and I was quite disheartened to see that nearly the entire lot had been clear-cut for construction. As you can kind of see in the back there, only one of the 4 original ponderosa pines remained, and unfortunately it was the smallest out of the group. So this happens way too often in our city, and I think we should be doing something about it. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think if a bylaw was implemented, it could act as a compromise between people with extreme modernization views as well as people with extreme preservation views. So if we preserve what's already there, as well as allow development around it, it could help both sides. Again, from that youth perspective, it would allow the future generations to continue to view and learn from them. And on the next few slides, I have an example of how this compromise was already implemented onto a property. Next slide, please. So during COVID, I was in lockdown, and I still really wanted to learn about and find some more trees in our city. So I found this really cool silver maple on Google Maps. Thought it was cool how it was kind of historic from an older house that used to still be there and how old it was. But unfortunately, I did see the fencing and the development signs in the front, so I didn't really think it would be there when I visited it in person. Next slide, please. So about a year later, I visited this tree, and I was amazed to see how the developer created a beautiful house in the background, as well as created the entire deck around the silver maple. So I thought that was really cool and something we could kind of use to work towards in the future. Next slide, please. So I fully support the incentive to protect private trees, but I think a bylaw is necessary to actually make a big difference in our city. Thank you so much for your listening, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Joshua.
Josh.
Josh, yeah. Next speaker is Krista DeJager.
Hello, good afternoon, committee and councillors. My name is Krista DeJager, and today I would like to share with you a little bit of my story and hopefully encourage you to revisit a thorough investigation of the benefits of a private tree bylaw in the city of Edmonton. Go to the next slide, please. So as others have stated, you can see our tree canopy goals aren't at par with comparable cities in Canada. Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto far outweigh the goals that we have in a much sooner date, reaching between 30 and 40% by 2050. These cities all have in common a private tree bylaw. There seems to be a really strong desire to plant new trees and take an educational approach, and I definitely agree with that. I recently completed my NAET BTEC capstone project, I went to yards with a group of students and helped people understand their yard's benefits and capabilities. I can assure you that the vast majority of these people were genuinely shocked when we shared with them what these trees were doing on their property for them and for the environment. As a result, pretty much all of these people changed their minds, whether they were considering removing their trees or some in newer developments, they reconsidered their initial plans to not plant trees. So that was a really good outcome from sharing the education and knowledge that we had. As a result of all of that experience in that project, I would agree with many of the speakers here today. We need a combination of education plus the reinforcement through a private tree bylaw in Edmonton to increase our tree canopy goals and be successful in that. Next slide, please. As a mother of young children, and then coincidentally lots of children visiting today, I just think it'd be a missed opportunity to not advocate for their well-being. A study at the National Capital Commission on the canopy coverage in the Ottawa-Gatineau area concluded that high tree canopy coverage was correlating with higher academic achievements in children, something that they all truly deserve. Healthy, resilient children need to rely on us today to make this cultural change toward trees for their success. Next slide, please. I wasn't going to get into too much of this, but I'll just briefly go through it. Trees, they really bring a healthier environment for children to grow and play. They encourage imaginative outdoor activity like climbing, hiding, exploring, and other outdoor physical fitness. Trees are also linked to reducing stress, anxiety, and fostering a calmer, more peaceful environment for children. And I'm sure other children can vouch that they're excited and they're really eager to learn more about nature, ecology, and the environment firsthand. By implementing education in hand with a private tree bylaw, we're really supporting mature trees to support a diverse wildlife and provide our youth that opportunity. The benefits of trees are so important today as we are raising our youth in an increasingly technological world. Next slide, please. So protecting more trees, especially our mature trees that are more than half on private properties, it's going to foster a culture of environmental stewardship. Today, I would like to urge councillors to consider voting in favor of a private tree bylaw and find that in doing so, we can achieve a much higher canopy goal and we can move forward as a sustainable city, which we need to do for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Next is Melissa Penny.
Hello, if we could start on slide 2, please. All right, thank you. So 104 bird species have visited my urban yard since I began recording this data in 2019, and 83 bird species have visited so far this year. The reason they come to my yard is because of the habitat I've created. The building blocks of that habitat are the 27 trees in my yard. I was fortunate that the very mature ones, 4 spruces and 2 elm trees, were already there, as well an established birch, maple, apple, and mayday. The other 17 trees I planted myself. Next slide, please. This is down the street from me. This lot was approved for rezoning. Nothing happened. They tore down the house then, left its asbestos materials there. There were complaints. They fenced it off and removed it. Nothing happened for a year. And then all of a sudden, a few weeks ago, they came and cut down 13 mature trees in one day. The only reasoning I can think of is because of this meeting today, knowing that coming down the pipeline, there's going to be some protection, hopefully in the near future, for trees on private land. We need to revisit that bylaw. Next slide, please. I don't know if the city is taking care of the mature trees we have. So this is across the street from me. This is September. We had Dutch elm disease in the city. Mature trees were being taken down to try and save the rest of the elms in the city. And I looked at my front window and a city worker was trimming an elm. It is against the bylaw to trim an elm outside of October to March. I approached him. I was given a number. That person did not return my calls from forestry. I put it on social media. The city finally reached out for me. That was a very frustrating experience. And they basically said, actually, it's okay to trim it. That's a message that sends to residents who might not even know that they have an elm, that you can just go and cut these trees at any time. We're putting our entire canopy at risk if we don't have more stringent education and rules about Dutch elm disease and other tree diseases we might have in the city. Next slide, please. All right, so cats kill 100 to 350 million birds per year in Canada, but our Edmonton bylaws are too weak and allow cats to roam. Window strikes kill about 42 million birds a year in Canada, but we have no laws in Edmonton to make windows bird safe. Now we want to take away their food, shelter, and ability to procreate by identifying without true regard for established neighborhood ecosystems or planning to plant enough trees to help them in the future. Next slide, please. But why do birds need trees? Birds forage for food in trees, they seek shelter from the weather, and they nest in them. Some build nests on trees, some excavate cavities inside of them. Mature trees have more food, better shelter, big enough diameters to create a nest cavity inside, and are actually tall enough to be attractive to tree nesting species. And not all species of trees can support nesting. Some great trees are in undesirable spots. Busy boulevard trees are less attractive to nest and forage in than backyard trees. They also lack the native companion plants around them that actually help them thrive. Protecting the trees we already have goes a lot farther than planting new ones. Even though that is also integral, the species selection is going to be key. Tidy, non-native, ornamental trees do not support biodiversity. With the rezoning, that's all the room we're leaving. Trees need light. With new zoning bylaws and building heights, it will be difficult for residents to grow new trees and grow the necessary understory companion plants for them to live. Trees can't thrive in boulevards and medians surrounded by grass and concrete. These are some cavity nesting birds that have visited my yard. Some are small, some are big, some can make their own hole, some have to rely on another bird to do it for them. Trees need to have big enough diameters to live in. Next, oh, I'm like way ahead. Sorry, next slide, next slide. There we go. So these birds build tree nests. They need certain heights. There's a lot of different things that need to go in for these birds. Next slide, please. Some of you might say the need to house a person is more important, but it isn't true. We need a healthy ecosystem, and we can't do that without birds because they're going to tell us whether it's good enough or not. In my small piece of land, I've created more biodiversity than city green spaces and even natural areas. If I can do this with limited resources and space, you need to believe this is possible citywide and take the steps to make it happen. At the beginning of October, I had the only prairie warbler sighting in Alberta ever. Soon after, I had a boreal owl, the only sighting in Edmonton this year. Yesterday, I had a bird who's only been spotted in our province every few years and has not been seen anywhere else yet in Alberta this year. It's possible. So why aren't we doing it in the whole city? My yard can't support the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Next is Raquel Farrow.
Well, thank you, Councillor Trans. It'd make me happy if you opened attachment 2 so you could follow along attachment 2, the report on trees on public and private property. I'm using that as a framework for the points I'd like to make. And it provides an overview of opportunities for future work on private land. Today, my key ask is that Council choose to direct administration to explore some of these items in attachment 2. It's a good report. And there's one glaring omission that I'd also like Council to choose to direct administration to explore further. I'd like you to be directive and let all council vote on some of these items. I hope you choose to explore several items further, including a private tree bylaw. Administration notes that the city needs to incentivize private property owners to create an additional 2,900 hectares of new canopy on private land. That's allowing for growth and preservation of what exists. So and this is just to achieve a modest canopy goal of 20% by 71. So the amount of tree planting that needs to occur on private land is significant. Below are suggestions for items I want you to further pursue. Under inspection and compliance, I would like you, yes, to please ask administration
to pursue expanding landscaping compliance programming for small-scale residential development. I would like that work accelerated by asking administration to even go as far as preparing that work to be brought back for public hearing, along with the recommendations that I'm assuming you're going to be supporting in 7.3 next. You'll be debating that next, and alternatively, you might ask administration the best way to move forward with that work in a reasonable timeline. So it would add small scale to the new compliance system that they want to achieve, which I think you're all going to agree is a much better system. Under incentives for new development, I would like you to say no and just skip the idea of enhancing zoning bylaw incentives. Administration tells us this work would be of minimum cost but low return, and I agree. Advancing our canopy goals could be better done, much better done. All evidence shows us it could be much better done with a private tree bylaw. So instead, I'd like you to ask administration to come back with a proposal for a private tree bylaw so all council can weigh in again. I think it's much more clear we need one now that more than a year has passed and we're seeing more clear cutting. So a private tree bylaw can be administered by the same type of processes that we're going to be developing in 7.3 to improve landscaping compliance. So now is a very good time to institute a private tree bylaw because we're in the process of expanding our compliance program that I'm assuming you're going to be approving under item 7.3. So a private tree bylaw, also, we have to understand it wouldn't trump the zoning bylaw. It will not get in the way of our density goals. The bylaw would primarily just solve the problem of a new landowner completely razing a property before a development permit is even acquired. Because it's at that permit stage that the tree bylaw would be considered. Most private tree bylaws are particularly flexible for existing homeowners and really are meant to target redevelopment to prevent properties from being clear-cut. The private tree bylaw forces second sober thought, and it requires a plan for tree retention or justification for tree removal. The process would also involve, just like your landscaping process that's being improved, it would involve securities and compliance checks. I spoke with the people tasked with overseeing landscaping compliance and tree retention bylaws on private property in other jurisdictions, and they said it's always best to have both programs working together because you have to ensure a range of tree ages. The private tree bylaw encourages mature trees to grow, which helps build the tree canopy, and the landscaping compliance ensures newer trees are replacing those that must come down. But the two programs must work together. I asked them, which they felt was more effective, which was doing the better job for the city, which was doing the heavy lifting, and they said, you need them both. In the past, administration felt enforcement of a private tree bylaw would be expensive, but the city will already have some of the needed infrastructure developed as it improves the compliance program for landscaping on private property. Again, most cities had put both programs within the same group, and they had it under planning, not necessarily under forestry. So now that we've experienced more examples of raised properties, I hope council will find the will for a private tree bylaw. Now that we realize we have to...
Thank you.
Thanks. I hope you'll ask me some questions. There's some other points I'd like to make.
Next guest is Warren Ollis. Yep, you have the floor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Hello, members of the Urban Planning Committee and councillors. My name is Warren Ollis, and I am chair of the Build Edmonton Metro's Parks Technical Working Group, as well as Senior Development Manager for Brookfield Residential. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the report regarding trees on public and private property. First, I'd like to emphasize that Build Edmonton Metro strongly supports efforts to expand Edmonton's tree canopy. Trees are essential for creating vibrant, sustainable communities, enhancing quality of life, and supporting biodiversity. We see great value in a strategic approach to urban greening and fully align with the city's objective to develop an abundant urban canopy. Our organization and members actively contribute to this goal, and we're committed to collaborating on meaningful ways to enhance Edmonton's green spaces. Second, while we're committed to planting, balance is essential, particularly in greenfield developments. Homeowners' property rights deserve careful consideration, and we're cautious of overly prescriptive policies that may not align with individual or contextual needs. Flexibility is key, and by working together, we can ensure that regulations support new tree growth while respecting property rights and allowing for neighborhood individuality. Lastly, I want to address tree waste. We all value trees and want to see them thrive, not wasted. There is concern within our industry that too many trees fail inspections for minor, subjective issues, often without a chance to flourish or be replanted. While we are working with administration to address these items, we believe tracking and understanding tree outcomes is crucial to reducing waste. We would greatly appreciate any data the city can provide on this initiative, especially tracking pass-fail rates and looking at opportunities to replant failed trees. This information will help us tackle challenges effectively and guide our practice to support a thriving urban canopy. We're working on some possible solutions with city staff, but need more to be done to prevent trees from being discarded prematurely. Thank you for considering our perspective. Build Edmonton Metro remains committed to shaping a green, vibrant Edmonton where people and businesses choose to live, invest, and thrive. We look forward to working together to build a balanced, sustainable communities across the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eric Gormley.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Eric Gormley. I'm speaking on behalf of ERVCC. ERVCC champions trees as a part of a connected, functional landscape. We urge Urban Planning Committee to not just accept the tree report for information, but to revisit the May-June 2023 motion instructing administration to investigate a private tree bylaw to go along with the already approved public tree bylaw. The myriad municipalities that make up the Lower Mainland of BC offer guidance. Every municipality in the Lower Mainland, except for Pitt Meadows, has a bylaw that protects both private and public trees. Most bylaws have been in place for a decade or more. The City of Richmond says the purpose of the tree protection bylaw is to protect Richmond's urban forests by restricting tree removal from private lands and ensuring replacement trees are provided when trees are required to be removed. Municipalities spell out conditions for when a tree can be removed, and this is Vancouver's. The tree on a development site is located within the building envelope. The tree is dead, dying, or hazardous. The tree is interfering with utility wires. The roots of the tree are directly blocking sewer or drainage systems. Please note this shows that the zoning bylaw trumps a tree bylaw. All municipalities define a protected tree by diameter at chest height. Vancouver, Langley, Maple Ridge, Coquitlam, Delta, and Richmond protect trees 20 centimeters in diameter and larger. It's 20 centimeters in Burnaby if it's a redevelopment of a property, but interestingly, Burnaby provides flexibility to the homeowner by doubling that number if the homeowner simply wants to make changes to his or her property for whatever reason. For Surrey, a protected tree is 30 centimeters or higher, Victoria the same. Surprisingly, it is 75 centimeters in diameter in West and North Vancouver. These two municipalities also protect trees special to their landscape. North Van also protects old-growth trees. Meanwhile, the City of Surrey has identified 382 significant trees on its list of protected trees, about 5% of them on private land. In every municipality, replacement trees, whatever their size, are also protected by the bylaw. Surrey, the redevelopment capital of the world, with 60% of Edmonton's population and with a tree bylaw since 2006, employs 15 people in the Planning and Development Department to oversee trees on private land and provide landscaping compliance. A landscape architect and 2 techs liaise with developers of larger projects and high-rises. 2 environmental techs deal with private land containing wetlands or streams. There's 5 arborists who inspect trees on smaller properties and redevelopment of smaller properties, and 3 super clerks handle phone inquiries, permitting and making appointments. Permit fees for tree removal do offset some municipal expenses. In general, municipalities work with developers and homeowners to come up with better outcomes for trees. Finally, none of these cities allows someone to buy a piece of land and then clear-cut trees, like what's been happening in Edmonton. In the Lower Mainland, a tree removal permit is not issued until a property owner has submitted a completed development application showing where the buildings are located and has received notice that the city has approved the application. As a Metro Vancouver planner says, we are really starting to see trees being viewed as essential forms of city infrastructure. Let's not get left behind in Edmonton. We urge the UPC to recommend a motion for administration to investigate a private tree bylaw, be brought to full city council, and hopefully passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker Jan Hart's staff.
Hi, I have some slides, please. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I want to also let you know, I'm a horticulturist. I've been a horticulturist for 40 years. I was once an extension officer for the city of Edmonton. And I was a landscape designer and consultant for 15 years. And so some of the slides I'm going to show you are from that perspective. So first slide, please. So Park Allen has our first RS zoned row house with 8 dwellings, and it checks the box for density. Unfortunately, it does not check the climate resilient development box. And you know, a lot of people focus on the aesthetics of a building. I look at the function of how it functions from a climate resilience perspective. Next slide, please. So this is a mature site. It's a pie-shaped lot. It's over 1,100 square meters. It illustrates the problems with minimum tree planting requirements that are focused on site width at the front. And this particular site has abundance of vegetation, 80% vegetation cover, and it's underbuilt. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the site pre-development assets. There's 80% vegetative cover over a meter of topsoil. 50% of the site is covered with mature tree canopy. And early on, some of the neighbors in the community looked at the site and said, you know, there's 5 trees that could be preserved. And there were initially attempts to do that. But unfortunately, the large elm, which was 90 square meters, was removed because they just wouldn't make any minor adjustments to the parking lot and the garage in the rear. And the rest of the trees were covered with fill and compacted. And so they all died. And I don't know if they actually are going towards new tree planting, but no one would ever know because they're not going to go out and inspect. Next slide, please. So there were 22 trees on this site. 18 were removed, including the elm, and all of the rest of the trees have died. Because of no protection to the trees. And this is critical with a private tree protection bylaw. A preserved tree does not equal a protected tree. And retained trees on the site do not mean that the trees will be, you know, that the planting requirements will be met. There needs to be inspection to ensure that. There's also a loss of topsoil on this site. The minimum requirements are only 100 to 150 millimeters of topsoil, and there was a meter to begin with. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed landscaping plan. I've colored the 10 trees that they've proposed. There is a total of 5% tree canopy to be added to this site. And I'm going to tell you that the new zoning bylaw only requires 1 tree per principal dwelling. And there's only 4 principal dwellings, so there's only 4 trees required. That is wholly inadequate for this site. The urban forest management plan, as many people have already said, requires 2,900 hectares of trees to be planted in the private realm. And if you look at the very end of that report, there's some financial risks that are mentioned. And one of them is that developers won't plant enough trees. So that's a critical problem. Next slide, please. So this slide, so what, I was interested to hear Agrawal's presentation and Dr. King's presentation, because Scona District Community Council is recommending that instead of a, what did he call it, a stems approach, we need a canopy approach. So we need minimum tree requirements for 20% mature tree canopy on the site. And that allows flexibility. It can be met in a number of different ways. You can preserve a tree, you can plant some trees of different sizes, but the goal would be to provide 20% canopy to the site. So this also includes 10 trees, the same number of trees, but the trees are selected so that they achieve 20% canopy. And I've actually modeled it for lots less than 8 meters, and you can achieve 15% tree canopy on those lots, particularly if you don't plant them, or if you don't develop the site as a skinny home, which wastes a lot of site area in the side yard. So next slide, please. So without having some actual natural assets on the site, there's just no way to have a thing like a rain garden, and most of the infrastructure is sending stormwater down the drain. So there's lots of ways that we could make these sites more climate resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Guest Solas.
Good afternoon. And I'm speaking for Scona District Community Council. We value mature trees, whether on public or private property. Pleased to see this tree report. However, with regard to private property, we're seeing the loss of mature trees as redevelopment is occurring at a faster pace. You've just seen one example. Nothing against infill, it's a reality, but it needs to be mitigated, and we need to really focus on tree planting and climate resilience. This loss of the mature trees as redevelopment occurs impacts Edmonton's tree canopy now and into the future. A new tree planting doesn't begin to replace the loss, and as it's done now won't contribute as much as it could to the tree canopy in the future. We note that the tree planting requirements in the new zoning bylaw are less than were in the previous bylaw for low-density zones. It would be helpful for climate resilience to include a focus on growing the tree canopy on private property as well as on public property. The benefits of trees, you've heard it before: purifying the air, removing smoke, absorbing water, reducing energy requirements by providing shade and cooling, moderating temperatures and the heat island effect, supporting biodiversity, and all the good stuff. Trees also have a positive effect on physical and mental health, as you've heard. Promoting 20% tree canopy on private property can be done through the zoning bylaw, and we look forward to that coming forward and contributing to that discussion as well. Tree protection is required for boulevard trees during construction, but not required for trees on private property that have been identified to be retained. And it's important to protect them. You've just seen the example of trees that were supposed to be retained but died during construction. Their preservation reduces the number of trees required to be planted, but if they don't survive, nothing will have been gained and fewer trees than required will have been planted. There's been a change in Edmonton that affects our trees since the draft trees report was circulated for comment in June. Dutch elm disease has been detected, and efforts are underway to prevent the spread. We're surprised this isn't acknowledged in the materials, or at least I didn't see it. Dutch elm disease could be devastating. If it spreads, it would give new meaning to the goal of planting 2 million net new trees. You'd have to plant a lot more of them to get to the 2 million net new if we lose our American elms, of which we have 90,000 in the tree inventory, and that's 22% of the city's tree inventory. you'd need to plant a lot more trees than you're currently planning to. Where I grew up south of Lake Ontario, the elms were wiped out when I was a kid in the 50s and 60s. Friends and family from that part of the world, when they come to visit, are surprised and impressed with Edmonton's elms, and it would be a pity to lose them. Winnipeg is currently spending $6 million a year to remove 6,000 infected trees, or trees that have died because of Dutch elm disease, and they're finding it challenging to keep up. We know it's not being ignored in Edmonton, but it should be recognized in key documents like the tree report. In closing, please consider focusing in the zoning bylaw on contributing to the canopy on private tree property. And you've heard that it can be done and that more needs to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And final guest, Claire, could you help me out with guest?
Jane Kerr.
Jane, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to speak at the last minute. Just speaking from the heart, my name is Janae Carr, and I'm a member of the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. I'm an avid birder, and I also just started a new environment group with the Canadian Federation of University Women. My background is in architecture, and I just wanted to share a couple of stories. So I am retired now, so I just get to look at what other people do now on their projects. And I was really alarmed driving around in Belgravia this year, seeing a few sites that were just completely, they were beautiful single-family homes before with mature trees, and now there's nothing. It's just a huge construction site. Not one of those trees were saved. So that just hit me right in the heart. I just want to leave you with a little bit of a message too. One of my inspirations when I was in my career was following the teachings of Christopher Alexander. He wrote 2 books that are quite significant, and if you haven't read them, I suggest you might want to look at them. One is called The Timeless Way of Building, and the other one is called A Pattern Language. And probably one of the first things in the pattern language is you look at the site. So this would apply to some of the new developments, the infill housing, existing pre-zoned sites. And the aspect that they had there was to leave that site better than you found it. So that would mean increasing tree canopy, following some of the other city guidelines, increasing to a better rate than what your present goal is. So I support the aspects. A lot of people mentioned the advantages of having increased tree canopy, and as an avid bird watcher, I certainly agree with that too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for sharing. Look to the clerk, just confirming no further speakers.
Correct.
Excellent. Then we will go to questions of the speakers. So if committee members have any questions, please sign on. I'll go to Councilor Wright.
Thank you. Rocky, I was wondering if you had any other thoughts.
Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the report in general and go through each item line by line. But, there's not all the time of the day. But, I think they had other great suggestions, like expanding Root for Trees to private property as well. That's such a great program. And I think the point I really want to make, though, is some of those tree giveaways and other programs are really done through cash in lieu and penalties from the private tree bylaw. A lot of the work is going to be made cheaper. I think that some people may be worried about the expense of setting up a private tree bylaw. Administration really hammered, enforcement's going to be so difficult. But, I think as you review 7.3 and likely approve 7.3, you're going to be seeing that a lot of the infrastructure needed for this program is already going to be in place. So I think now really the time is right. And a lot of these, again, just a lot of the programs like cash in lieu and penalties support the tree giveaways and other programs that tend to be run by cities. Thank you very much, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess, okay, maybe Josh Kirsch. In your presentation, you showed of the one tree where when the house then was finally constructed, there was the deck around it and that. But so that was, I guess that was saved and retained, just the builder doing that. Is that enough that we can rely on the builders to do their best, I guess?
Yeah, so like I kind of mentioned in my presentation, I love like the incentive to go towards like protecting private trees, but I think a bylaw would be by far the best thing. It's like my silver maple example like you were talking about was more of like an example of what could be more like the ideal to happen in the future. So I think like a private tree bylaw could kind of encourage some of that creativity with builders to have more things like that in the future.
Okay, so you're not thinking that we can just rely on them to...
Yeah, correct. Okay. I think a private tree bylaw would be by far the best thing for that.
Okay, I think... Oh, sorry, Warren Olis. You said you're working on administration working with administration on other things. Can you expand on what those other things are?
Yeah, so we work with them on quite a bit of stuff, but addressing the tree waste, it just, new trees get planted, they have to go through the maintenance period and then get passed and handed on to operations. We're looking to find ways, can they be, if it's not deemed good enough on a boulevard, can it be replanted in a park space or something like that? Are the standards too high? Are they too low? All of that, and if you want to get 200 trees but you're replacing 50% of them, you're really having to plant 400 trees just to get net out 200, and that has a carbon effect of just destroying those trees, right? They've been sucking up all that carbon, and then we kind of just disregard them. So it's how do we get good trees planted that stay there, as opposed to, we're chasing perfection, and so how do we work together on that?
Okay, and that work will continue with or without a private tree bylaw?
It's always ongoing.
Okay.
Regardless of the private tree bylaw, the development inspections group is really good. They got good people over there and understand both sides. But ultimately, they have to hand that over to the operations group. So their hands are kind of tied, right? They want to make sure they're handing over good assets, right?
Okay. And Mr. Gormley, you had talked about a number of different staff. I think it was in Vancouver. Was that it?
In Surrey?
In Surrey, yes. How many in total?
15.
15, and that was just to manage the private tree bylaw for enforcement, or is that the whole forestry?
No, that was just to manage trees on private land.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have time for. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Next is Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple quick questions. Maybe to Speaker Shillington. This is a question I would also want to put to IDEA, but recognizing that you're here today, just wondering what industry initiatives are underway in terms of providing education to builders themselves about the importance of tree preservation during redevelopment. Are you aware of any? Again, maybe not necessarily on your plate, but...
Yeah, I think that's perhaps a better question for IDEA, but I know, just for build generally, we are super supportive of trees and looking for perhaps variances in the zoning bylaw, ways to be more flexible to retain these trees. So I think it's just working with city administration on how can we create that flexibility so retention can happen while still enabling this uplifts in density we all require.
Okay, and do you think there's space as well for builder education?
Absolutely. I think that would be a great initiative that we'd be happy to explore with the city.
Okay, great. Maybe just to Speaker Olis, I appreciate the work that you're doing to decrease the waste potentially of tree matter. I'm just, are we also looking at potentially allowing longer periods of time to allow trees. So if at the 2-year mark they're maybe not 100% thriving, but from I think what you were saying, you feel that just with a bit of additional time, is extending those timelines for those trees a viable option?
It's definitely an option that's been suggested and explored. I know other municipalities do that. I guess our fear sometimes would be that, okay, you stretch it out to 2 years of maintenance, that automatically sometimes becomes 3 now. So it's an ongoing discussion. I wouldn't say that the door is closed on that, but I think it's less about the monitoring and giving it 1 more year. It might be this tree just doesn't look very nice. You know, the very subjectiveness of it, as opposed to which could be, again, not necessarily perfect for a boulevard, but would be great in a backyard of somebody's house.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think the flexibility in those materials makes sense. I think, from, managing public assets, I think some of that rigor is important, but I take your point in terms of what needs to happen with some of the trees. So appreciate learning more about that today. I'll just keep the rest of my questions for administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just have a question or two for Build. First and foremost, I was really intrigued by your letter that you sent in advance and actually followed up with a question related to some of the tree planting, because I think there is 2 things. There's the mature tree and how do we protect mature trees, and then also how much loss of younger trees, saplings are we seeing? How much are we actually planting and growing? Those kind of questions. I know you mentioned that administration is considering. Can you elaborate on that? Like, could you just elaborate on the what you're seeing and what was shared with me, and what you think might help to sustain some of those trees and create less waste?
Yeah, I could take this one, Warren, here. I think what it is we need to gather more data. Our group is committed to collecting data from our consultants and contractors and getting an understanding of not just why, pass fail, but why the pass fail. Because we could just be putting in bad trees, and cities completely justified in doing that or taking them away. So I think the really big thing is getting good, clean data about why these might be being replaced, and then just what are the standards compared to other municipalities, and or what is expected of operations when they do get them into their inventory. I think there might be a bit of a disconnect that, again, we're working well with them. That inspection group is really good, but yeah, we just need to, I think more data will help out.
Well, and I
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, if I could just add, Elise Shillington here from Build. I think there's also, if there is a pass-fail or those inspection standards could be revisited, is there also an opportunity for a tree relocation program? Okay, it's not appropriate in the boulevard, but is there a different public park space that tree could go directly into, so the tree itself is still viable and an option? We would love to see those types of opportunities that don't necessarily have red tape associated with them, but are just a gift of a tree going into a public space.
Yeah, very intriguing. Okay, I think there's more to that, and I'll definitely have some questions to administration around those items. One other final question I have for Build is around the requirements for tree planting. Do you have, because we also heard from speakers today about biodiversity and the need for multiple different trees, and I know there are trees that are preferential in terms of being ornamental and looking better, but that don't necessarily create that diversity of habitat. What is the requirement around sort of diversity of the tree canopy when you're planting new trees? Do you know? Anyone from Build?
I don't think I'm the expert, but I know that there are approved trees that we're allowed to plant, and our consultants have to look to those approved tree standards that are set out by the City of Edmonton. I know that there's some exploration on increasing those opportunities and drought-resistant plantings, and we would love to explore increasing those opportunities. We we're happy to plant different species as long as they're in the approved standards and we're able to do so.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, thank you. And those are all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the input from our speakers today. I wanted to follow up with Speaker King. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. It looked like you might have had more slides or a few more things to say, but just want to give you a little bit of time if you're still there.
Yeah, thank you. First time presenting, so maybe it was just a little bit too much stuff on the slides. I would say that I was just going to touch upon monitoring, and that monitoring to me is really important to think about internal collaboration and partnerships within the city. Sometimes there's a big focus on external partnerships, but internal partnerships within different parts of the city that are all using the same type of monitoring. So for assessment and things like that, this means that you can double up on strategies to assess urban tree canopy. My shift, the last point that I said about shift away from stems to canopy was repeated by some other people. And this is conversations that are happening in other municipalities across Canada, is that we're asking for stems, but there's a preference for people to have small stature trees or fruit bearing trees, which are small. And if we're interested in canopy outcomes, those trees, while they have benefits, will not be the same benefits as a large mature tree that reaches a given size. So it's kind of thinking about what are your outcomes and what do you want to align those with. And to speak to Mr. Olis's point, I think absolutely we need better data. We don't know where these trees are being lost. We don't have a track of them. We don't know when they're being lost or why they're being lost. And the data collection and partnership with post-secondary institutions across Edmonton would be fantastic. We can also test approaches to see what is the most effective way to get trees in the ground if we did a tree giveaway or a tree sale. What kind of information helps people make those plantings and move forward? Thank you very much, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate your answers to that. And, you know, the shift from stems to canopy, I'm wondering if you have any additional thoughts on, I'm just thinking, like, how would you operationalize that type of framework and sort of monitor and implement that type of lens? It sounds like other municipalities are starting to do that. What are some of the learnings that you might want us to take away?
So I think that it really is a shift from thinking about what goes in the ground to what the potential size of these trees are afterwards, but also aligning it with the space that is provided, right? So if you put in an elm into a space that's very encroached by hardscape or infrastructure, you're not going to get that elm to the maturity that we see these mature elms across Edmonton that are really amazing. And so it is from more of a LiDAR perspective, more satellite observation from above to look at measuring canopy more consistently. I think we're trying for 5 years, and that was kind of my call for monitoring more consistently and to make it publicly available. I think that is a good thing that the City of Edmonton does, and I think to continue that.
Great, thank you so much for that. And then I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. I believe you said that the number one thing that drives decisions regarding tree plantings or retention was education. Is that right? And sort of knowledge?
So knowledge, I would
Yeah.
say, I would reflect and say that most decisions, this is studies that have come out of Toronto and across the United States, is that many homeowners are making decisions based on aesthetics. So what does it look like? What do I perceive as these risks? And they're not thinking about these wider benefits like biodiversity that we've heard about, or stormwater retention or anything like those. And if you can present those to people, they're like blown away by these things and they change their thinking based on the presentation of beyond aesthetics.
And are you aware of, from City of Edmonton's perspective, I mean, I'll ask these questions of administration, but sort of educational resources or opportunities for Edmontonians to really understand, I guess, the conversation beyond just aesthetics?
Yeah, so you
Or is
have
that
a
a
great...
gap, I guess?
Yeah, well, no, you have a great community forestry program that's gotten started here over the last few years, and Root for Trees is a great basis to do that. But I think at the City of Edmonton back in 2006, 2007 was one of the first cities to run what was called a U4 or an iTree model that basically looked at just what are the services provided by all these trees. And I think going back to that and thinking about and communicating that it's more than carbon, it's more than It's more than aesthetics. It's more than risk. It's stormwater. It's air pollution. It's all of these things. It's all these co-benefits. I think really clearly communicating that in different ways to different audiences, renters, homeowners, institutions, commercial. I think that's where a lot of this education should go.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador. Hearing no further questions of our guests, we'll now go to questions of administration and invite our guests to take a seat in the gallery if you'd so choose. So I'd ask my colleagues if they have any questions for administration, if they want to sign in. Councillor Wright, did you select this item? Do you want to go first?
Yes, please, trying to sign in here. I guess one of the items, I think it was Melissa Penny brought up, was the damaged elm tree, and I guess that maybe I would, if her understanding was that it was okay what was done, I guess I would like further information, especially considering our Dutch elm disease.
Yeah, I can add some clarity on that. So I reached out to our lead forester to get a little bit more information on that specific example, and it said that it was not pruning. It was removing suckers at the base of the trees, which was allowed, and it was causing accessibility issues to the neighbors. So this was a inquiry that came in through 311 on accessibility based on suckers stemming from the base of that elm tree. And so when they went in, they also took care of some of the broken branches as well and removed that.
Okay, because on the picture that she showed, it looked, and maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was sun reflection or something, but it did look like there was sort of fresh wood, like the bark had been removed from the trunk itself.
It says the team was responding to complaints from someone in the neighborhood and also responded to broken branches, hazardous branches on elms, and that's something that we do year round as well.
Okay, yeah, I understand the branches and that, but okay, maybe it was just the way that the picture was taken, but it looked like there was, like part of the trunk was exposed, no?
Suckers come from the base, so that's where it was being removed.
Okay, I'll take a closer look at the picture because it did look like it was damaged. So I was just concerned with that because of where we are with the Dutch elm disease. And then it was Mr. Gormley that talked about the 15 staff for trees on to manage the other cities' trees on private property. Is that within your department's ability to manage?
Is this in regards to managing a private tree bylaw?
Right, yeah.
It would fall under development services or parks and roads here. I can't speak to the number of staff. I think the example was in Surrey, but we can take some very rough averages in terms of Surrey is less than half the population of Edmonton in terms of size and also sheer count. So I don't think that's a fair comparison in terms of what it would take to bring up a private tree bylaw as well as maintain it in Edmonton.
Okay, so we would probably be looking at double the number of staff required, perhaps. Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, pardon, Councillor Rice is ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I have a few questions here. The first question is about, I would like to get some data about the tree loss in our city. So when we talk about the tree removal, tree cuts, tree loss on the in the city, and then do you have the breakdown is more on the private property or the public property?
I would say that we don't track on private property, so we only have data for loss on public property.
Because this is really important fundamental data, and for us to look at that bylaw we heard and from many speakers today. Is there any way we could track and how many trees lost on the private property. I know the private property may divide it to the two different groups. One group is already the property owners, and another group is development on the private properties. So is there any way could do that?
With the next LiDAR flyover, once we have that data, so the assessment that we have from 2019, we were able to identify approximate public versus private canopy coverage. And then with the data that we have in 2025, then we'll be able to compare those two and see growth in public versus growth in private.
So you do not need direction and then to do this. So the work is already underway.
That's correct.
Okay. So another thing is about the financial implications. The financial implication, and we do have that some capital funding approved to plant more trees from 2023 to 2030. I read in the report talk about something. We'll look at the more funding for the next budget deliberations. So I would like to know, and then specifically, and when we talk about the Lakes budget cycle 2027 to 2023 budget cycle, so what type of specific funding you are looking for? And in terms of our city's trees planting, trees maintenance, or other type of items related to?
We haven't costed out the budget allocation for operating and capital for 27 to 30 at this time, but that will be part of, as we grow our canopy, it requires additional funding for maintenance and preservation and ongoing operations to maintain a healthy canopy. So those figures would be developed for the 27 to 30 budget.
Okay, so that's his next steps. So will not be included. And for the current like budget implication. Another question is about I really appreciate how much effort our city to put on and to planting trees across city. And even myself attended many events to plant trees. But the question I keep receiving from residents, from Edmontonians is, we plant the trees, but the trees die. Is there any specific measurement in place and or the approach in place, how we ensure after we plant the trees, we make sure those trees are taken care of?
Are you talking about on private property, Councillor?
No, I'm talking about general speaking, and after we plant the trees.
We have planned, like within our planting plans, we have expected mortality for trees that are part of the existing canopy, as well as those trees that just didn't take. We have a very dry climate, which requires a lot of watering at the outset in order to make sure the trees are established. And I'm sure that we could get you specifics as far as tree mortality and which ones aren't making it.
I may come back second round and to ask that question, and my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. In the Environment and Climate Review attachment, it talked about some opportunities for future consideration, and one that really stood out to me was consideration of, I guess, a fund of some sorts to retain high ecological value tree stands in future growth areas. And I'm wondering how much thought has been given to that. I mean, it's of interest to me. Is that something that is sort of in the works, or where does that fit into this conversation?
So, Councillor, there's a couple of ways that fits in. Obviously, it is a potential action through the Climate Resilience Development Planning Framework, but as well that would seek or at least add to the toolkit in terms of providing a larger urban canopy. That work hasn't been outlined yet or fully scoped, as it would require capital funds not only to purchase the land but also ongoing operating funds to make sure that is maintained. And we have to perform that analysis to see if that is the best use of dollars in a scarce resource world.
Is that so I'm just thinking of like where that would fit. So is that something that you'd have to get direction on to incorporate into the climate resilient planning and development action plan, or is that work that is going to be sort of analyzed and looked at to see whether or not it is sort of a high priority in terms of action items?
So that action item will be started in terms of trying to figure out how to acquire land through the planning process, whether it's MR or perhaps it's outright purchase. Obviously, there's dollars associated with that.
Right.
But that work will continue through the climate resilience planning framework.
Okay. Okay, and that would include sort of an exploration of alternative tools, development charges, various forms of levies, et cetera.
And also corporate donations or philanthropy as well.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. And then I wanted to ask a few follow-up questions from a number of points that speakers raised. So I'm interested in this lens or shift from stems to canopy, and just wondering how, if we're already thinking in those terms, if that's something that we should be thinking about, how does that lens factor into our approach?
So this is something that we have, that was brought up actually through zoning bylaw renewal that we took a look at. And it's actually something that's come up again through this climate action plan that was presented this morning, to look through action number 4 of that action plan at different ways to increase the tree canopy more generally. So it's something that we will continue to explore. However, preliminary conversations about regulating based on tree canopy do raise a couple red flags potentially in terms of the difficulty with enforcement, variables such as soil depth or site conditions, potentially impacting the whether a tree is going to reach its full canopy. So we would have to look probably, if we were to do this, at something more like averages, and I'm having trouble as I sit here now thinking through how exactly we would regulate that, but we'll certainly take it back with us and explore it in greater depth.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. And maybe just along a similar line, another thing that stood out to me is just how our goals for urban tree canopy compared to other jurisdictions, other municipalities. Yeah, thoughts on that? Like, it seems like a number of other cities are targeting higher percentages and earlier dates.
I can provide a bit of context, and I think it's important from a perspective standpoint that we look at the different geographic regions. So municipal policies aside of whether you have a private tree bylaw or not, the regions that are being referenced in Vancouver, Victoria, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, they have a higher hardiness zone. You're comparing a prairie region in Edmonton to Pacific Maritime ecozone or mixed wood plains ecozone in the Southern Ontario or Quebec region, which allows for a greater diversity of species. So it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison from a growing possibility when we're talking about a prairie region in Edmonton. So that's partially why the canopy coverage would be a little bit lower.
Great, thanks for the context. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate the report and all the work that's ongoing. I think and I apologize if this is in the report and I've missed it. I just wanted to make sure I fully understood what receiving this report for information means. So will the future work opportunities be pursued? Will those come forward as budget asks? What happens from today?
There's a few paths. Obviously, receiving for information, there's no direct direction to us to pursue any of those items in priority. If you wanted to see a certain item advance forward, a motion would be required to move that, and we would do the necessary work within there to either scope it and bring it back, or depending on that on the specific ask, an alternative work plan would be produced.
And so again, just to clarify, if we said, you know, we just really like all of these actions, if in the absence of a motion, does any work proceed?
So we have our current work plans that are marching towards the urban tree canopy goals that are continuing on, and through the other actions of the climate resilience planning framework, there are some actions embedded in there as well, but the specific ones listed out that aren't being currently contemplated aren't either funded or aren't being pursued. So that increased education or landscape securities, etc.
Okay. So anything that comes under high impact opportunities for future work, there wouldn't be any further work done.
Correct. None of these items are currently funded or scoped.
Okay, so I think it's great to have that clarity, and maybe just something for colleagues on committee to consider. But I think some of the we also have an opportunity to discuss some of this in 7.3 as well, correct, in terms of the landscape securities and enforcement?
Yes and no. The landscape securities on 7.3 is dealing with larger sites, major developments, so not low scale.
Okay, well then let me dig into the landscaping compliance, improving landscaping compliance rates for small scale residential development. Maybe to Ms. Petra, and I know we've spoken recently about changing our policy in terms of how the planning reserve is used to fund different enforcement activities. Could that potentially include small scale?
The report's coming to committee shortly, and I'll just pass it to Travis. He has the dates and details.
Yeah, so through the budget work coming up in Fall SOBA, there is a request to change the funding source of landscaping security collection and inspection for development-related projects to move to the planning development business model. So through that, if that were to be approved, we would look to accommodate any future landscaping programs under that. It's just right now we're in that gray period where a decision hasn't been made on that.
Okay, and so if that decision is made, is that the time to provide direction around expanding to the small scale as well? Or with that change in policy, that's just something that you may pursue?
If it's committee's wish or council's wish, that direction should be provided today.
Okay, well then I would put that on the radar of my colleagues. I think improving landscaping compliance rates for small scale residential is a really high impact approach. And I think that some of the options coming forward provide a funding source. Is that correct? So it'd be using fees in the business model for planning and development?
Correct. Let us take that back just in terms of how it would be worded. Right now, it would be having a motion directing this recommendation to council because there is an impact on budget. But I think in that meantime, when it would come back to council, then we could provide that further clarity in terms of how the switch in funding source would impact it.
Okay. Or is it just as fast to wait to do that as a subsequent motion on the upcoming report?
There's a number of ways to do that.
Okay, well, I'm about out of time. I'm going to come around for another round, but perhaps we can mull on the exact wording and process from there. Thank you.
I would like to take a turn, and I also see Councillor Rutherford's in the queue, and then I think we'll have recess, so I think we can mull over that during the recess break. So, Councillor Rutherford, would you like to go first?
Sure, thank you. Well, you're on committee, so.
After you, my friend. Go for it.
Okay. Well, I guess with Councillor Stevenson's lines of questioning, it's very concerning then for receipt of information. I think the tree canopy is, yeah. Okay, so that's all I'll say about that. I'll leave it. I agree to put some consideration for committee on that. I had a similar line of questioning actually, and I think as Councillor Rice was getting to, but ran out of time, around the loss. So I'm seeing anecdotally more trees planted in the ward, which is great. But I'm also seeing a lot more of those trees dead. And likely probably need to be replaced or whatnot. So I'm just wondering, like, again, kind of to some of the speakers' comments about, if our tree canopy is at 13%, likely it's actually decreased slightly, I would suspect, with some of the infill and those, not just infill, but also new developments in newer communities. I think we're going to see that in the data in 2025. And then we also then at the same time, we're saying, yay, we're planting 2 million trees. But of those 2 million trees, how many are actually increasing our overall total net canopy? How many are actually surviving and thriving? I remember this was exactly the same. I feel like I'm having a full circle moment because we had this exact conversation about trees last time, but I think it's important.
Councillor, are those public trees you're referencing?
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, so for example, our tree planting program to plant 2 million trees. I've seen some of those trees planted and I've seen some of those trees die. I've not seen them being replaced, but then do we get to say, yay, we planted 2 million trees, even if 25% of those die, or is it 2 million viable, sustainable saplings is what I'm trying to get at.
I can get the exact numbers, but it's 2 million living trees and shrubs. So we will be planting more than that with the assumption of mortality. So we do see about a 1% mortality rate for trees that are planted. And we replace about 3,000 open space and boulevard trees every year. We did have a backlog, and part of the Greener as We Grow capital profile that we were working on with the 2 Billion Trees grant, matched by the City of Edmonton, is addressing an additional 3,000 in backlog, so 6,000 total, to help get back on track with some of the trees that we have lost over the years.
Okay, that's good to know. Just to my line of questioning from Build, what I think it's really intriguing that I know that they're planting trees, then you go around and you inspect them. You have very stringent, it sounds like, rules on what passes or fails. But it's concerning to me that A, we're not giving some saplings that might succeed the opportunity to, and B, that if a tree needs to be gone from one area because it doesn't meet a standard, that it can't be replanted in like a tree stand or another area where maybe it doesn't need to have the same aesthetics. Any comments on that or any discussion from admin?
So, Councillor, we do have an inspection guideline in which outlines tree standards and how we accept trees into our inventory. Keep in mind, these are trees that are being accepted into city ownership, which will then require future maintenance and operational dollars. So those guidelines are there in place for a reason. We are working with industry in terms of balancing those guidelines to see where we can not necessarily loosen up, but maybe align our interests in terms of achieving those greater tree goals as well as reducing waste. There is issues around transplanting trees. There's a very high mortality rate when we do transplant these trees of this size. Further, it's not just size that a tree is rejected. There's disease that they're for being rejected, and obviously planting those trees next to any sort of natural tree stand is not going to work.
Obviously, if a tree is diseased, I wouldn't be advocating for replanting. Are we considering extending the final acceptance certificate?
As mentioned, that option has been discussed. However, there's positives and negatives to that. Obviously, the longer warranty period can lead to not only greater growth, but it could also lead to a greater probability of rejection, whether it's through attraction of disease or another issue that is. So that there is a balance there, and recognizing it is a living thing. So unlike our roads and sidewalks, they change over time. They change throughout the year depending on the environment they're in.
Sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. If I may take the chair for a quick pre-break.
the chair.
So, we're talking about trees, but we're being kind of species agnostic here, and I'm really worried about the change of climate, hotter summers, drier summers, etc. So, how are we considering type into the tree conversation?
I can speak to that. So when we're planting trees, there's a number of things that go into that, from soil and site inspection. What's the type of environment that tree is going to be in, and what are the types of species that we've seen be able to thrive in that environment, but also taking into consideration what that climate will look like in the years to come.
So do we have like an approved tree list up on the web?
We do, yes.
So if you're building on in the city of Edmonton to be landscape compliance, you must provide one of the following?
That's correct.
And what about when we do public projects such as Swarlick Park or something?
Yes, the same process is followed. We have foresters that are doing an analysis of the site and determining from a tree species diversity what would be a good fit for that environment.
And how confident are we on the resiliency of these breeds? Like, is this an updating list, or have we had I don't know if peer review would be the term, but
it is an evolving list, so it's based on the hardiness zone. Like Edmonton is transitioning from a 3 to a 4, but given the harsh winters and how dry things can be, we're still probably a little bit more conservative on that planting profile. We acknowledge we've been here before talking about the high concentration of elm and ash that we have within the city, and making sure that we're diversifying there. And so we're taking into consideration best practices in making sure that the trees that we're planting are designed for the Edmonton of the future.
And I want to shift gears slightly to the Complete Streets guidelines. So how are trees incorporated, and how are public trees incorporated into local roadways?
So local roadways are probably our most constrained cross-section. It is the smallest in width, obviously, because it's a local one. But there's also a number of competing priorities within that right-of-way, because all the same utilities and functions and mobility pieces need to be put in place there as well. So between the travelway, the sidewalk, the driveways, typically on front drive product, and utilities, the tree typically gets squeezed out in terms of there is no place to put it on that public road right away on, I would say, that front drive product itself.
So have we considered, like, I think of an average neighborhood, you've got a lane of parking, 2 lanes of road, a lane of parking, have 2.5 stalls of parking in front of my house. Have we contemplated, even on a block, trading, say, 2 or 3 stalls of parking as tree enclaves or places for more public chicanes or public opportunities? Like, why are we prioritizing asphalt and parking over trees in these neighborhood opportunities?
So it is a balance. I don't think we've explored that idea in terms of creating bump outs for tree planting. Typically we see them on the edges, whether they're back a curb or whatnot, but part of that is also restricted through driveways that lead on to the public road right away, then to the street itself. So it is a constrained cross section, but it is a goal to achieve greater trees on that cross section, because it is where people experience the city. It's part of that livability, and it would reduce that heat island effect that many of the members of the public spoke here today.
Well, there's a term for it as well too in engineering, I forget, but when you see something you slow down, it's like something in there's like a traffic safety term for this that I can't remember. Sticky edges or something, I forget, but like we are spending, yeah. So I'm wondering, when is the next time the Complete Streets policies are coming to council?
So the policy itself, or the guidelines, they're within administration's purview to approve, so they don't necessarily come to council for approval because it's an administrative standard.
So how do we move trees up the list?
We could have a direct motion today in terms of making trees a priority on that local cross-section, or if you wanted to go softer, you can put it known as it is a council or at least a committee priority there today.
Well, I think there's a lot of conversation here. We are at break, so let's reconvene at 3:45 and yeah, I understand there's a couple potential subsequents here today, so we'll discuss that. Thank you. 7.2, trees on public and private property. Once we conclude this item, we are going to go to 7.3, and we have 3 speakers on that item for landscape securities process changes. But I just don't think we're going to be able to get to item 7.4 today. So just as a bit of agenda management, we'll just have to keep going, but I don't anticipate we'll be able to get there. So I'll call the meeting back to order with a roll call. So Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. And joining us in chamber is Councillor Stevenson, and I believe Councillor Rutherford, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Well, you have 5 minutes.
I'm still on the board from before.
Oh, okay.
I didn't sign up again.
Okay. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I just have a couple of other follow-up questions in regards to the LiDAR. So it says that we're supposed to be getting something back in 2025, but if we're supposed to be if it was supposed to be undertaken every 4 years, the last one done was 2019. Why the gap? That's 6 years if we wait till next year.
There was a funding package in the 23-26 budget which wasn't funded, so we're finding a way to make that happen out of the tree reserve.
Okay, so you do have funding available to ensure that it's done in 2025?
We are going to be using the corporate tree reserve to do this funding, and then we'll bring forward another ask for the 27-30 so that we can get onto the approximate 4-year desired measurement.
Okay, and get sort of back on track. Okay. Oh, and my previous question about the staffing and that in reference to the 15 in Surrey, how many do we currently have sort of in that area right now? And I'm realizing that they do have other jobs.
So I don't have a direct count for you because they do a number of different things. We have a section that's set up for landscape inspections in terms of developer contributed assets. So that would be when we inspect boulevard trees and bring that into our inventory. There also is a landscape inspection team that looks at the minimum requirements in the zoning bylaw. So those are landscape security process. Again, I don't have the exact numbers, but in order for us to outline what a private tree bylaw would take, we would have to take that back and look at it and determine what it is and how it would be enforced, because it wouldn't be it would be either by permit or by initiation from a private developer or a homeowner for that matter when they're looking to take down a tree and they're not trying to do anything else on their yard. So we would have to estimate the number of those calls that would come into place as well as the redevelopment side of things.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I want to follow up my earlier question about after trees planted, how we make sure those trees will survive and not dead. My question to you is, does our city have or explore specific technology to water the trees, and instead of we only have regular walking or water for the trees? Because I heard the one recommendation and from professional to how to water tree to make sure we can do this cost effectively and also efficiently to make sure those trees after we plant it and be taken care of.
We have a 3-year establishment period where watering occurs and trees are assessed every 2 years.
So why I'm asking this question, like for example, last year I attended the tree planting and in one neighborhood, I attended the mailing. I just take one example. And this year I went back to check all those trees planted in the neighborhood, but most of them already dead. So that's why I'm asked that question. I know this is more get into the operational, but is there any way we can address this issue, this concern?
I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm not sure how to answer that. Like, so we have watering as part of our establishment process, and maybe if we maybe we could talk about that specific site separately, and we can look into a little bit more about what may have happened there.
So I'm not refer to the specific site. I just take that specific site as one example. But my question is, if there are so many trees dead after we planted them, is there any way or is there any option or do we have a plan to explore the different approach to take care of them after we plant it?
Yeah, there is an evaluation. So if we do see tree mortality, then the experts who are ensuring that those areas take and thrive are finding out why that specific site failed or why specific trees failed, and then they share that mortality and learn from it.
So what I heard here is more a reactive, is not proactive approach, right?
No, there's site inspections that happen for all of our plantings. So whether it's a large site or whether it's a individual open space or boulevard tree, we're monitoring all of our trees. We have over 400,000 in our inventory for open space and boulevard trees, and those are inspected on a regular basis, and we determine if there is mortality, what was the cause of that.
If we're doing this in a regular basis, and then why, like at least myself, I keep heard that the trees planted and then they died. And then residents observed this as well. That is how the feedback provided to me. And I actually went to one specific site and I checked this year. And then, yes, most of them died. So that is why I'm still not comfortable to heard what I heard here can make sure the trees will not be died after they planted.
Councillor Rice, this is Craig McEwen. Just to try to build on what Mark's elaborating on, there is a program to evaluate tree mortality. It's broken down by species, by area. So the team does take quite great care in learning from specific examples where trees may not have survived. I will say, though, that there could be a host of reasons why a particular site might not have been successful. One case could be a vehicle crashed into them. Others could be property owners using excess salt in the winter. So there's a host of reasons why particular areas might not have been successful. So it is a proactive approach in terms of iterating from lessons learned, not only just like in the environment, but in terms of what species are used, and then how does that feed into design guidelines for future areas. So there is quite a few things that do go into learning and iterating and being as proactive as possible.
Do you have the memo and then regarding this program you're just talking, and that information could be helpful to communicate?
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. You know, I'm maybe having the opposite experience as some of my colleagues in terms of seeing trees going into my neighborhood and seeing them thrive, which is very, very exciting. I have heard, though, some concerns with existing tree wells. This one in particular is on 124th Street, and it's an unviable tree well. It's old infrastructure, and there is some concern that it's sort of repeated plantings over and over. Do we have a policy, you know, specifically around tree wells that we know to be unviable, that we are preserving some of our trees to not go in there?
I might get somebody to chime in on that one who is on the call, but for 124th Street, I want to say that that's scheduled for a renewal, and that's where you're going to start to see larger soil cells that are being installed, and so I think that that's part of what you're seeing is the tree that isn't set up for success the way that it will be once that street is redone.
And I think the challenge is that renewal on that street is 2 budget cycles away. And so the question is just, what's happening in the interim? Do we just sort of say, look, we're not going to plant trees that we know aren't going to thrive over the next decade? Possibly. Anyway, I'll leave that there. But just wanted to flag that as one piece of feedback, and I think a way that we can be more efficient with our trees potentially. I'm so sorry. I know we're late in the day, but I do have quite a few other questions I'm hoping to get through. The report references an operational shortfall for maintaining our existing assets. What approach are we taking to managing this? So I'll maybe look to Mr. McEwen just to put you on the spot for a moment, but in operations, there have been other areas where we've identified the shortfall between operating dollars, service standards. Are we taking a similar systemic approach to look at that?
Yeah, so there have been unfunded service packages brought to committee and council at budget adjustments and the last 4-year budget cycle to articulate, similar to the issue we had with turf around growing inventory and the requirement to keep pace. Those unfortunately were not funded. There will be an unfunded admin-driven service package coming forward at this fall SOBA, and there's also the intention to bring forward a service package for the 27 to 2030 budget cycle to help correct the operating and maintenance budgets required to maintain the growing inventory.
Great.
Okay. So we do have a lot of capital for planting new trees with the $2 billion tree grant from the federal government. That does come with a certain amount of dollars to establish the tree, like Mark's talked about in that first 3 years to get it established. But beyond that first 3 years, now it's city inventory to prune, maintain those trees.
Yeah.
So there's going to be opportunities in the future for council to fund that.
Great. Sorry, I'm just really mindful of time. No, that's very helpful. Really great that that's going to come forward to us again. I am glad to hear that the ball is being put in our court. So if we don't follow that, then that's on us. But really pleased that that's coming before council, and maybe just some thought to recognizing in the future when we're looking at capital investments in our trees. I think this is maybe an instance where we didn't necessarily calculate the operating cost of capital. I know that's usually a requirement when we're looking at facilities, but maybe not an approach that's been taken for operating cost of green landscape assets.
Yeah. Not necessarily. There's been check-ins a number of times throughout the years to fund some of those operating gaps. In terms of the $2 billion tree grant.
Maybe just to clarify, when we approve a rec center, for example, we automatically have the operating cost of capital has to go into the operating. It's sort of it's not presented as an unfunded, it's presented as sort of an automatic funded in operations. So is that an approach that could potentially be taken in the future?
I think that's something that we're trying to do all around every program, whether it's turf, snow and ice, trees. So short answer, I think there's room for improvement across all programs.
Great, thank you. I will have one more round. I apologize, but it'll be fast.
Councillor Rice.
So I just want to finish my last round questions. And when that program mentioned, I tried to search in my MIMO, I couldn't find it. So is there any information could be provided through MIMO or something different, and that information will be helpful and for people to understand what's happening and how we can follow up.
I think I see administration nodding. So.
So the MIMO will be provided.
I'm sorry. Can you are you asking for a memo for?
For the program you mentioned about how we take care of the trees after we planted them. And you mentioned the program, and this program is proactive, is assessment, you're doing certain work. I need more information specific in writing, and then this type of information could be communicated effectively and with residents and in terms of our tree plantings.
Just so I'm very clear, there's a request to have a memo to provide more information on how we maintain trees.
Yes, for the tree and you planted.
Yeah, the new plants and
Yes.
How do we water them? Those type beyond what we've shared today.
yeah, it's a request for a memo in writing to show all of that.
Got it. Yes, we can do that.
Okay, so you don't need a motion for that, right? So you would just provide the memo.
No, we don't need a motion for that.
No, and we can provide some links to some of our urban forestry website where it has tips on how to care for trees on private property around watering, pruning. There's a lot of information that are on City of Edmonton websites for care for trees.
I do appreciate there are lots of information for that. And also I do appreciate, like I said, I appreciate the great work and city administration to do this. And for planting trees every year, there's so many programs, events for planting trees. Like I mentioned earlier, I personally attended lots. And my question, I repeated this one more time. My question is how we take care of them after we plant it. Because right now we have 2 million trees be planted as a goal, but after the planting, it died. And then I ask a question over and over here today. So I'm sorry it takes some time. What's the specific approach we are implementing right now to make sure these trees be taken care of and not died? And then otherwise we just go in that spanning. We plant, they die, we plant, they die. So I think I'm asking, is there any specific technology used and to water them as well?
Councilor Rice, I can probably answer that. Just thinking of some of the Root for Trees events that we've gone to together, there is quite a bit of upfront planning that takes place ahead of those events. Not just to like look for utilities and lines and things like that, but also like shade coverage, where, you know, the sunlight, those types of things in terms of like how successful those types of species will grow in that particular piece of ground that they're going to be planted in. And like we've talked about, there is a program where for the first 3 years we do contract water haulers to water those trees on a regular basis. And so that's the high level how we take care of that. But we also monitor and keep track of stats in terms of what types of species survive, and then we iterate upon that. That's largely what you'll see in the memo, and we can share links to our website that talks a little bit more about it as well.
Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, thank you. I was actually just pulling up the capital budget for our 4-year budget, because I again, kind of similar to Councillor Stevenson's line of questioning, was put it back a little bit, that we would have a capital profile that didn't have the operating impacts of capital attached to it. And I'm just needing a minute to look at this profile. Lead manager, Craig McEwen, Newell. I'm just trying to look at it. I'm looking at it live. It does have operating. It does say operating in here, in this profile. Profile number 465. I just want to make sure we're having absolute correct information. Any comment on that from administration?
I might not be able to pull up the document that you're looking at in this moment, but this is definitely something we could take away. From my recollection of the last budget we brought forward, there was both capital and operating.
Yeah.
And I believe the operating component was not funded. We can double check that.
Because I thought there was a rule. I thought there was a rule that if we funded something in capital, we're required to fund the operating. And if we fund something in that is like, I'm sure Stacy Padbury mentioned that, like, if something is funded in capital, we can't fund something in capital. That's why we have to approve the capital budget before we approve the operating budget. Because we can't approve something in capital without operational funding if there's operational impacts of capital. I know I'm getting into the weeds here, but I think like this is concerning for me on a whole nother level. So I'm just gonna not take up any more committee's time, but I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. So I think there's a motion that was just put in the chat that I'm happy to move. Thanks to administration, and I think Councillor Stevenson put a lot of work on this as well. So I think, am I doing this as a 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, please.
Perfect. Okay, so number 1, that Urban Planning Committee recommends to City Council that administration engage with city building partners and prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 2001 to expand the landscape security program to enable the administration of landscape securities for small scale residential developments. And that administration engage with city building partners, example idea, build Edmonton Metro to develop builder training for retaining mature trees on development sites and provide an update via memo to council. And number 3, that administration as part of the update to city policy C573A, complete streets, review and incorporate public trees within local roadways as a priority to increase urban greenery and environmental quality where appropriate in new development and renewal projects.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Do you want to speak to it, or?
Just, I think there were a lot of questions today, and I heard from administration that they would like motions, and so appreciate Councillor Stevenson and others asking the questions that have generated this motion. Because I was also of the understanding that receipt of information would have advanced this work, but I've heard otherwise. So let's make sure we put that together then.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So just a few last questions. I wanted to circle back to the question that was raised by our speakers about whether our 20% canopy target is robust enough. I'm assuming that there's some differences between our city and other cities that were referenced. Could you speak to that goal and sort of what it was based on and our confidence level that that's what we should be achieving?
The 20% came from the Urban Forest Management Plan, and then the Urban Forest Asset Management Plan provided the trajectory and the tools and the resourcing needed in order for us to get there based on the climate that we have. So I mentioned the other municipalities, like a comparable municipality within our Prairie region, Calgary, is at 8% canopy right now with a goal for 16%. So it is somewhat more similar based on the geography.
Right. Okay. I think that's a really important point. So appreciate you drawing that distinction. Just want to touch briefly on what protocols we have in place during droughts. So when there are periods of drought in our city, do we have any policies or procedures that have us taking water tanks out to water boulevard trees?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask, so we've got General Supervisor for Open Space Operations, Darren Grove, who's in a room with our lead forester, Melissa Campbell, who can speak to some of the protocols that we have for enhanced watering during drought periods.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. We have about 400,000 open space and boulevard trees. We have 40 contractors on standby to be able to provide watering if required. We have a number of foresters available to take a look at areas. And normally when the trees are established, their water requirements are quite low, but we do monitor if required, and we will deploy the contractors to provide additional watering as much as available.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. And just to close the loop on a few comments that came from the public, we do have a tree protection bylaw so that nearby trees need to be protected during construction. Is that only public trees, or does it include private trees on adjacent properties? It does not include.
It's just public trees.
Just public trees. And what would that look like in terms of So not a private tree bylaw completely, but a protection of private trees during construction on adjacent properties bylaw.
There would be quite cumbersome. One, we can't permit development, which this would be, on another site through an individual application. So there are some gaps there for sure in terms of looking at that. Obviously, through our safety codes work, there is insurance of the site that's safe, so it doesn't impact the other property adversely. Obviously, some things happens, and that's what insurance is for. But protecting adjacent buildings, or not adjacent buildings, adjacent trees would be very difficult.
Okay. But again, those public trees do have strong protections for any construction work in the vicinity. Great. And then, really appreciate the presentation on the heritage trees in our city. I understand that trees can receive heritage designations, trees and other landscape features. Is that true?
I don't know formally. I know there is there was a heritage tree program that identified trees throughout Edmonton in the early 2000s. I don't think it has been formally put in as a designative status. However, if that's something we want to look for, the heritage strategy work is ongoing. That's looking at more things than just buildings' age. It's a possibility. We can connect with the team to explore that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Very quick question to the motion. The motion has 3 parts, and the first 2 parts is due Q1 2026, and part 3 does not have timeline attached. Is there any money pieces involved for this 3 parts in the motion? Or we just use the existing budget and use the existing resources to finish the work?
So part 3 doesn't have a timeline attached to it because that work will not come back to council. That'll be incorporated into the Complete Streets Review, which is an administrative update. Part 1, the way it's worded right now is that today, without having gone through the SOBA budget process and the recommendation of moving landscape inspections to the Planning Development Business Reserve, there is a budget impact, and that is why that the recommendation is go to council for that discussion. And through that discussion, we can provide that overview in terms of how we see this being played out.
Okay, so I'm going to support right now, but I looking forward to have more information about how the budget implication could be, and at the council level for more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Any debate? Would the mover like to close?
Yes, please.
Go for it.
Just a few things I wanted to sort of quickly mention. First, one is just a process flag that I would say I want us to think about, because it was interesting to me that in the first item of business, receipt of information meant taking action on the items listed in the attachment, and yet for this item, receipt of information didn't subsequently mean taking action of the items listed in the attachment. And so just from a process perspective, I flag that more generally and something we should think about, because that gives me a bit of anxiety that it feels to me, and maybe I'm misunderstanding how both reports were written, but it feels like it should either be the same thing. If we're receiving information, it should either mean the same thing, or it should mean or we should have to give direction. And we didn't do that. So I flagged that for administration, for council. We should all talk about that at a later time, because I think that's why council often reverts to wanting to make motions to have a bit of a paper trail. And so flagging that for future thoughts for everyone in the room to consider. I think there's been enough questions on the main 3 points. I just want to flag the sort of the remaining piece that isn't on here, which is a specific private tree protection bylaw. As folks know, and I heard all of our speakers, there's a heavy desire for that. Folks know that was something I had advanced last year, as had been noted, that was not successful in a tie vote. Making that motion again and expecting a different outcome was not something I would want to do. I would want to know that there has been a change of perspectives. So for me, my thinking on this was, while it has been more than a year, which technically means any member of council could in fact make that motion again, doing that for the sake of doing that, I also think, I've done that once on my item around financial relief for businesses facing construction, but I think for this, to me, it's better served that if there is a desire to do that, I would be looking to one of my colleagues who maybe had a different perspective than me to advance that. So I just don't feel the need to put it on a motion here when I think if it's going to go forward, it has to come forward from a majority support on council. So that was just wanting to flag that. Not that I don't want to do it. I desperately do. I still think it's absolutely critical. I still think it's a major need for us in our city. I know there are concerns for all of the reasons that have been flagged before, but I just think that's a conversation for a separate time once we've been able to engage everyone on that. So that's it. Thanks to Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Rutherford, well, all councillors, for all of your questions. I didn't ask any questions because all of your questions are great, which helped generate this motion. So I encourage folks to support it.
Thank you. Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that is carried unanimously. I invite administration to provide a presentation on item 7.3.
Thank you. I am back. Travis is Branch Manager of Development Services. As we shift gears here, Lila Peter, Director of Development Approvals and Inspections, will come down and assist in delivering this presentation, which proposes amendments to the zoning bylaw to modify the landscape security processes to better support the planting and maintenance of required landscaping through the development process. This will support city objectives related to tree planting and urban tree canopy, ecological connectivity, wildlife habitat quality, and improving climate resilience. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Travis.
Sorry, if I may, I think council maybe I'm hearing from a couple people that they may not need the presentation. They may be prepared to go to a vote here. I understand as well if this item is approved, we'll have to go to a public hearing anyway, and there'll be more opportunity for question and answer at that time.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess are there the speakers left to hear from is my only caution on going straight to a vote.
Well, I was before we did that, I was going to ask if the speakers wanted to come down and share, but the presentation is in the file. My colleagues can look at it. So, hearing no objection, may I invite the speakers to come down and share if they'd like to? And I would urge brevity if possible, given the hour of the day. And there will be a public hearing to hear further formal presentations and debate at as well. My apologies for the abruptness to the administration. Yeah, I have so guest Furrow, you have the floor.
Okay, go for it.
Yes.
This will help you when you eventually want to do a private tree bylaw. Thank you very much.
Anything further?
No, thank you. Any questions I'll entertain later.
Much obliged. Guest Hardstaff.
Okay, that last slide actually that administration had up, if you could bring that back up again, because I'm really excited to hear that you've passed this motion to include small-scale residential zones in the landscape security, because you can see in this particular slide that the only small-scale development that requires a landscape plan is row housing, and no other small-scale housing type requires a landscape plan, and none require a landscape security. So, as we talked about earlier, preserved trees are not protected trees, And if you don't have some kind of security or promise or deposit to actually complete the landscaping, there's no assurance it's going to be done at all. One thing I would actually add to this particular requirement is that, you talked about requiring a landscape security that would be equal to the minimum requirements to landscape with the minimum trees and shrubs. You must also include in that security the cost of removal of preserved trees and replacing them with new ones, because right now that's not included. And I can tell you, I mean, I'm a horticulturist, and I can see what's going on sites, and developers reduce their costs for planting trees by preserving them, but then the trees die. And like Councillor Rice was saying, I mean, the objective should be to have the trees live. And so, the second point I was going to make is that a landscape security means that there's going to be an inspection. Right now, there aren't any inspections. And there are countless properties that have no trees or shrubs, or they have LID shrubs or artificial turf. I think, Michael, you know the one on 81st Avenue and 111th Street. It's like a patchwork of different types of artificial turf. So I think that also needs to be done. And the landscape security, finally, needs to be transferable to the owner. Many, many builders do not consider landscaping to be part of the project. The building is the project. When the building's done, they sell it. And they sell it to homeowners who have no idea what they're supposed to do. And so it needs to be transferable to the new owner. And then there's going to be an assurance that someone's going to actually complete the landscaping. And I really like the idea of education. You talked about that in the motion, and that's been approved. I think, builders really need to be educated about why this is so important. And the cost of planting trees is just minuscule compared to the benefits of planting trees. So I'm really excited about the landscape security being applied to small-scale residential, but only if it means that there's going to be inspections and there's going to be accountability that the trees actually get planted and survive.
Thank you very much for sharing. Our next guest Solis.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, but Jan just said everything and more that I was going to say, and so I'm just going to say thank you for passing the motion before we had the opportunity to speak about the item.
Clairvoyance. Thank you. Now I'll go to my colleagues. Any questions for the speakers? Hearing none, thank you to the speakers for coming. I invite you to take your seats. We'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Wright.
Hi, I just, okay, when we bought our home, the landscaper had to provide the trees, or sorry, not the landscaper, the builder. But then there was also a restrictive covenant registered on title, and is that maybe what one of the speakers here was referring to, that it has to be transferred, the responsibility has to be transferred to the homeowner?
I have not heard of a restrictive covenant for trees put on title. Typically, I think we need to distinguish what we're talking about here, whether it's the small scale side or the large scale security process that's on this item. But typically in other municipalities, if we're talking about small scale, there would be a deposit in terms of a security held, $500 to $1,000, and that would be released upon inspection of the tree being placed in.
Okay, but there's nothing that does transfer that responsibility onto the homeowner?
Well, the continuance of the holding of the deposit or the security by the city would.
Okay. I meant to bring a copy of the title when it got registered 32 years ago. Yes, I still have it. Okay.
It's a good thing to keep in hand there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I think this shift is really great. Really appreciate administration coming forward with this. A few technicalities. So we're going to be collecting 20% rather than the 100% value of the landscaping.
No, we would be reverting back to the 100% collection. It's just that at the point of inspection, we would, if they passed, we would then move and refund the 80%, so we'd only be holding 20%.
Gotcha. And that inspection, sorry, is like when the development is complete, and then there's a further inspection 2 years later?
So we would be called out to inspect that the landscaping was installed correctly and maintained, and so we'd go out to verify against the development permit, and that depends on the timing of the actual installation of the project.
So that's the 80% they get back. When do they get the 20% back?
Upon a subsequent inspection, I think it's a requirement of a year later.
A year later.
2 years later, sorry, I apologize, 2 years later.
Okay. So I believe that I'm understanding from the report. So an issue that I've heard is folks who go above and beyond the minimum standards, but then they get dinged when that sort of above and beyond landscape maybe isn't successful. So I understand that the security values are going to be based on the minimum bylaw requirements, so that's a more standard amount. But then what are they held to in terms of that? So you take 100% deposit, which is based on the minimum bylaw requirements. You go out and inspect the installation that has been done, which is below maybe what was approved in the development permit, but it's higher than the minimum standard. What do we do in that delta?
We are only going to be inspecting to the minimums.
Excellent. Okay, great, thank you. Then the security transferable to the owner, that's interesting. I think I understand the reasoning for that, that if you have a builder who builds you a house, you now own that house. A year later, someone comes along and says, hey, you need to plant a tree. There's a cost to that. Are we able to issue the security to the party that remedies the situation?
We currently do this for condo boards when there's a failure of landscaping, and it'll be something that we look into as we build out the small scale program.
Okay, excellent, very exciting. I think those were all my questions. Really appreciate this work.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Just procedural questions. If we receive those information, because they're amendment to the zoning bylaw, so they will have the more conversation or more discussion and back to that time?
Administration?
Correct.
And so today we just need to receive as information, and then you go away and to do the work, and then we'll bring back amendment back and for the public hearing.
The work is already complete. We would advance the amendments to the next public hearing that we can get on.
Okay, so you just need receive as information.
Correct.
Oh, so I move that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Excellent. Clerk, could you put the motion on the screen? Thank you. So I don't think it's is it a receipt of information? Oh, okay, no. Yeah, there we go. Councillor Rice, could you read that out? Or you're okay with moving that? Okay, I'm hearing, well, that's what's required there. So, Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Okay.
But I'm okay for this. Do you need me reading or entire sentence?
Nope, just making sure you're okay with that. It's just slightly different, that's all. It's not a receipt of information, it's just directive.
Return to future city council. Oh, this is different.
Yeah, the purpose is the same. It's just worded differently. That's all.
Okay.
Apologies if I was unclear. Excellent. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any questions on the motion? Any debate? Hearing none, would the mover like to close?
None to add, because we have further discussion during public hearing.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I know I said we'd postpone 7.4, Clerk, but is it possible we could just hear the two speakers now and then?
Nothing was officially postponed.
Wonderful. May I invite guest Clarkson and guest Hardstaff down? Thank you to administration for the shift change.
Would you like the presentation? It's Kim over here. Would you like the presentation for 7.4?
Nope. No, thank you. So Guest Clarkson, you have 5 minutes when the clerk directs you. Okay. Please proceed.
Good evening. Urban Planning Committee members and to other city councilors in attendance. My name is Joel Clarkson, and I'm a Vice President and elected officer of the Edmonton Firefighters Union Executive Board, as well as a 17-year frontline firefighter with Edmonton Fire Rescue Services. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and provide comments to you on the multi-unit residential building design report. As you are aware, Edmonton Firefighters Union represents over 1,300 City of Edmonton staff that includes more than 1,100 frontline firefighters who respond to a wide range of emergency events daily. The Edmonton Firefighters Union is regarded within the industry as subject matter experts on community fire and life safety. We support strategies that will address the challenges of affordable housing and urban density, but not at the expense of firefighter and occupant safety. At the core of our union's principles is advocating for the health and safety of Edmontonians and our membership. We oppose the introduction of single egress stairwells in multi-residential buildings and will continue to lobby decision makers that modifying design standards should never compromise firefighter and public safety. In the event of a fire in a multi-residential building, stairwells are critically important for occupant safety and firefighting operations. Imagine a scenario where you and your family are trying to escape a burning building and your only escape path is a single smoke-filled stairwell that firefighters and their bulky equipment are ascending at the same time to attempt to conduct rescue and fire suppression operations. Firefighting operations in multi-story buildings require a substantial number of personnel and equipment. At a time when seconds count and elevators are unavailable, reliance on a single stairwell can delay occupant evacuation while simultaneously delaying firefighting operations. Fire safety risk is based on the variables of probability and consequence. The likelihood of life or property loss increases in buildings with a single exit stairwell due to a number of contributing factors, including firefighters carrying necessary equipment up the stairwell will impede occupant evacuation. Occupants, including seniors or others with mobility issues, will impede firefighting operations. Toxic smoke and fire can travel up non-compartmentalized stairwells, further impeding fleeing occupants. Increased densification and reduced spatial separation of buildings may limit exterior rescue. Encapsulated lightweight wood frame buildings risk fires that burn hotter and spread faster. Firefighting operations and guidelines in North America are based on buildings with 2 independent stairwells. An overhaul of operational training would be required with significant cost and safety implications. In addition, Edmonton has unique characteristics that are challenging for fire response in comparison with the cities noted in this report's jurisdictional scan. Given the land sprawl of Edmonton, emergency event response times to many areas in the city do not meet industry standards, and areas of the city also have poor hydrant coverage and ladder truck access. All these work against the single staircase model. Tenable conditions may not exist with one single stairwell egress, meaning at times, if able, citizens will have to exit via ground ladders or ladder trucks. There are limitations due to ground ladder lengths. The maximum reach is 3 stories at a residential structure at this time. Some residential neighborhoods in Edmonton are difficult for ladder trucks to access due to barriers such as narrow street widths, rehabilitation with larger sidewalks, bike lanes, matured tree heights, parked vehicles, and windrows. Due to turning radius and overhead power lines, it is virtually impossible for ladder trucks to navigate alley access in mature neighborhoods. Edmonton experiences extreme winter weather conditions, making exterior balconies an unreliable means of occupant safety. It is important to consider that the concept of single egress stairwells originates in Europe. The major difference between North American and European builds is that European buildings are predominantly built out of non-combustible materials such as brick, stone, concrete, and heavy timber, whereas North America relies increasingly on lightweight construction and wood frame residential buildings. Other jurisdictions that have previously allowed single egress designs are now in the process of reviewing allowable heights and rescinding this allowance. Examples include London, England, and Washington State. The Edmonton Firefighter Union strongly believes that sufficient exits must be maintained in order to meet the needs of occupants to evacuate safely in the event of an emergency and to provide a safe place for firefighters to conduct firefighting operations, including occupant rescue. In conclusion, the EFFU recommends the development and publishing of the design guideline on alternative solutions for point access blocks be tabled until such time as all concerns on public and firefighter safety can be addressed. Thank you for hearing the concerns and extending your day on behalf of the Edmonton Firefighters Union, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Guest Hardstaff.
Well, after that presentation, I'm really concerned about fire safety. I mean, I really like the idea of point access block buildings. I have seen the presentation by the fellow with Larch Labs, and I know in Vancouver, actually, I think they've just approved the building of point access block buildings. But what he's saying is that we don't have the same quality of construction here, and so there's more of a fire hazard. I did want to say though, next slide please. Freiburg Green City is an excellent book. It talks a lot of the buildings in these districts are point access block buildings, and Freiburg took the opportunity to design whole new districts of missing middle housing. And I think I would really encourage council to read this book and anyone else. You know, neighborhoods like the West 240 on university lands, perfect opportunity to explore new ideas. The really attractive thing about point access block buildings is the ability to vent from more than one wall. And it allows better airflow, less reliance on air conditioning, larger units, more connection between the people who live in the building. I'm thinking that there's some kind of exterior fire escape, but I'm not absolutely positive about that. So I also just want to take, next slide please. So I'm going to go back to my Park Allen example just to sort of capitalize on the multi-unit building design, residential building design, and just say something about stormwater runoff and utility connection. All multi-unit buildings are required to be connected directly to the stormwater system. So on this site, there is, in a 1-inch rainstorm, there would be over 22,000 liters of water just sent down the drain. And so if there's, this is the last thing I will say, I think that the city really needs to look at, you know, how to design the site and how to design the buildings so that we are looking at things like water and trees and soil as a resource. There currently is no assessment of lots before they're redeveloped. And so we have no idea what we're losing in terms of natural assets like soil or trees. I'll just point out in this particular lot, in the side yard, which is the soft landscaping area, there's actually a drain. So, you know, the whole point is that the grading will not be toward the landscaping, it'll be towards the drain. So we're missing an opportunity here. And I know it really doesn't have anything to do with point access block, but these are the multi-unit buildings we're starting to see built in the RS zone. And I think that council really needs to look at the big picture of how are these sites interacting with the public realm and how are they being impacted by climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll move receipt of information. So I'll put that on. Oh yeah, pardon me.
First.
Yes. Do we have any questions of the speakers? Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Chance, and thanks to both our speakers. And just from the EFFU perspective, I wanted to get a sense of, like, you know, I think always the challenge we run into when we're having these conversations is are we using hard data or are we sort of using sort of what we think could be the challenge? And so I know in the report, I think it talks a lot about that multiple Canadian fire associations have released concerns due to perceived fire risk and life safety concerns. And I'm just wondering, I don't need it now per se, because I don't think it's easy to, but do you have sort of a written summary of actual documentation of where there are concerns? And I would add, more importantly, what are the ways to mitigate that? I think you started to talk about that, because you touched on one of the challenges is that in a world where I have to choose between increasing density in a mature neighborhood or adding more homes to the northwest corner of the city, which I currently represent, which is currently outside of the range of our fire hall, I would much rather have more people closer to a fire hall in a slightly different built form than more new homes in an area that is further away from a fire truck getting to them in the first place. We're not necessarily choosing between both, but I would like to know if EFFU has done any sort of detailed analysis and can provide that in writing for us to help inform, because I wouldn't want to put the hold on this right now, and recognizing we don't have a lot of mechanisms in the first place. I'd rather just start working on this together going forward.
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor Knack. So we do have quite a bit of information that we can provide to you from our international union, the IFF, as well as joint statements from the Metro Fire Chiefs, statements and information brought nationally and as close as British Columbia. So we do have many sources of information that we can provide to you. We just need that opportunity for consultation.
Great. Yeah. If you don't, and if you don't mind sharing that, I imagine all of council would be happy to receive that information, and it allows us to have some conversations, recognizing, again, we have very, very limited mechanisms to make significant change at this point. It would be a slow moving exercise. So we do have that time to connect. And I want to make sure that we can work together on the solution, on how we continue to work to increase housing choices. And hopefully, while working to also protect safety, I just don't want us to simply say, well, we're not going to support it because we're worried about this, when there's probably solutions. But we're sort of in this new world where we have to be able to start offering more housing choice. We have to look at new ways of doing things. You know, if it's the different types of trucks, let's look at different types of trucks. It's a conversation that we've had, frankly, for most of my 11 years, and we still haven't got with different types of trucks, which is a whole other set of frustration. It's that we're looking to better respond. If we're looking to address things, how do we do that together so that we're not putting a restriction on how we're building our city?
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. So you mentioned that you've got statements from the chiefs. Is this like supported with data?
So there is some data. There's UK research, which obviously is something where this, like the European mold is kind of where this was developed. The data in North America isn't as solid as Europe, just because it is a newer wave. I think we all know in this room that this has been swept across North America over the last couple of years. That data is being developed, which is a big source of our caution. But what we have, we are willing to provide you.
Okay, and that data from the UK, where you say they are reversing some of these decisions?
Yeah, so some countries are reevaluating their use of single egress stairwells. So UK, France, etc., new builds. So it is something that is being reviewed.
Okay, thank you. And you haven't been part of the conversation with administration up to this point?
The Edmonton Firefighter Union was not a part of this committee, no.
Okay, but Fire Services was? I'll ask them. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Questions for administration? Seeing none. Oh, okay, Councillor Wright.
Fire Services, EFRS has been in consultation with administration on this, or?
In recent times, yes. When the report came to light that this was coming forward, we were brought in kind of later in the conversation, and we've started working with them to look at the alternative solutions and give our input to that, but I'd say it's still at fairly early stages.
Okay, but that will continue then, I'm assuming, administration?
Yes.
And this motion doesn't, just by receiving this for information, this just what, you're going to use the CMHC funds to do some more work on it? Like, this isn't actually confirming that we're going to do this, right?
So this is actually something that is maybe we could have went into a bit more, is that currently people can propose alternative solutions today to allow what would be a point access block. And so we would receive that and evaluate that. However, to ensure that we get a high quality of those, because there's been so much conversation about point access blocks, we're publishing this guideline. The guideline will then help ensure that what we receive as administration meets some of those requirements around safety, and what the nuances about, ensuring equal amount of safety underneath the code from an alternative solution is present in the proposal. And so us publishing this doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to approve all proposals that come to us. It will still go through the process, but hopefully what we'll get is better proposals to us.
Okay, and part of establishing that guideline, you will still be engaging with EFRS or EFFU?
Yes.
Yes, both?
We would be going through fire services.
Okay. 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 I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
We heard the data shows some decision made already starting reverse. And is there any specific reason and why we are still moving forward? And if the data already prove and those type of decisions and right now is not in a good place. So I just want to understand the reason why we are still moving forward.
So I also do want to make sure that this is understood, is that this is not us proposing any form of code change. Alternative solutions are something that are available today. And so what we're doing is helping to ensure that the proposals we get would consider that safety element. And I'll pass it over to our colleagues in safety codes to maybe talk about the alternative solutions and what that means from a code perspective.
It's a great question, and it's a very important one. What's really important to understand is that an alternative solution cannot be approved in this city if it doesn't approximately equal or better what's in the building code. So we haven't approved an alternative solution for a point access block over 3 stories in the city. We've also never received an application in recent memory that I'm aware of. But it's important to understand that there is no single thing in the building code that cannot be varied. It's designed that way very purposefully. But what our job is, and when I say our job, I mean safety codes, section of development services with our safety codes officers and professional support like fire engineering, we cannot, by the letter of the building code and the Safety Codes Act, approve anything that isn't as safe. So the process of doing that usually happens, as Stuart mentioned, by us getting a building permit application. In this case, we don't have an application. We have a motion to look into what the riverbanks may look like. So we can still do this work. It's just a little different than we normally would. But the safety codes section, by the nature of it being the AHJ and doing its job properly, can't approve one that's of less safety. That doesn't mean that there might be different opinions about whether it is as safe or not. But we need to show our work mathematically, for just about mathematically, certainly. There's always subjectivity to it. But we can't approve one that isn't deemed as safe by a safety codes officer in the building discipline specifically.
So thank you for that comprehensive explanation. And there are few facts there. But my question will be continue, and based on that answer, is this $200,000 is must be used for this study? I know this is not our budget, this is grant, and or we can use this 300,000 for different purpose.
It can only be used for this purpose.
Only be used for this purpose. So we have, if we're going to do this type of study, do we have enough the manpower resources? So we will not experience for the additional FTE requests come back to do this work?
The completion of the guideline can be done within this funding that we will be receiving from the third party.
So if the guideline and were done with the funding received for $200,000, but does not mean and then we are going to move forward. This guideline is just provide some information. I'm still a little bit confusing here, and because the data shows something means it already happened, and we're in for going to do study to develop the guideline, and so what type of data we are going to base on to develop this guideline?
So
We don't have anything. We don't have done anything yet. We haven't done anything yet in our situation. And in Europe, yes, they have the data.
So we have procured an architect and a specialist in fire codes, and they are doing that work, and they are using standardized data that will help inform that work.
So is this the necessary step? Can you explain to me a little bit more? What's this step? In which way it's necessary, or the step we could not move forward?
I'm sorry, Councillor Rice. We'll have to have a second round. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. You know, I read through the report and actually didn't have any questions. It just seems like all great news to me. But just to respond to our public speaker, just want to confirm very, very clearly, firefighter and public safety has to be considered as part of this. There's no way to avoid those considerations.
Absolutely no way. And Cameron, I'm going to put it over to you to delve into this just a little bit more to make sure everyone's reassured of that. Absolutely, that has to be a part of it. The building code spells it out very clearly. But Cameron, do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Thanks. Yeah, one of the aspects of the alternative solution technically is understanding all the code implications. So there are prescriptive requirements for the impact of firefighting operations within the code. There's also implicit ones. And that's one of the reasons that we see value in creating a guideline like this, is making sure that those implicit ones don't get missed. So going through and demonstrating, here's a level of performance or a level of acceptability that we're looking for in terms of applications. And it kind of addresses one of the key problems we saw when this was brought to light in Edmonton, is industry didn't see a path for code compliance. They didn't see the alternative solution route because there was a lack of certainty in terms of what would be an appropriate way to go about doing this.
Well, and then you would also have, you know, a dozen different people potentially pursuing the same approach but trying to do it differently. Like, that's just a lot of additional energy. So the innovation here is that we're making that information more readily available, which will likely lead to better proposals coming in and just a smaller upfront investment in time and energy for those proposals. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely.
Great. And again, alternative solutions in and of themselves are nothing new. I believe there are a number of examples of alternate solution buildings near and far.
Absolutely. I think the data we provided was around 1,200 last year in the city alone. Now, consequential ones to the way the city operates or looks are a different matter, of course. But yes, it's a well-established mechanism in our industry that alternative solutions are one of the ways that you can approach. And this is since 2006. When the codes really moved to an objective-based system. It's a new thing. It's a slow uptake of the idea. But yes, alternative solutions lead to variances. And occasionally, when we see an opportunity, administration can even work on a citywide variance. And these aren't uncommon either in Edmonton or Calgary. Right. And sometimes the province makes the move and does it provincially. Yeah, but the report mentioned, Councillor, as you said, Rogers Place is our gleaming example of the land of 1,000 alternative solutions to build a safe building that the Oilers and many others call home. Edmonton Tower was an example, the Art Gallery. And Cameron Bartis is our safety code senior engineering strategist. Sorry, it's a mouthful. He worked on a lot of those on behalf of fire rescue in his previous role, where safety codes and fire work very closely to make sure there is no compromise on safety for anybody that occupies the building. And firefighters are considered occupants of buildings under code.
Great.
Did you have anything to add to that, Cameron? Okay.
No, thank you. That's wonderful. No compromise on safety. Really appreciate that. And I won't speak to this, but just to highlight a point that I think is really important as well, just want to confirm my understanding that this work is being paid for. This is going to be an innovative solution, and it's not at any cost to the city?
That is correct. And so we proposed this work as we had received the motion, and we were successful in getting the funds. It is, though, dependent on us delivering the product. And so if we do not deliver the product, then we would have to find another funding source for the contractual work that we undertook.
Gotcha. Okay, well, very exciting. Again, I won't speak to it, but really impressed and excited for this work. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. So, okay, I think Mr. Clarkson talked about the fireproof materials that are used in Europe and that. Is that above and beyond our own building and safety codes? Like, I thought we couldn't, the province restricts us from doing anything additional from what they've set out.
Complicated question, but one of the things we'll make sure that we talk about a lot is getting into technical details of specific designs here at council is very difficult, but specifically comparing us to other jurisdictions is difficult when it comes to the actual what we build the buildings out of, right? So if I understand your question, we can't add things additional to things that are regulated by superior legislation like the Building Code and the Safety Codes Act. This wouldn't be an addition to, it's actually an alternative to.
Okay, so if one of the ways to mitigate the risks would be if, and I have no idea what the fire service would recommend, but to have fireproof materials, if that's over and above what the building code is, then this wouldn't fly, or?
There's no danger of it. As an authority having jurisdiction, we have the authority to approve alternative solutions. They don't always mean if we take some, the appearance is we take away a second stairwell that we need to add something. It means you need to meet the intent of the code, not add something on top of it. So it actually isn't, it's not a thing that we would worry about at the provincial level. We're also in touch all the time with Municipal Affairs and the Safety Codes Council, who regulate the work that we do as Safety Codes officers. We're always in touch with them, making sure that, you know, we're talking about the work that we're doing. And you know, we recently, just to give you an example, and I think this will set some context, we very recently set out a policy to an alternative solution leading to a citywide variance for secondary suites and row houses. That solution is only right now available in Edmonton. We did that, and we're very confident that the buildings are actually safer than they were as a result of invoking that policy, but it's not provincial code, and for example, Calgary's taking a different route, and for now. So that's an example of a similar piece of work, and it being an alternative, not an addition onto. But the legislation that makes that possible is very clear and very well tested. There's no risk here of anyone saying you're adding something extra.
But what my concern is for you to stay within the banks of existing building and safety codes. Will safety be forgotten?
It can't be. We would be called out very quickly by our regulator, Municipal Affairs, for not doing our jobs properly. Do you want to comment, Kevin?
Yeah, if I could just add too, I think one of the important components of this is mandatory professional involvement. So this type of analysis must involve either professional engineer, architect, engineer, I believe in this case would be appropriate. The specific requirements in the code for that analysis and demonstration of equivalent performance are not just regulated by the building code, but they're also overseen by the self-regulation of those professions. So this is something that has, I think, a double bit of a stopgap there in terms of the professional involvement, the regulations overseeing those, as well as the process through the code itself.
Okay. The professional involvement I would like to see is our fire service. Okay, and I only have a minute left. So this, once you go away and do this work, this doesn't come back again to council for any sort of approval?
No, it's not required, but we would make council aware of its publishing and being completion through a memo.
Okay, so my only concern is I'm feeling rushed having to approve this. I do have safety concerns. So I only have 30 seconds left to make a decision because I know I think it. I don't have confidence at this time to just receive for information, but I don't know what other option I have. Unless sending it back for further consultation with our fire service.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I would like to put receipt of information on the floor. I guess we could make.
I'll move to extend orders to finish this item.
And Councillor Knack has moved orders to, has moved to extend to finish this item. Do we need to vote on extension?
We could do by unanimous consent.
Okay. Is there any objection to continuing the meeting to finish this item? Hearing none, then I'll move receipt of information. Councillor Knack.
I'm ready to speak whenever. I just want to make sure I see Councillor Rutherford's on the board first.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm just to speak to this.
Okay. Councillor Knack, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to speak to that. I hear the caution of my colleague, but I think there's a few important things we need to reinforce here. And we've heard it a few times, but maybe worth saying very clearly is that we don't get to circumvent code. We have no ability to do that. There's absolutely no chance that we can do that. That's not allowed in this process. So we are using money that is being provided to us to bring in experts to see if there is a way to create an alternative that is at least as safe, if not more safe. We're not the judges of that. It's the experts who are the judges of that. And I think that's really important to stress because I hear the concern, but I don't know what information I could get because I'm not an expert for fire rescue safety. And I've heard from our city staff, our buildings code staff, our safety code staff, that they're bringing in fire rescue as part of this process so that they're not being excluded from this. In fact, they're being included. I would note, I would specifically also bring in the union. I heard them say they were going to engage fire rescue, but if I could just offer one piece of advice, I'd bring in the union too, just to make sure that they're all hearing and working together on the same messages. But I think, again, this is trying to find a way to clean up a process which is already permitted today. So if council did nothing today, somebody would still be able to come forward to our city staff with an alternative. The body of work that will be advanced is, can that be done in a better way that takes into account all of those safety considerations that we've heard about, those concerns that I think we would all legitimately have about ensuring better safety for folks, versus the status quo, which is right now the status quo is a bunch of people have to go and see if they can analyze the code and determine if it's better. And then it's messy, it's not clean right now. And it's not actually allowing us to create housing choices, which in many cases are actually better for families, because it's harder to do those bigger style units, multifamily units in a building without this type. So I still don't think we're going to see very much, even after all of this work is said and done. I think it's going to be fairly slow moving across Edmonton and across the world as it is. But I would just say to hopefully try to provide that comfort is that saying no means that we leave more uncertainty for everyone. And I actually think we want the reverse. If we want greater opportunity to address real safety concerns for something that is already permitted today, it's better to allow them to go advance that work using money that isn't our own to then determine how to do that, if at all. So that's why I'm supporting this. I want to thank Councillor Jans for making this motion to sort of bring light to this. I appreciate that our levers are very limited, but I think this next body of work in partnership with all of the experts that we need is going to be actually the best way to provide greater certainty, clarity, and most importantly, safety. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I was really excited to finally see this report come back. I had never learned about point access blocks until I was in a session learning about it, and fire rescue services was there too, and just the innovation, but also the limitations that we're up against. We are a council that's declared a housing and houselessness emergency, but something like this, a new form, would require, if it was done through the alternative mechanism, would require a lot more staff time, a lot more red tape, likely years to come to fruition. And the reality is that time is money, and we know that time is money for developers, so that it doesn't get built. This pro forma doesn't get built. Having this grant to try this guideline, to be able to say, hey, if you want to build a point access block, these are the things you need to consider, including safety, including accessibility, which is another concern I've also heard about and didn't come up in this conversation today with the public speakers, but I've also heard about it. But all of those are, as Councillor Knack eloquently summarized, still part of the code. We cannot go below the code at any point in any structure or form. But I do agree that whenever there's innovation, whenever there's a new form, we have to bring people along with us. And so I also agree with Councillor Knack's assessment that, this is approved today, which I hope it is, because I know Councillor Jans and many others on council have put so much work and effort into this. I would hate to see this fail at committee. But, pointed out, this is to me a continuation of the conversation. If we say no today, we're ending the conversation and we're leaving that grant on the table for something that could be really innovative in a time where we've declared a housing and houselessness emergency. By saying yes today at committee, we can move forward and have those conversations to ensure, and I agree with Councillor Knack, it needs to be both the fire rescue services and EFFU. They both need to be there. Our union partners are so integral and so important to making sure that we're really hearing from the frontline workers, the people that are interfacing with this, and in the case of fire rescue services, putting their lives at risk every day to save lives, that they have that say. So I would really want to see that going forward in this iteration of creating this guideline, and to have some mechanism to report back how that engagement happened, and what kind of agreements and consensus were reached. So that's what I would hopefully like to see. But in terms of moving this forward, I really hope committee today continues to move this forward so that we can have that conversation. We can make sure that those concerns are shored up in the next stage of this project, and really try something new and original, which is, take a risk. It's the most Edmonton thing you can do. So we're leading in so many other ways. Why not be an innovator here as well? Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I just want to echo and reinforce some of the great comments that were made earlier. Again, this is not introducing a new process. The alternative solutions approach already exists in our building code. But what it does do is provide a resource that provides greater safety, clarity, and consistency for development across our city, while at the same time opening up new housing forms. So I have a lot of confidence in the legislation and in the folks that are managing the legislation, that there will be no compromise on safety whatsoever on a building level. And I would argue that actually this provides the opportunity to improve safety at a citywide level. When we look at what keeps people safe in a community, it's being connected. The former fire chief of Portland spoke really eloquently about the importance of vibrant cities in fire prevention. It's actually very important to have social connection, a lack of social isolation, places that people can walk to and from. This is what higher density development allows us to do. So I think that this is a win for safety and a great initiative overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Hi, I'm just wondering if the mover would accept a friendly amendment just to receive for information, and that the actions outlined include consultation with the FRS and EFFU.
Yeah,
Point
absolutely.
Point of order. So procedurally, this is already is at the speaker stage, and then I don't recall or procedurally, and is after all the speakers, you still make amendments.
I'm sorry, Councillor Rice, I don't think we're at the speaking stage. I had signed up for questions. Were we
We
speaking?
are with all the speaker. They already speak. They already spoken. And then I will pass this to city clerk, but it's my understanding what I heard here very clear. Everyone is speaking, and it's not.
Yeah, my understanding is we are speaking to the motion now. I think I would have, yeah, no worries. I think I heard confirmation from administration that would be the opportunity to engage through the service, and I'm seeing nods from administration. So I would ask that question if this comes forward in future conversation. How is the union and how is the fire service engaged? And I'm seeing nods from the dais to that effect. So do you want to speak to it further?
No, okay, I'm sorry, my apologies, I thought you just put the motion on the floor and I had questions on that motion,
Well,
so.
my apologies too, it's late in the day. Would you like to speak to it?
No, I'm fine, as long as I can be assured that both the fire service and the union are included in that consultation. Okay, thank you, and I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further, Councillor Rice.
So I would like to speak this not only about this motion and also the procedurally, and then this is second times right now. I do think the consistency to implement our assembly process is important to us. That is demonstrated good governance. So I just want to say that point first, and I'm not going to support receive as information because the concern is not about the engagement or consultation with Edmonton Fire Services, and then is about the fire services already indicated very clear this type of option, this type of new guidance, and for the development will limit it and their services. So this is a key point. The key point is not about the consultation. The key point is limited their services, and our fire services, our firefighters, they are using their life and to protect Edmontonians' life. And I do not want to see any risk. And from services perspective, if the fire services already said this is limited their services they provided, and for Edmontonians, why we're keep pushing this forward? But I understand the importance for the housing, and I understand that, but we have to balance for that. And so I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rice. Councillor Rice, please call the vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Now, I don't see any further items, responses to council inquiries, private reports, no motions pending, no motions with us customary notice. We are adjourned. Thank you.